Cek cek 1 2 3. Halo halo malam, welcome. Halo. Anjir, akhirnya WP lagi ya. Beda gue harusnya sih ada WP-nya bakalan 2 nanti. Berbarengan. Gak berbarengan, jamnya aja rada kurang ajar. Ini kan GC kan jam seginian sampai subuh. Terus besok tanggal 9 itu paginya gue mau nonton Predator League, which is Xipto Esports pagi. Jadi ya lumayan kurang ajar nih WP-nya nih beberapa hari ini ya. Pengawal Mbak Enari, Tara dan kawan-kawan. Betul. Ini gue nonton di game 2 dulu ya. Baru nanti kita nontonin Xipto. Ini mau semua game di WP. Amin, gue udah telat 1, jadi ya, you know. Ini biar absen dulu aja gue. Makanya di game kedua gue udah langsung mulai. Takutnya nanti kemalaman lu pada ketiduran anyway kan. Bentar, gue belum bikin story coy. Bang Aco. Siapa Aco? Sorry nih, gue kagak seberapa ngikutin GC ya. Jadi gue kurang tahu juga player-playernya nih yang baru-baru nih. Ntar gue take a picture first buat IG. Ya ampun mbak, bentar mbak, saya tadi mau ambil fotonya dulu buat IG story mbak, kalau lagi live mbak. Emang orang-orang kalau nonton GC itu emang kagak peduli sama gameplay, emang parah kalian. Lihatnya muka semua. Ini tim-timnya yang bermain info-info segala macam ada di ini ya. Ada di tanda seru info WP. Kita langsung dicek. Ada linknya, langsung aja udah kesana daripada gue capek-capek bales. Dan untungnya WP, jujur aja nih, membuat gue senang ada WP. Karena gue udah rada stres tadi main Valorant. Jadi setidaknya ada WP ini, ada ngisi lah buat live-nya. Ntar, nunggu dulu deh. Agak keluar-keluar nih. Gue pengen bikin IG story, kagak jadi-jadi. Bentar dah. Bentar. Gue lapar lagi, fuck. Gue baru bangun tidur tau, makanya kayak aduh. Gue tuh jujur aja ngirain GC itu kemarin, besok cok. Ini aja gue baru bikin thumbnailnya literally baru fresh from the oven itu thumbnailnya tuh GC ya. Watch party. Baru bangun gue. By the way, gue ambil di YouTube dulu ya untuk nontonnya ya.
And I am with the IGL Ginny here.
Soalnya ini kalau di Twitch gue lupa kan, karena gue lupa tanggal segini mainnya GC. Jadi gue lupa ini subscribe Twitch yang buat gak ada iklannya gitu loh. Makanya gue nonton di YouTube aja lah ya. Pengambil Arcane 2.0. Kagak nonton kagak nonton live gua sih lu tadi. Gimana sih? Kayak halo Nene. Bentar. Gue pakai thumbnailnya aja deh buat ini. Buat IG story nggak kebuat-buat aja di IG story gue. Damn it, bro. Pokoknya gue sudah tidak menjawab pertanyaan-pertanyaan yang sebenarnya jawabannya udah ada gitu. Gimana ya? Capek gitu soalnya kalau ditanyain hal-hal itu terus ya nggak sih? Kita butuh progres nggak sih? Sekali tadi sepanjang live isinya harga berapa tiap menit tiap detik ada aja nanya harga. Sekali gua live isinya ngasih harga, lu katain gua live TikTok jualan. Kalau gua jualan ayo dah. Sampai jam berapa? Sampai kelar, sampai Xipto sama FlyQuest Red. WPGC, let's go. Oke, story juga udah terbuat. Saatnya pesan makan, saya lapar. Bentar. Makan apa ya malam gini ya? 1 sampai 10 berapa nilai buat Vandal Arcane? Gue sih belum terbiasa ya, jadi belum bisa ngomong lah ya. I mean it's good though. By visual gue suka. Mungkin suaranya ya masih terlalu ringan buat gue, makanya gue bilang masih butuh penyesuaian gue. Oke. Yang ditunggu-tunggu dari Irsen. Parah lu nggak nunggu yang lain di Irsen selain ini. Parah banget, padahal kita bikin konten banyak. Kan gak cuma WP, kalau lagi off season gini gimana coba? Kan pertandingannya gak banyak. Bahkan on season tahun depan pun WP-nya nggak sebanyak tahun ini loh. Nanti kita. Soalnya tuh terlalu menguras banyak waktu kemarin. Nanti tahun depan kita rencana nontonnya cuma buat yang big match lah. Parah banget Akhirnya. Kamu nggak suka aku ya? Langsung jump to the conclusion ya. Ntar sambil gua pesan makan deh, lu dengerin deh. Suara aman ya, suara aman ya.
I think this time I more confident with my roles and I think I improve as a team player more than last time.
Oke, aman Akhirnya. Podcast gue sudah punya podcast, lihat. Kami punya podcast di Pincet. Masa lu kagak kepincet juga?
I only speak English and Thai. Yeah, and they only speak Chinese sometimes.
Kita punya program baru podcast. Kita mau coba dulu beberapa episode. Kalau emang nggak works, mungkin kita tinggalkan. Kalau works, maybe kita lanjutkan. Kalau works ya pasti dilanjutkan dong. Gimana sih? Kita akan coba beberapa episode pertama lah. Malam Yokai, malam Laura, welcome. Jangan lupa di like by the way yang belum ya, biar trending FYP masuk ke kolom home-nya mak lo. Biar tahu mak lo ada Iron Senpai namanya.
Do you notice a difference in the game style that you have to prepare for the strategies?
I think our team need to prepare a lot of things, a lot of strategy. Yeah, because in China there is the new team. All of them.
Akhirnya WP lagi, iya.
This time we come
Welcome back WP.
Can learn a lot of things from the other team.
Definitely. Your first match you're
City
going up
Pacific
against
kapan
Falcons
ya
will be
masih tahun depan lah kan
really
udah ini
consistent
udah off
this
season.
year
Off seasonnya udah dari pokoknya kalau udah lewat
Any
Champions
stress? Do you
itu udah
feel
masuk
prepared to
off
go
season,
up
oke?
against them?
Champions
Definitely
sudah
gonna
paling
be a
tinggi,
tough
oke?
opponent. What do you make of them?
Dah, camkan itu.
Can
Biar lu
say
kagak bingung-bingung lagi ya.
10.000
Terima kasih None.
dari None.
Falcons
Pesan,
very
Min, dukung siapa nih Min? Baru join nih.
Ini Xipto karena di dalamnya ada Enery sama Tara, Indo Praido, ya.
In the qualifier, the stats outrageous.
Dukung
like
itu saya.
over a kill per round on like every duelist. You've been really incredible and
Yang
I'm very
Xipto,
excited
bukan
to
yang ini
be
game
able
yang
to watch
ketiga
some of the
nanti
games
baru
with
ada
you,
yang Xipto
commentate
main.
some of them too. But thank you so much for joining me.
Oh yang main
Best of
cewek
luck in
ya
the tournament.
emang pertandingannya buat mereka.
Oh man, what a great interview. I think it's so funny.
Podcastnya bagus, Min, kayak ngebantu nemenin nugas kerja soalnya nggak perlu terlalu merhatiin ekspresi. Actually, masih banyak yang harus kita perbaikin sih. Maksudnya gua kan dengerin ulang kan, kayak masih banyak kayak kadang ngomong kita kaku banget, kadang-kadang itu masih ada. I mean, this is our first podcast, jadi kayak gue yakin pasti banyak minusnya masih. Jadi kedepannya kita usahakan lebih baik lagi. Makanya kita sangat-sangat membuka feedback gitu loh. Kalau ada feedback kasih tahu di kolom komentar, kan kita selalu bilang kayak gitu di podcastnya.
Study some Chinese would probably help. But in this case, it's such an interesting dynamic to have, two halves to the team and then a bridge in the middle at times. I guess it's when things
Tapi
get
Champions yang
chaotic,
bola belum
right?
selesai,
When
kayak
you
gimana
need
tuh?
to just quick
Selalu
and
dah.
snappy with your communication that you revert to your
Kenapa jadi bawaannya bola, dibawa-bawa ke Valorant?
It's not easy to make happen.
Kan beda ya.
Work efficiently, but clearly, at least from what we've seen so far, the stats don't lie. It's a famous phrase.
Game Changers timnya harus org kayak sama kayak visi. Actually gue nggak tahu.
They're making it work.
I don't know,
whether
bro.
It seems counterintuitive or not.
I mean, we've seen it also in the past, and we.
Gua nggak seberapa ngurusin GC soalnya.
Sure,
you know,
yeah,
because Spanish and Portuguese are very similar, but at the end of the day, their words are very similar, and their
Ya
words.
sih masih terasa DR juga. Anjir lu masih merasa ada DR-nya anjir. Itu tuh udah bacot banget loh kita. Kayaknya bukan DR deh. Maksud lu? Anjir kalau disebut DR sih mati juga kita anjir ada ngomong DR lu.
Your level like skyrockets. So probably in the future that will happen. But
Mungkin sebenarnya itu bukan DR yang bikin kayak gitu tuh. Mungkin karena kita nggak ada gambar sama videonya masih. Gue sudah evaluasi sih. Ke depan harusnya ada gambar sama video untuk menunjang topiknya gitu. Goblok. Ini lagi nanya lagi visit yang cowok kapan kayak aduh. Aku nggak jawab pertanyaan yang sama-sama ya, maaf deh. Jadi aku bukan sombong, males ditanyain hal yang sama aja, oke?
I want to talk about Mad V a little bit. Speaking of
Because who doesn't?
Gameplay.
Because who doesn't?
Podcastnya udah lumayan kok, Min, apalagi ada part-partnya jadi memudahkan, nice.
Their comps
Action nggak main kayak serah lu dah.
Agent picks have been interesting, Mitch.
Yeah, they have, right? Matt V, an initiator.
Gue tuh kadang-kadang kesel. Gue tuh padahal pengen interaksi sama penonton, tapi kadang-kadang penonton juga ngeselin ya. Gimana ya?
It's been on the ISO. It's been so much fun, particularly on Haven. She is just lights out performances again and again, and it kind of makes sense. Matt V, very good player. Matt V with
pengen sayang tapi kok minta dibanting maksud gue.
Even better player. It makes sense. I'm just curious to see that if teams.
Lu podcast di live kayak ini juga nih kelakuan orang yang pengen disayang tapi minta dibanting ini. Pakai teh ini. Gue udah bilang ada di pincet. Ada link di pincet tuh buat apa?
But then as well, I look at Matt V in a moment where you're coming in with a sub. You need those consistent players to be the ones putting up the numbers, and the breach and the KO and so on. Fantastic, great support.
By the way, gue belum sempat pesan makan nih, by the way nih, bentar nih. Lapar aku tuh, mungkin karena lapar saya jadi emosi ya, maaf ya. Lapar bikin emosi kan?
I'm overcooking a little bit today, okay?
I think it's.
Ya beginilah viewermu kayak sabar ya. Iya, nggak public, nggak viewer.
We'll see.
But what Mitch is trying to say
Ngajak gelut
is
semua.
that she's been very flexible. I think that especially from day one, she's had a lot of eyes on her because at some point when you're performing.
Raja Karbit dadah, bukan temanku.
People are not like preying on your downfall.
Kasih terserah lu sih sebenarnya.
They want to see until what point you can keep up that performance.
Paling jadi kelihatan anjir nih orang kenapa sih? Tiba-tiba dukung ini, tiba-tiba dukung itu.
So of course she is one of the number one players.
Kayak halo, Ai pelatih lumba-lumba, welcome.
Now, I know you guys don't do predictions all the time, but we are seeing these two regions
Ya, maksud lu bridging. Emang kalau bridgingnya emang Fuyu masih kelihatan kayak wawancara banget emang. Soalnya dia yang punya bahan tuh dia semua. Dia yang punya bahan. Gue tuh bener-bener kayak nggak ada briefnya. Lu tahu kan? Kalau makanya gue jawabnya selalu miring anjing. Lu tahu garis besar mau ngomongin apaan. Tapi apa yang ditanya, apa yang mau dibahas tuh dia semua.
I don't know. I think ALG
Now
has been ready for some serious map pool shifts.
We'll try to be better every episode,
Already
okay?
gave us a surprise, so I'm down for a second one, but I think it does.
Semoga kita
come
bisa
down
grow
to
tiap
the-
episodenya.
Yeah, I think it's going to come down to the map picks. If they pick something that ALG can't do, then it might be tough. Now, China's ALG versus
Amin ini
Mina's
juga latihan
Falcons,
buat
Vega
kita lah.
ready to go. Let's send it down to
Biar
the stage
ngomongnya
and bring out
lebih
our
enak
teams.
gitu. Abis ini AI. Xipto abis ini. Emang podcastnya ada yang nonton kayak? Gak ada. Kebetulan gak ada Arkana. Kita sih bakal coba beberapa episode ya. Kita lihat apakah works apa tidak. Kemungkinan besar bakal nyoba mingguan. Kemungkinan besar ya mingguan. Atau mungkin 2 minggu sekali, I don't know. Kita lihat aja.
And
Gila, awkward
we've
banget
got
tuh.
Falcons, Vega,
Itu
and ALG gearing up and
hand-
ready to go. ALG, some of them are calling them a super team.
Apa,
that's
Brovisnya
formed,
cukup
even
ini ya.
though this team is only formed
Cukup awkward
maybe
ya tadi ya.
5 months ago, but they've been performing really well over in China.
Panggil player nggak sih, Kai, biar rame podcast itu? Sebenarnya sih kita, gue sih bilang sama Fuyu, in the end kalau kita mau gede, maksudnya end game-nya kita pasti manggil orang, manggil bintang tamu. Tapi untuk sekarang kita fokus perbaikin kita punya fundamental podcastnya dulu aja, ngerti nggak sih? I mean kita harus seru dulu lah kitanya gitu loh. Ya kali harus harus depend sama yang diundang terus gitu loh, ngerti nggak sih maksudnya?
10.000 dari None.
Non.
Pesan, Min. Saranku tambah efek sound dong Cloud Podcast.
Efek sound anjir, pengen masukin ketawa bajai-bajuri banget nih. Bentar, maksudnya sound efek yang gimana nih? Yang miau 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 gitu juga. Mau yang gitu-gitu. Sound efek yang gimana nih contohnya nih? Soalnya kita tuh ngelihatnya tuh pasti kan podcast-podcast Valorant lain kan kayak Chat, kayak Palu to Asia, mereka tuh nggak ada kayak gitu-gitunya. Mungkin karena emang nggak ada gambar sama video yang gue bilang tadi. Nextnya kita mau, tidaknya gue bilang ke Fuyu sih, nextnya editnya lebih banyak video sama gambar daripada ngezoom sih. Jadi semoga itu ngebantu ya.
Sticking with the same comps, I mean, realistically, we've seen one team come in and innovate a little bit, and I do think that was sort of taking into account the power level matchup in that game.
Ambitious Legend Gaming. Namanya ambisius sekali ini.
Yeah, and you need to think about the individual level. Just the playing with the double duo.
Dan mereka kan pemenangnya sih, ingat gue, Ambitious Legend Gaming ini. Sangat ambisius bro. Masih Neon ya, satu. Neon ISO bro. Falcons.
But they have to be on a very good individual level. And man, am I happy to see Mary sitting behind that PC again.
It just looks right, doesn't it? For Falcons, a real chance. I mean, looking at ALG.
Tapi kalau ada tamu nggak aneh apa Min, kayak yang dua off cam tapi bintang tamunya on cam sendiri, enggak lah. Aman aja. Harusnya aman aja.
All right, now we're all set for our second match of the day, so let's send it over to your casters. And they always have.
I mean kalau VTuber nge-podcast emang nggak gitu juga. Misal.
Thanks very much, Victoria.
Kan yang penting obrolannya ya, bukan visualnya.
Here for day 1 of GCC. It's the first time a MENA team is at a global event for Valorant, facing off against China, who had a great.
Enggak, jangan terlalu banyak sound effect yang tung tang tung tung, janganlah anjir. Kan fokusnya harusnya kan omongannya ya.
But this team has been looking very good, especially in China, ever since running on that LAN stage and going up against a new addition right into GC, that EME EMEA third slot. If Falcons
Anjir, gue belum
can
pesan
win
makan dari tadi lo
and run in this
tolol
tournament,
banget.
they will prove that EMEA
Mari
has
kita
some
pakai
serious
paket gue makan setiap malam kalau lagi bingung mau makan apa.
Bacat 10.000
None.
dari None. Pesan minimal sound tepuk tangan.
Anjir.
Oke.
Buat bikin orang ketawa aja harus di backup sama sound effect tepuk tangan sih menurut gue sih kasihan ya, lebih ke kasihan sih menurut gue None. Lebih ke kasihan.
Just looking for a little spam right now, and Falcons have managed to use that Omen smoke to cross down into short, but
Kayaknya nggak bakal sampai kayak gitu.
And stun ready to go. Off the contact from 1 HP.
Nah, mampus lu langsung ditembak sama Fuyu. Alay ya penonton Indo. Sukanya yang ada sound efeknya.
Paranoia coming in and Muffin, someone that's here has the first kill and a dash to escape as well instead. Tucks in towards long.
amazing.
Emang alay penonton kita tuh yuk. Alay.
The situation now at ELG, they flooded in 3 players into the site. And as noise is cut, you'll see Lion is still hanging out over on B.
Beda jangan lupa yang baru datang di like dulu yang belum ya.
And he'll head all the way back towards C.
Arahin full. Yang edit kan Fuyu ya.
It'll be huge in the retake.
No, ngomong sendiri ke editornya no. Apa nggak ditaplok lo?
It's gonna be really hard for ALG to get back into the site.
Yusin will have smokes online for the retake.
And Ginny has the refresh of the fault line.
Feedback appreciated tapi nggak SFX nah.
That's that
Gamenya udah mulai by the way guys.
Crossfire. The substitute will be the first one up.
Ah udah di crossfire udah. Ini namanya crossfire guys. Kanan kiri oke. Wah. Udah.
Lion dives in down instantly. Madvi's picked off the rest.
That's just so nice. I mean, double crossfires. They had 2
Kalaupun
players
mati
in
satu
garage.
bisa di trade langsung sama di sampingnya kan. Sama seberangnya sorry.
Falcons coming in hot.
And looking good doing so. For this Falcons team, I mean,
Xipto, let's go. Sabar. Belum.
Mary, but this is a roster who I think had some questionable expectations. We're so good all year in EMEA, a true second team.
ALG ini sih ingat gue dari
Lose out
China sih ingat gue ALG ini ya bentar. Gue lupa regionnya sih actually.
Yeah, the championship.
Karena gue nggak ngeliatin timnya ya, nggak seberapa nge-research timnya, sorry banget nih. Ya kan ALG Cina kan, Falcon nih mana? Falcon nih Latam bukan? Apa Arab? Arab ya? Kandidat coach saha kayak iya masih tetap Shopify sama Xipto lah.
Bacat 10.000
None.
dari None. Pesan ampun Minfuy. Wakak asteris.
Langsung maaf dah. Makasih None by the way. Tapi saran yang lain kita masih buka kok, aman. Kalau ada sarannya bagus-bagus mas, selain SFX kan mungkin ada.
3 players set up on A, but
Navi tim apa? Ini Navi aja kagak main, dia bawa Navi pula. Aduh, kasihan Ardis. Ardis masih di Navi gak sih? Dia udah masuk FPX gak sih? Udah learn Mandarin gak sih dia? Cek EDG Champions. Ardis fix Cina aja gak sih? Bro, apa start to learn Chinese? Oh my god. Lihat tuh. Riot, tolong lihat itu neonnya. Tolong di Dinner. Game ini bagus loh sebelumnya. Sebelum neon. Sebelum neon. Maaf dulu bagus loh game ini.
This team has only played 6 matches together.
Yeah, it means that, you know, orgs and teams are formed to win that qualifier. They don't have that full year of calendar. And even for a team like
Pas setiap kali gue ngelawan neon ya, ujung-ujungnya crosshair gue pasti udah jauh dari dinding. Nungguin dia nge-slide aja udah. Berharap langsung kena kepala itu.
Is there a lobby fight coming? Cross down long, a stun ready to go.
Whiffing on that dart is bad. Knowing Yusin's in the corner does eat up a stun.
But there's a cage.
Kembalikan neon 2 stun. Gue oke 2 stun, tapi jangan mantul gimana? Jangan mantul lu. 2 lah, gue kasih lu 2 stun. Tapi jangan mantul bisa nggak?
Drone down short instead.
Atau mantul aja terus yang apa bolt pertamanya nggak kena, ngerti gak sih? Intinya satu area doang gitu.
does it look like?
Soalnya bajingannya di situ, Cok.
I just think this is really good, you know, round-to-round calling from Falcons.
Lu minta dua. Yang sekarang aja ngeselin anjing.
Rotate into B. This time, freezing, now gonna show a fake into that garage area, and the spike is still hanging out over towards that A side.
And ALG is fully bought into this one. 3 players on this side of the map still. The Omen picking up space towards B and only.
Masalahnya Neon ini nggak ada di schedule mereka kayak untuk di nerf masalahnya, Cok.
Now MadV to get up into garage window, put down these shots. Those 3 players are now stuck on the C side. They have to deal with MadV before doing anything else.
Bulldog moment. Bukan Phantom moment, Bulldog moment loh. Udah pakai arcane Pandal. Baru di itu ya, baru promosi udah itu. Udah nge-wave dia.
Coming at the same time from this new player in Lexa. Now holding in that position is just such a problem to clear out. Muffin gets the kill, but up for taking serious
Bang Iron posisi monitor yang enak buat main Palo gimana? Itu mah preferensi sendiri, bro. Gila, di Aceh sama FLC, Toki.
Just perfection. I mean, look, that was, I think, a 5v3 at one point in the round because MadV lost the fight up in garage window. Mary runs straight
ada
into
tips
the
and trick
triple
nggak
as
untuk
LG didn't over-rotate.
untuk silver rank?
It is Toki getting
Gua dari silver ke gold tuh zaman mempelajari Killjoy sih. Jadi kayaknya of course tembakan juga, tapi itu kan sembari berjalannya waktu harusnya naik sendiri. Mempelajari agent sih, perbaiki utility gitu. Soalnya zaman dulu tuh kalau gua ya masih kayak util nggak dipikirin buat apa gitu loh. Harus lebih harus lebih ada purpose-nya utility lu lah.
Everyone else has just fallen to pieces.
Falcons owns A, and Mary, I guess she owns Ginny, slides straight on in for 2. Heating back up on the stage she won in 2022.
This Falcons comp is a little bit different than what you're used to seeing, right? On Haven usually
nanti masuk gold lu udah harus minimal ada comms-nya dikit-dikit tuh kalau gold minimal kalau menurut gua.
What you're missing in that comp when you lose a breach, for example, or a sky or something like this.
Lo nggak tuh deciding sama Neon.
Make it work is by using all of the walls, whether it's the push wall from the
di public aja kesel anjir.
Neon wall either to get really up close and personal. They don't need the flash then to break into the space.
I mean kadang-kadang gua bisa nge-counter dia, kadang-kadang bisa gua langsung dapetin palanya, tapi kan kadang-kadang ya. Most likely kan dia sliding kaki gue duluan ya, terus kepala gue ditampar pakai shotgun gitu, badan gue sih.
Already in this game, and for ALG, recovering like this, I think is tough. You heard it in that interview earlier, but they have a very different system of communication, right? Half the players only speak Chinese.
Orang ambisius dipatok burung gini, ya ambisius di negara sendiri belum tentu di negara lain masih ambisius. Mungkin bagi mereka kami sudah senang ada di sini.
Yeah, I can't even imagine how hard that is. Like you have to play the game, understand everything that's happening, while listening to 2 different languages and also translating in the moment as well. And yet they crushed in the Chinese circuit.
Yeah, didn't drop a map.
Kalau ketemu Neon pengen rasanya lempar granat deadlock, tapi kan belum tentu kena. Kenainnya tuh loh.
It's gonna be really important. There's a lot of big ultimates over on the side of Falcons. The ALG are gonna have to worry about that ISO ult. I think has to be the big one here.
Oke, malam Kai-chan, welcome, jangan lupa di like.
A-lobby just have not been working for them. I think the timing of their utility has been either dodged away from by Falcons or has been slightly chosen at the wrong moments, and I think that's why coming out of this timeout they've shifted their setup a bit.
But Falcons have shifted a bit too, sending Mary into garage instead. And she's gonna go
iya, takutnya lu lempar granat, Leonnya udah lewat anjing.
Grabs the Omen. 1v1. MadV versus Yusin. The ISO spots out
rada serem tuh.
And that extra shield just too much to deal with.
And what ends up happening after that? Well, everyone's coming over into that C site. Nothing you're gonna do as a
I mean ISO aja masih kepake kok walaupun dia adjust dikit gitu loh. Masa Neon nggak di adjust dikit gitu minimal gitu. Maksud gua. I mean habis ngeliat Dambai kok bisa nggak di adjust aja, gue bingung loh. You see Dambai, how Dambai broke the game gitu dengan Neonnya gitu. Gue nggak masuk akalnya sih di situ ya dikit ya. Besok tuh WPPL kakak. Iya, jadi kayaknya gue nggak tidur deh ini.
MadV's flank doesn't even become necessary as Falcons dominate.
Kan dia jam 11 ya PL ya.
You know, something I noticed a lot when watching ALG playing in their qualifier tournament to make it here was that they just
Iya, ISO setelah broken shield-nya langsung di-adjust. Neon kagak, Cok. Why? Kenapa mereka mendapatkan perlakuan yang berbeda? Kalau mau lawan Neon harus memiliki crosshair placement pro player. Sekarang lihat, pro player aja kesel lawan Neon. Pro player aja kesel nggak counternya. Terus lu bilang apa? Jawabannya pakai crosshair pro player. Nggak ngaruh. Pro player juga kesel. Nih apa nih? Tani kah? Di Tani kah nih? Liga Tani kah? Di farming ya ini ambisiusnya.
To the roster here, but nice to hear that they've been practicing as this 5 players for at least a few weeks now. 4-1 currently, doing all right, starting things off here. And honestly, for Falcons, you couldn't ask for a better way to kick off a tournament. It has looked real nice from them.
Menurut gua sih yang paling kurang ajar sih itunya, salah satunya flightnya 2 dan ini apa firing errornya hilang tuh loh. Lu pilih deh. Flightnya 2 firing error hilang, flight 1 firing error tetap dah, gitu aja dah. Bunuh 2 dapat 1 slide lagi, bener tuh masih tuh. Tinggal pilih tuh menurut gua tuh. Ya kali diambil semua, Cok.
Not much you can do with that. So again, it's just a carbon copy of that pistol round. Open up into A lobby, get the over rotation to A site because you know ALG.
Enggak lah, ini 3 game server 1.
Not going to be too much of a problem.
No one home. Mary will run into this site uncontested and again Falcons in a position where they just get to set up.
Balikin maksudnya dong Gizen. Kan firing error itu berarti kan yang bikin dia gitu, apa gerak-gerak gitu loh. Gak akurat. Ah, paranoia kurang. Tapi nice. Cukup paranoia walaupun cuma dapat beberapa orang. Udah, hampir. Anjir. Itu serem banget, Cok. Ini orang udah buka util lagi anjir. Itu kalau nggak mati dia buka util udah dimati nih orang. Kalau gue lihat tadi.
And sometimes that's all you need. Turn around the momentum. Remember who you are and get comfortable on that stage.
Padahal neonnya nggak kena tuh. Neonnya berarti yang salah tuh. Udah siap nge-flash anjing. Itu udah. Itu kalau nggak kena tembakan sheriffnya dia nge-flash itu. Mau ditabak musuhnya pakai flash anjing. Bisa tuh bunuh orang flash ya. Kayak nyemil apa malam ini? Gue makan gue tuh baru bangun jadi belum makan gue. Makan siang, makan malam belum. Digeprek tadi. Tadi Zeta sama siapa sih? Kru ya? Menang siapa ya? Gue lupa. ALG lebih lucu anjir. Pilihnya siapa yang lucu anjir. Kru yang menang ya. Zeta sih emang dari itu kurang juga sih. Lihat aja di grand final di apa-apain sama Xipto udah. Berantakan lagi deh jam tidur kayak dari kemarin emang udah berantakan jadi ya aman aja sih gue. Untuk apa? Untuk pembiasaannya udah aman sih. Paling 2 hari ini aja yang rada kenceng nih gue nih. Soalnya kan Sabtu sama Minggu ada PL. Dan dia mulainya pagi. Paling itu aja yang rada capek nanti 2 hari. Habis itu lanjutin GC deh.
Survives. Yeah, the hunt was on, but Ginny actually was the hunter all along. Turns out.
Nggak WP. Gue sih udah bilang sama Darkoji, gue udah mau WP dikasih itunya sih. Ya icon lah.
And I think that the way Lion's been playing, it's been one trip actually on the site that she is holding. Maybe she'd have a little bit better luck doubling up and playing for stronger kill trips, because it has just been a lot of these mid-round execs from Falcon so far.
Asik kayak ada prem PL. Ya itu. Walaupun kan gue nggak ada backgroundnya nih, jadi gue masih bingung mau gue taruh mana ya enaknya. Gue harus taruh gambar background manual. Kelewatan Cyphernya, tapi langsung di trade. Gua smoke bagaikan biji. Apa? Terus nanti udah lihat gampang baur. Kayaknya dia looks like a cool guy.
Just gonna be holding this off for maybe a re-aggro into mid. ALG didn't walk into this round with much spent, just carrying over the op from last round, and I think they've just got to go for the save.
See these ultimates snowball a bit though. No charges left. Neon overdrive in this one.
They're playing it.
Yeah, going for the
Kurang tahu Davin. Pada orang Riot. Nice di ulti, bye-bye sih ini VLCR-nya. Efek TP, kanan kiri bersihin semua kan. Tapi ternyata masih ada safety netnya dari Garat dan langsung di pick dari Celong. GG, nice banget itu cosplaynya. Gue pikir bakal dihabisin, ternyata ada safety netnya Cypher. Bulan lalu bukannya udah game changer, itu bulan lalu game changernya buat regional, yang menang buat masuk ke sini. Ini konteks gini-gini nih yang sering orang ketinggalan nih. Cuman tahu apa judulnya GC tapi nggak tahu ini buat apa. Sering tuh. Ini nih pertandingan akhirnya GC yang ini. Championship. Kayak klip podcast kita di like orang Riot. Yang toloran itu. Apakah ternyata sebaiknya kita pakai nama toloran sebenarnya?
Their two main looks have been fighting all over A lobby and then sort of like a trap play over towards C with the breach stun. I think maybe get more active into mid, hunt down the Cypher camera that's placed outside garage, put some pressure.
Enggak lah, gak bakal berubah lagi anjing.
Because what's happening is Falcons
ya kali.
And it doesn't matter if they have no control over mid. Like they don't have to.
Gak bakal balik. Gak bakal jadi toloran dong. Tolonglah. Welcome aja anjing. Iya, kalau nama podcastnya diganti sih masih aman ya. Toloran podcast gitu masih oke sih. Toloran podcast, cok. Ya nonton dapat banner Arken ya, beda dong. Oh iya masih ada Arken ya besok ya. Itu kan ada WP, paling gue nanti nonton Arken-nya. Oh nggak mau jadinya harus gue ini di ALT tab, buka Twitch. Tapi gue nggak nonton, gue WP. Nah, paling gitu deh, buat dapet drop. Omongannya tolol soalnya, iya. Anjir di Jepangan tororan anjir.
Full contact up. The Cypher cam will be the first point of contact.
Itu WP di Twitch. Hah? Enggak. Maksudnya gue kan pengen dapat ininya juga, dropnya juga. Ya maksudnya gue nonton, jadinya nonton. Tapi gue ALT tab aja, jadinya gue tetap WP-nya kayak Dator Lake gitu loh. Kan seingat gue tuh rada nabrak ya jamnya ya. Nonton season 1 nggak kayak nonton dong. Amin sebagai orang DKV yang suka visual, melihat Arken dengan animasi seperti itu gila bro. Animasi Arken tuh game changer bro, menurut gue bro. Bagus banget anjir. Even Fuyu approve sebagai mahasiswa animasi.
1 HP had the Hunter's Fury, chose not to use it.
Keep in mind, even if they try to play this retake, there's going to be a late TP flank.
Enggak. Lagian kan kita bukan
Won't do
Ini
any
ya,
damage this time.
gak
So
punya
it's
Twitch
even
juga ya.
4v4, but Toki has worked all the way
Ada
through
Twitch
it.
tapi cuma buat
Joey
nonton.
spotted. And onto the side ALG go. That's a kidnap onto the first player. Mad V has a 1v1. 1 HP outside.
Proses membuat Arken aja lama banget. Lebih tepatnya semua animasi sih. Pokoknya pasti lama sih.
Stuck down on long, it doesn't even matter. Lion went all the way up at the same time. Ginny won
Weh,
that
Lion
1v1
get
against
3.
the Omen flank. You see post plants, they've
Lalu
actually
di cover
found
kayak,
some success
udah
here
lama
for
ya.
AG.
Udah lulusnya lama. SDS udah SDS lama ini, SDS zaman dulu.
That's where we're seeing a bit better team play from ALG. You were talking about the flood retake.
Oke, malam.
They're the best when they're just going fast, playing off each other, not really overcomplicating it.
I really love that they're just running down C long as well, because a lot of teams you'll just like start sticking on the spike.
Tapi gue berharap sih nanti mereka bikin series-series lagi sih kayak gitu. Apalagi kan Championship LoL kan banyak banget kan. Jadi mereka bisa explore banyak banget itu. Untuk bikin animasi lagi anjir. Apalagi ngeliat Arken begitu sukses ya menurut gue ya. Kamu, gila mau di Bro!
That was a misclick for sure.
Yeah, and she can't hold out the Hunter's Fury because she's gonna get pinged.
But the crossfire on B was never discovered.
Hunter's Fury mau ngacurin Recon anjing.
Down goes Mad V.
Terus di cancel. Damn, bro.
Finally though, Mary is
Are you okay?
Spike is down in the hands of ALG.
Yo.
Alexa could be looking for a body here.
Anjing ngeliat ke atas pakai Hunter's Fury, bro. Gila, bro. Dipikir jet anjing dilempar ke situ. Deh, bro. Ente buat lo, bro.
Alexa doesn't have another one.
Ente banget, bro.
Somehow it does. A whip coming out, but Jimmy defends her teammates.
Lama menang gak apa-apa, bro. Tim lu menang, bro. Tim lu menang gak apa-apa, bro.
I don't know, I could see that from Eva. If she had
Bro, begitu panik kayaknya ya.
There's a world she's coming away with that one.
Bro, begitu panik. Mencetnya Hunter's Fury anjir.
Now a few rounds, Lion's been having some serious impact later on into it. Here, of course, that crossfire catching out Falcons.
Makanan gue udah sampai. Bentar deh, nunggu kelar ini deh. Nunggu kelar ini gue ambil.
Well, yes, they're opening up into A every round. A lot of times they like to go back onto the other side of the map. So that double stack is going to work. And, Lion actually getting a giga forward camera. Going to be big info late in the round.
Couple tags on the dart towards A.
Agak ini ya, agak ngeri ya.
Redeemed for last round.
Yeah, good opener there.
By the way,
Latahnya Hunter's Fury, bro.
Look at that. There's two cyber.
Latahnya bukan ayam. I am the hunter.
I don't know. I don't know what cyber trips are.
Latahnya tuh.
Their free time is theirs.
GG.
So 4v5 to navigate here for Falcons. And they're soon going to discover that second cypher trip down long.
Ambisius gak sih? Sesuai nama aja. Ambisius. Ketahuan Neon cabut. Cuma bikin suara doang tuh Neonnya gangguin.
This time ALG not over-rotating. They've stuck to their guns. But is it A? It's another
dapat dua yuk. Wah, jetnya ada di situ sudah 3 orang di A. Harusnya info sudah masuk. Cek. Toki.
But it doesn't matter. The second she leaves, the site's open, and now it's a 3-on-4. Not unwinnable for Falcons.
Masih sangat winnable ini buat ALG.
Suddenly this round is even. And Ginny pushed away as well.
Toki stepped up into garage window.
But there's a flank around. Yusin's making
kedengeran dong kaki lu. Gimana sih?
3v2, paranoia backside.
Panik tuh, majunya panik tuh. Gak penting majunya anjir.
A 3v5 victory.
Masih nge-hold di garage, dia udah masuk anjir.
I thought for a second
masih suara.
getting lost in the sauce. It was fake on fake on fake. Mary hanging out over towards A. But when they've sent her into sights on these fakes, she's been super effective. There she doesn't quite get the kills, but having the Omen ult to fast reposition onto the C site was perfectly done for Falcons.
Nice mbak, nice.
It was,
I agree, yeah.
Good take.
Really insightful stuff from the Falcons camp.
We've seen this one a few times on this map thus far. The ALG attempts at a lobby fights, and
Mending ini atau silver apa? Mending ini lah, gila. Menurut lo aja silver. Omongan silver.
It's never been done.
Yeah, Madvi did end up popping the shield though.
Amin, lu ngelawan Enary aja belum tentu menang, Cok.
Mary, they're gonna do it again.
Ooh, does Muffin have a timing? Not quite.
Ada dihabisi lu.
So makes it across towards short.
Really nice position to play
Lihat,
this round from.
gue pikir bakal kayak di di
See, and now getting up into garage.
Bait.
Like, ALG just don't have any forward space except for
Ada
A.
sedikit
Muffin getting that.
ngeblank tuh tadi tuh.
And yet Lexus crept forward.
And 1 HP wasn't watching. That's one. A stun for Ginny is good, but
Wah, dia nggak ada. Mati banget sini orang. Ih, nice banget smoke-nya.
LG's teammate lets Lexa escape.
Bentar. Itu smoke-nya Yusin kan?
Too early.
Malah bikin
Broken though. 3 players backside Muffin.
malah bikin Cypher-nya nggak mati dong. Gimana sih?
Swings forward past her smoke and dash away. 3 for Muffin.
Well, they get the round. They get the round though. Ya udah.
Muffin comes online.
Membingungkan tapi they get the round.
Up out there. She's looking real good in the final round. Absolutely nasty stuff and back on site. And we're
Nah, tadi soalnya kan Cypher-nya udah pasti mati tuh. Di aftershock tuh. Disemok anjing sama teman sendiri, Cok. Kan tinggal di swing berdua tuh tadi tuh. Tuornya.
And from a real rough start, it's now 4 to ALG. We'll see if they can recover when we return.
Berkah menyelamatkan lawan, anjir. Gak tau sih, ALG kayak masih banyak kesalahan-kesalahan minor sih menurut gue. Yang gue lihat ya. Bentar, daripada gue kena copyright lagu kan, jadi gue pakai lagu saya sendiri aja dulu. Kenapa be right back ya tapi tulisannya? Biasanya kan ngasih waktu itu. Ini ada apa? Ada technical pause kah? Technical issue? Mbak, jangan lama-lama, Mbak. Makanan gua, Mbak. Makanan gua udah nyampe, tinggal ngambil nih. Ambil dulu kali, kayak masanya lama, gue ngambil makanan itu pasti lama. Nah ini nih. Ngapain lebih right back kalau ujungnya balik ke sini ya? What the heck, man? Penasaran aja gue.
Third seed could do, especially when a sub had to come into the roster. But it has been a strong start for the team, up 8-4 on Haven, and for Lexa, the sub in particular.
Turns out she's just the super sub, 13-5 in the first 12 rounds here. Definitely.
Harusnya sih kalau lihat dari gameplaynya ya, ngeliat dari tadi juga, kayaknya LG bakal pulang cepat menurut gua ya. No offense, good fans ya kalau ada. But I think they're not gonna stay for too long. Tapi baru satu map, gue baru lihat satu map dan baru masih first half, jadi ya mungkin gue terlalu cepat ngejudge ya. Siapa tahu kan, nggak ada yang tahu bro. Tiba-tiba mereka menemukan apa momentumnya ternyata di second half gitu, atau di map kedua gitu.
As soon as this trip gets broken though, it's so hard for Falcons to commit 3 players.
Kok di judul maksudnya di thumbnail? Ya karena gue dukungnya Xipto karena ada Enary-nya. Ada Enary sama Tara orang Indonya. Gue kan kalau ada orang Indo saya otomatis saya dukung ya.
No dash on Muffin.
They may just be waiting for the refresh of that breach stun.
Stun's back.
There it is.
Goes the dart. Both pieces of utility will be used into this site. There's a player in that close corner and Muffin has found the opener.
Tapi langsung di trade. Demi trade.
Short still never got shut down. Finally she'll die, but it's still a 1v2. It's the super sub Lexa.
Lexa, she's been so good here now, pushing out through the
smoke,
takes her timing. The Lion shuts her down. 3 kills on the round, and ALG up to 5.
A critical pistol round for the CN representative.
Pokoknya Apak tuh ada dua tim dari Apak, Xipto sama Zeta.
I think to what we saw from EDG last year, where it felt like at times they looked pretty one-dimensional. ALG especially.
Tuh, baru gua roasting. Ini kayaknya pulang cepet deh. Langsung menang mereka pistol round, bisa ini. Mungkin mereka lagi gugup aja nggak sih? Kesalahan minor tadi mungkin kan gugup bro. Lantas Fury Recon kan, wah itu minor sekali dong. Masa sih itu major?
Funny how quickly things fall apart.
I think there was 4 there.
Was there 4?
Yeah, all hiding
I can't
together.
count.
Now Lexa the only one.
I mean, you told me she's the super sub.
Tinggal Cypher.
Yeah, but you told me that.
Okay.
Masih bisa headshot dikit.
Not super enough. Yeah. You know what?
Cuma bisa dapetin armor doang tuh.
Oh my, Muffin has knives?
Bonus round knives.
Wait, that's, yeah, drop the Bulldog over to a teammate, pop the knives. I mean, you are sitting pretty for the rest of the half.
Yeah, we're talking about win conditions for ALG. Number 1 is Muffin.
Ini ada orang RRQ nggak nonton? Kalau ada orang RRQ nonton penasaran nih kok RRQ Kaguya udah nggak di resurrection lagi sih? Apa karena nggak ada roster?
Doing all right. She has elected to stick with the Bulldog though. 1 HP on sheriff duty this round.
Tapi kayaknya itu bener sih. Kayaknya yang barusan gue bilang tadi bener deh. Udah nggak ada roster mungkin.
Really interesting setup, I think, at the start of the round.
Jadi talentnya susah kan?
Advi was holding right there. I think that first contact line. I think if she saw anyone, it was going to be Mary sliding out into the open, maybe assisted by a Paranoia. They fall out of that space now that, hey, ALG haven't made so much noise early on. We gotta guard up that garage area.
Run through garage. This
RRQ Academy buat laki doang kakak. Wah mana saya tahu ya. Saya nggak pernah ngikutin RRQ Academy itu. Tapi harusnya kalau cewek pun trial ya, kalau emang jago harusnya masuk sih. Kalau kata gue sih. Tinggal siapa? Kan pada akhirnya yang dinilai kan resultnya ya. Despite backgroundnya. Irsen Academy mana ada anjir.
To recover the moment, an opportunity squandered.
ALG need to flip the map and get over into C-Link. That's exactly what they're calling to do now.
Bahkan keterikatannya Irsen sama e-sport aja cuman WP anjir. Ya kali kita tiba-tiba bikin akademi, bikin tim e-sport enggak. Orang harus ngerti itu anjir. Kita dari awal bukan yang e-sport heavy gitu anyway gitu loh. Bahkan kan di podcast kita juga kita omongin kan. Bahkan tema podcast yang nanti kita bakal angkat juga bukan yang e-sport heavy kalau bisa. Karena kita lebih pengen ngejar ke casual player. Karena ada orang-orang yang nggak ngikutin e-sportsnya juga gitu loh.
And Madvi already has that ISO ult online. Let's go guys. Take a diva.
Buyout Mel nggak sih sekalian pulang kampung? Dia tuh cuman half nggak sih? Pada akhirnya keluarga negaranya dia kan sana. Ingat gue. Lagian dia juga ada di tim pemenang tahun lalu, ngapain dia balik lagi ke tim yang belum dia tahu? Cuman gara-gara itu aja.
Very important though that after getting that forward position, 2 players rotate over towards C and towards B. So even though Falcons show big presence on that A side early on, they actually have 2 players ready to fight this one through. It's not a free sight.
Muffin against Lexa, and she's ripped out of the sky this time. Lexa.
Orang masih hidup, gila dapat 1, tapi sayangnya cuma 1.
Pull the third, so ALG got out the better of that one, but the ISO ultimate, Madvi in the 1v1, Yusin on the swing, and Madvi wins it again. Too effective in that ultimate.
Yeah, the only time Madvi dies with that ult is after she comes out of it winning the
udah posisinya udah jelek banget nih mereka berdua. Posisinya ALG harusnya jelek sih. Minionnya nggak masuk bareng sama berdua ini gimana sih?
1 HP down low. Time is on their side. It's starting to work away.
Halo, satu lagi. Nggak ketret. Oke, baru ketret lama. Masih oke.
Another lovely retake from Falcons, just playing together, and it wasn't about the utility. It's just about how early they're getting these power ults online.
Ya udah kekunci tuh posisinya si ALG tadi, mau kemana lagi udah. Dua-duanya di situ semua.
And it is such a massive reason we're starting to see this comp played more and more on Haven.
100%. Madvy's
Well, not
farming
this
in
one
those ults.
quite, maybe
Sure.
with the Yoru instead,
Yeah.
but you're seeing the power of that ISO.
Exactly. That individual pick. I think Lexa too just played that perfectly. I mean, great tracking on the updraft dashing jet. And getting some trip kills too with the repositioned back plat.
Yuk buruan yuk, Falcon yuk, biar gue bisa ambil makan.
Finally use those blades.
Bukan karena apa ini, dukungnya karena biar bisa ngambil makan sekarang. Langsung ketarik, Cok.
Pulled straight into Maddie's
Buru-buru
skill
amat,
set.
Mbak, temennya nggak ada, Mbak.
That really slows
Bisa ada
this
trap
round
ya.
down a bit for ALG. They'll flood their way towards the C site.
Yeah, Lexa decided to get off
Masuknya
that
sih
site with
kurang
the
ya.
damage. Doesn't want to die over there. Even if she gets one, that's a gun on the ground. Falcons gonna take their time with this.
Cypher ult. Shows all 4 players.
Kayaknya dia mau kayak ngenipu gitu. Ada jet dash dari mid nih, masuknya mid nih. Ternyata kecek gitu. Nggak tahu ya jetnya kena dulu. Flawless.
Wow. Yeah, I mean just the unrelenting smokes coming out of that passageway. Just so frustrating to deal with.
It's so wild to see Mary, a player who comes in at the end of the
Apakah ALG bisa comeback? Nggak usah.
and then just helps that.
Yang ditanya bisa apa nggak, gue bilangnya nggak usah.
A win here at GCC.
Nggak perlu.
And then she falls away, goes to
Damn.
work on her education, returns to competition, and this year is immediately back in the same form and back at the championship.
Yeah, joining midway through and keeping that momentum running.
Ya kelamaan nanti makanan gue nggak panas lagi nanti. Jadi gue pengen cepet-cepet gara-gara itu aja sih.
ALG have to find some way of shutting her and the other.
Nice Phantos Fury nggak sih itu harusnya? Sayang sekali tidak ada yang kena. Never mind. Saya kan tidak melihat ya tadi yang kedua ya. Yang pertama ya. Satu dapat satu. Tapi lagi-lagi maafin. Gimana ini? Belum bikin space udah mati duluan. Harusnya bikin space dulu baru mati ya. Gitu pakai delis. Bikin space dulu mati dah. Jangan mati dulu. Space-nya belum kebikin. Gila nih terlalu solid ya defense-nya FLC apa ALG-nya yang membingungkan udah.
Wow.
12-6.
You know, I usually don't like.
Gue nggak tahu deh kayak nggak ada supportnya gitu loh kayak.
A lot of the time we're like this player's just like the goat of this
kayak
tuh
sendirian gitu. Detail supportnya mana?
Top of the leaderboard, like ridiculous performances time after time.
Maksud gue.
No difference here on the LAN.
Madvi really is Falcons with the roster since 2022 rebuilt around her. And still putting up numbers today.
Katanya bisa beli satuan Dev. Kan gue langsung beli bundle ya, gue nggak tahu bisa beli satuan apa enggak. Tapi kata teman gue tadi bisa. Muffin. Lagi dan lagi. Itu 3 orang di depan gimana sih? Kan konsepnya mau entry nih. Gue gak ngerti sih. I don't understand.
In, but Mary's faster, already around the side, running and gunning, but cannot get the kill. So an open C site. But do they even have time to plant this one? Falcons is already on their tail. Lexa picking away 3 players from spawn. Waiting to hear that plant go down, and 1 HP will. Only Ginny left alive in the IGL. This is just too much to deal with.
Damn. Ini beda kelas sih. Dari Heaven-nya aja udah beda kelas sih menurut gue. I don't know, ALG, I don't know. Tadi kacau banget sih. Entry-nya sih kacau sih menurut gue. Telatah-latahnya kacau. Yaudah guys, bentar ya. Aku mau ambil makan dulu, sabar ya. Lu ngobrol sama Fuyu dulu deh di chat deh. Gue mau ngambil makan dulu, sabar. Udah mandinya nanti dulu, habis gua balik ya. Ngeri bentar doang loh. Ya. Dah. Sabar dong. Batu tinggal di sebuah tempat yang membuat gua harus naik turun itu lama ya. Makanya gue setiap kali ngambil makan selalu lama, oke? Beli Arken udah. Makan ya gue ya. Nonton dulu dah.
Be the one going into that utility.
Kenapa
Towards
geprek?
the end of the game.
Kecap.
To throw out a little bit of a mix-up, went for a C-side play, but sent Muffin to B to just be a distraction. What happened? Muffin updraft, dash, caught by a trap wire, immediately killed, and the whole team's ready to pivot to the C hit. Like, there was no way to upset the rhythm that Falcons were playing at.
Yeah, I mean, this is going to be a tough loss to start this match up today for ALG. Haven is supposed to be one of their maps, but now we have that regional matchup. But you know, let's hear what ALG's coach Kudi has to say ahead of map 2.
I'm standing by with the coach of ALG, Kudi, ahead of map 2, and Luna to do some translations as well. We've only seen you guys play 3 maps in the entirety of this roster. We're about to see you play your 4th map. What are your thoughts about Split, and how have you been preparing for this?
那其实我们至今为止只看到过 ALG 展现过3张地图，以现在这个阵容嘛。但是接下来你们将会展现你们第4张地图霓虹钉。那对于这张地图，你是怎么去一个想法认为呢？以及你们做了哪些一些准备呢？
因为我们之前在没有这个图之时候就已经很早在练习这个图了，所以我觉得也是我们有准备的东西。对。
I think although we didn't show it on the stage before, we have prepared a lot before we have actually show it. So we already have prepare for it.
Bentar, dari tadi gua nge-mute anjing.
Let's see if ALG can make a comeback on map 2.
I think that's very promising to hear from their coach.
Tadi Epen gua udah jawab belum?
Maps, and we were making jokes about it, but then maybe they've been hiding a lot of things too. And I think coming into an event like this, you should have some other maps prepared.
Kocak di mute-nya santai aja sih. Gak mana bisa, gue kan besok ini. Maksud gue besok gue ada Predator. Gue WP pagi juga. Dan jam 11 dia mulainya. Tidak mau nge-forcer lah. Nanti kondisi tubuh gue tidak kuat.
Split, even though it's a map that has not been recently in the map pool on stage 2 in EMEA, it was, you know, we
Kalian gue puasa follow dulu. Lo nggak ke TA nggak kayaknya. Nonton aja online.
Your utility, as you were mentioning, Mitch, was on point, and doing that, knowing that, you know, again, all eyes are going to be on you because you're subbing in. It's very last minute, so I'm happy to be seeing that performance. But going back
dari awal ya gue belum.
Split is not a map that is new or that has suffered changes. You know, yes, there's been changes to agents, but it is a map that they've played in the past, even individually, and that it's easier to build. For example, an Abyss.
Kayak ini kan yang dari jam 1 kalau di jadwal ya. Kalau pertandingan pertama dan keduanya lebih cepat ya dia juga ngikut lebih cepat dong. Gitu aja dong, ngikutin kayak pertandingan biasanya.
For Split, I'm excited for one very particular reason about what Falcons can bring. They could bring an ISO, couldn't they?
I mean faster better lah.
Actually, I'm more excited to see because you know.
Apalagi you know internet gua kayak gimana. Kadang-kadang jam 2 pagi sering ngereset sendiri. Ini aja gua takut nih nonton GC nih sebenarnya. Takut nonton GC apalagi Xipto di pertandingan terakhir.
But Mitch, we were talking about it in the pre-show. We've seen some changes. Maybe
tolong jawab dong. Ini game changer isinya cewek semua gitu ya. Terus bisa ke champion nggak mohon percaya beda. Udah beda jalan itu. Champions yang itu VCT sama yang game changers itu udah beda jalan. Tapi sebenarnya yang champions nggak pernah nutup kemungkinan player cewek masuk ke sana sebenarnya, nggak pernah ada aturan. Tapi mungkin belum ada yang mau ngambil gitu loh.
I do wonder, you know, now we're talking about this is the first time they're playing outside of China as a team, and with their comms, it must be a little bit slower.
Fuyu sama, nggak bakal ke TA juga kalau nggak diundang. Kan isinya bintang semua tuh, bukan kita ya.
This could be a big factor in what makes or breaks this team.
You can imagine, especially, not to talk all day about the ISO.
By the way,
something
makan,
that is
guys.
gonna be a point of contact you need to react
You wanna
very
talk about
quickly
the
to,
Odin a bit?
especially with the Neon as well. These are hits that are going to come at you very quickly, and you're going to have to be on your feet with communication. I think 1HP was said to be doing the translations, right? That was a tough map for it. It's difficult to say whether that plays a role or not, and hopefully we'll see the bounce back here, but it is certainly something in the back of our minds at least, because it just seems like it's always going to be something that detracts from I guess your full potential.
Apalagi Fuyu mana mau jadi pro player juga.
Also, you know about the pace at the end of the
Gua
day,
aja udah merasa telat.
decided to go to
Fuyu aja udah merasa telat, apalagi gua gitu aja
They
dah.
decided that this is where they wanted to go. If they are able to have the same performance that they had at the beginning of that first map on Haven, catching 5 rounds in a row, if they go, for example, as you're saying, Mitch, imagine that they get the double duelist or the Euro Chamber Neon, Astro Breach. I'm completely settled in. It would be very disruptive, and again, difficult for ALG to adapt on the go.
Yeah, and we're gonna see how much that really comes into play here at the end.
Ada deadlock Yoru.
On Mad V, that's not quite an ISO, but well, her comps are always fun to watch. That's flexibility to the utmost.
Yeah, I mean,
Ya,
we
tapi
want something
oke juga nih Falcon punya
we are definitely getting from Falcon.
agent select dari tadi nih. Tadi bawa ISO sama Neon. Tapi itu masih oke lah. Ya gini, oke.
Yet here in GCC,
Dia
the
trying
first map pick, she goes
roster
and
apa
plays
agent-agent
the
yang
deadlock for the
tidak
first time.
unorthodox.
We're talking about statements about
Yang unorthodox, sorry.
performances and how
Tidak
this
biasa.
new map is going to be like reinterpreted. I'm so looking forward to see what they're going to do with this double sentinel, Mitch.
Yeah, I mean, ALG have come in.
Belum kelar kayak Om Jesse aja bisa. Orang-orang tuh selalu lupa Jesse Vice itu backgroundnya apa gitu loh. Orang-orang tuh harus lihat backgroundnya juga. Selain tua tuh apa backgroundnya gitu loh.
Alright, well, this is bound to be a really exciting one.
Itu harus orang pikirkan dong.
This one goes the distance. We're gonna see
Kayak FNS aja bisa kayak, ya dia pro player CS sebelumnya, gua 0. Tolol.
Thanks very much to Victoria.
Ngebandingin FNS sama gua tuh udah tolol menurut gua.
ALG have only played 3 maps in their qualifier. Split was not one of them, and they have a huge curveball coming at them to start.
Bang Yokai, aku udah dapat reward title-nya dan aku udah claim di Twitch-nya, kok nggak ada yang Bang di follow gua. Ya sabar. Lu claim nggak langsung kayak tiba-tiba langsung di inventory lu. Biasanya tuh 1 kali 24 jam gitu loh. Kalau nggak dalam 24 jam nggak dapat masih baru lu kasih tiket ke reward. Gua nih udah claim tapi nggak dapat nih di in game gua gitu. Kirimin event alamat gua lagi WP. Lu yang kagak lagi ngapa-ngapain, lu yang itu kirim sendiri lah. Anjir, kenapa jadi juru gua anjir? Alamat sendiri loh padahal.
Sun is sent out early, but Falcons aren't really going to do too much play around that. Interesting that they're using the wall, even though they have the camera on this side of the map. Putting it down there early, it's not going to have too much of a shelf life in this round.
And it's going to be interesting to see how they play around it. Are you investing in like utility, really give away your position to break it? Are you just
Gua sambil makan nih lapar
35
anjing.
second timer? Or are you going all the way around through mid?
Hey, I mean,
Marah-marah muru gagal lapar ini.
to actually get that mid space, take full
Gak sih, emang viewernya aja yang minta dibanting sih.
recognizing that, hey, there's probably not too many people playing behind the deadlock wall when it's up there, so they've actually just, with almost no utility now, gathered that A heaven control and have the option to dive down into the site.
Di sana jam berapa? Google. Di Google ya, bisa. By the way, ada sebuah teknologi yang kita punya dari tahun 2000 something bernama Google. Bisa dimanfaatkan.
30 seconds left.
They even want to.
ALG in such a good position here with that control doubling up as well. Madby just running solo in there means that Falcons are now all coming down through the ground.
Trade of the paranoias.
Pernah lihat gak sih lu orang makan sambil emosi?
Has already taken care of Muffin. Mary's gonna keep going, but 1 HP has escaped, and Eva now in the 1v2 finds the first in the spike.
No more
Planted back sight. Ginny around elbow. Eva.
Oh dimainin gak sih? Ya Ginny kenapa sih masih di situ Jin? Gue jadi Ginny cabut ya. Dengar suara udah.
Pick up another pistol round. Off the clutch for Eva.
Wow, that is just a heartbreaking.
I don't understand.
Ava comes up with the Red Bull clutch in a round where
fundamentalnya masih kurang sih.
perfect
Yang gue lihat sih.
post-plant positioning.
It really looked like Ginny was not ready for Eva to swing into her there.
Yeah.
I don't think she even shot back.
I mean, the spike wasn't planted for Heaven, so Ginny was forced to get down on the site and fight that one through. Honestly, a miracle that Falcons even made it out of screens with that crossfire. Mary's having too much on. She was
Maksudnya kembar ya?
skipping into the site,
Dia nggak sih?
popping out of
Enggak
the
dah.
smoke. Now she's singing after she falls.
Bentukannya persis anjir.
To start this game.
Just me or they're twin?
All right. ALG this time around have a couple of sheriffs to play with, but again, the serious problem for them is going to be dealing with this Sentinel utility because, I mean, you're going to see constantly throughout this game just that Sentinel util stacked on each other, right? Because Deadlock, you know, stun on her own, kind of weak because, you know, it doesn't do true info so players can watch.
Nonton episode pertama Akhirnya di channel Twitch Riot apa channel lain? Kayaknya di Riot deh. Gue nggak tahu sih drop-dropannya kayak gimana. Yang co-streamnya. Soalnya di Twitch emang bisa. Apa co-stream itu dapetin drops, ngasih drops. Itu nggak tahu tuh detailnya gimana. Kan saya bukan pengguna Twitch ya. Maksudnya bukan Twitch streamer.
And it's very similar to like the Ascent comp that like a Shopify Rebellion runs,
Sure,
right?
very popular in NA.
Yeah, double.
Anjing Rigen dibawa lagi, Cok.
What it gives you is an insanely
Baris sama
powerful defense
Rigen.
because you have insane stall on one side of the map, and then Yoru fast rotates to then play with those Sentinels afterwards, and that's exactly what's happening here. A perfect little 1-2, and ALG are gonna fall down quickly.
One enemy remaining. 30 seconds left.
That's that. Falcons deal with the anti-eco well and already show us a second look there. I think the strength of this is you have so much defensive
Nah,
utility.
ini formatnya gimana sih? Gue saking gak ngikutinnya ya, gue bahkan nggak tahu formatnya, nggak tahu tim apa aja main.
You can even play them on sites separate from their utility, and I think that makes it so hard as an attacking.
Double elimination bracket kan harusnya ya langsung ya.
I think the really important thing to do.
Ya ada lower bracketnya betul.
Is focus on mid and into heaven control. Not to say that Falcons can't, you know, throw their utility in heavens, but it's way easier to actually attack a site with that double senti utility when you're coming out from above instead of forcing your way through that tight choke. And I think that's what they're going to be doing with a lot of early ramps plays here, sending in the stun line like we saw.
By the way, baru datang jangan lupa di like dulu ya guys ya, di like dulu, di like dulu.
It gives them a lot more time to play these rounds out.
Dog into sight. It'll show that at least some of this utility is here.
One way to deal with the different pieces.
Yeah.
Wow,
Ih,
Lions
kena.
really trying
Mati
to get
dong.
herself out here with the Cypher Cage. They're going to be pretty aware though. You'd imagine 3 bodies.
Ya ampun, masih dapat satu dong.
Lion finds that first one absolutely massive.
Hey Bonnie, welcome back to the membership. Thank you udah join member lagi, dipakai emojinya biar abu-abu lain ide. Let's go. Thank you Bonnie.
Not a chance. One bullet would do it, but Yusin deals with the problem on the site. And now it's a 2v2 on the retake. How fast does Falcons go? Instantaneous. In towards elbow.
Depan mata nggak tuh main burungnya. I'm sorry, ngepop burungnya.
But Evans there.
It's not getting better.
Win the bonus.
The util's so nice there, coming out from screens. Falcons doing a great job, and it's again just Mad V, right? Doesn't matter, she's not playing the Yoru, she can't get the 1v1s, but she's still going to be able to isolate her fight somehow and get 2 of
Udah beli kok. Ada Arken. Makanya tadi siang gue udah live. Ditonton dong.
That bait from Lexa over in the corner, and then winning out even in the double swing.
So ALG
Masih memantau apakah LG bisa comeback. Dari fundamental aja udah kalah menurut gue sih. Udah kalah fundamental, bro.
struggling to piece together how to deal with this utility in the early round.
Yeah, Flash gets a ping, so they end up snapping that breach stun. Of course, Falcons are playing out that line. That breach stun in every team's playbook. No stranger to the breach on that map, and I feel like it's actually a really nice thing for Falcons to be playing such a wacky composition.
Gigi nggak kayak Arken Vandal. Oke, nice kok. Lu harus terbiasa sama suaranya aja yang cukup ringan. Karena dia kayak Gatling gun-nya si Jing suaranya. Lumayan ringan dia. Lebih ringan daripada Oni bahkan kalau menurut gua. Tapi yang TRS sudah jelas melee-nya. Tinju Fai-nya mantap.
I swear it's just harder to shoot against sheriffs. I don't know. Like Mad V's frying absolutely everyone, but then enemy team runs at her with a sheriff. I don't know.
What's going on?
Lebih ringan dari Oni. Kalau menurut gua ya, Oni kan udah lumayan ringan tuh. Panda ringan tuh hitungannya tuh.
Falcons. 2 players pushed ahead of the utility in B main.
They can sound out on that sensor. No trips to play off there, so very easy to break that utility. But still, answering to that Heaven control with the B main push sets up Falcons beautifully.
And ALG has no idea.
Here comes Mary on that ultimate, scouting at
Players
everyone.
here. Spot is
Come
good.
on.
Lexa coming in to this site. And now Mary joining them as well. It's a double swing, but it's no matter for Falcons.
Ya ampun.
As they eviscerate ALG.
Yeah, 3 for Madvi on the round. And
I mean, come on, it's just too
Tolong dijawab Bangkang tuh,
so
teman-teman.
much pressure in mid. The second they're losing kills to this anti-eco. It's the exact right play.
Padahal kalau dia nanya ini turnamen apa kan sudah ada di judul ya hitungannya ya.
It all looks so put together for EMEA's third
Baca
seed.
dulu bang.
yeah, Falcons know exactly what they want to be doing with this composition. ALG maybe a little bit slow to respond. We'll see what they're able to do in the 5th round. ALG have some ultimates to work with themselves, but I think one of the big weaknesses of this ALG comp is you don't really have power ults. Like Raze Rocket and Breach Ult are the only 2 that really fully clear a site for you.
And you contrast that to Falcons, where they have the Dimensional Drift that just won them that last round. They have the Fade Ult, which is huge on a retake, as well as that Deadlock.
Dapat ngeplan terus tapi ALG. Siapa tahu emang dikasih. Habis itu di retake.
Especially on these sites where there's not too
Tapi
many
kan
places
ALG kan punya bridge ya.
actually placing it. Madvi can act
Lumayan
as a
ngeselin kan?
re-entry.
Kasih aja mungkin kayak gitu.
Trying to flood out onto the sites. If she
Ada kok
wants.
situasi-situasi yang lu ngasih side aja udah ke musuhnya terus
I
retake.
don't know if Mary missed this TP.
Musuhnya kehabisan ability kan pas pas mau retake kan pas entry musuh masih punya ability karena dia ngasih side.
Probably time out before either of those options happen. Toki, okay. Just walking up for a moment here in A. We'll poke at the Cypher and back away.
I think the idea is show that forward presence, pretend like there's maybe more players on the A side of the map than there actually are.
All in an attempt to push them back into the double Sentinel site.
Exactly. That's exactly where they're headed. Last time around, this time they get pinged out, stunned up, and the ultimate comes on in. Muffin, her teammates
He saw
trying to
dead,
break
he saw
ground.
dead.
The swing's gonna come on through. Madvi finds 2 off of the ultimate, even though she has to finish the job herself.
A perfect trap play for Falcons. But well, all that was going on. Ryan is crept up into the A site.
Huh?
The ult reveals her position, and Eva's there on the swing.
Trying to tip her hat, and she just gets shot in the face. It's just not fair. It's just not fun, but Yusin gets her team back in the round.
Ult available on the Omen to reposition. She'll head towards backside.
Oh, she doesn't scout it at the
She
last
does.
possible second.
10 seconds though,
Ya
that
ampun.
spike is dropped on the ground. And this round
Ya ampun
is
ya ampun ya
over.
ampun.
Falcons just has to live through as the time expires, and they go now 5-0 up on split.
What's the ult count at the end of that? I know Yusin used hers right at the very end, but that was a big
Sama ini kayak
round.
tadi.
ALG needed that one. Yeah, they got the ultimate out of Madvi on the opposite side, but there's still a fade. Muffin still doesn't have the show.
ALG belum ada jawaban. 0 berapa gitu tadi juga di Heaven.
Madvi has just been an unanswerable problem for ALG.
And you look at that round, and obviously the B side is extremely scary. But well, there's so much utility. In
Mungkin CN eranya emang cuman buat EDG. Yang GC belum.
To have just that one extra piece of info util to trigger that annihilation off of. There's so much you have to navigate through on this comp, and I think starting defense split.
Sumpah tapi lagunya LOL tahun ini bagus banget cowok. Yang Heavy is the Crown cowok. Terngiang-ngiang terus sama lagunya cowok. Nice. Apalagi dengan storyline T1-nya menang anjir. Damn bro. Lu nonton MV-nya jadi berasa lebih. Damn. They are win. Defending the castle.
Need to just do a little bit of better job clearing those things out. I didn't see exactly how they got triggered in B Heaven last round, because I know the previous one they were able to shoot it, but that time everything just kind of fell apart.
Lah, apanya lah?
And I think you can see the difference on the faces of the players.
Lah
too.
kenapa 5-0?
Not all of them have been to a LAN like this before, but they have some experienced members, and they're getting a game where they have
Linkin Park.
dominant control, where
Dia nyanyi.
Barry's out there having
Heavy is the crown.
where their IGL is absolutely owning. It's the
Keren.
perfect welcome
Konsepnya
to
keren.
the stage.
Heavy is the crown.
Whereas ALG, riding off the coattails of an EDG who went 0-2
Tanggung jawab karena
last
punya
year, are trying to do better and already in a really tough spot this series.
Yeah.
Menang sebelumnya.
Fight their way through this
Mempertahankan
one.
title lah.
This round not going to be easy with just the 2 Vandals.
Info Faker kapan pensiun? Oh dia kalau masih mau pensiun kapanpun serah dia udah. Dia basically udah aset negara bro. Faker seterkenal itu bro di Korea. Pas kita ke Korea kemarin tuh Faker seterkenal itu. Kayak icon e-sport di Korea lah. Everyone knows him.
couple Cypher trips.
My eyes are down.
Still on this B site.
And with that deadlock wall pushed up in mid too, like Falcons don't have to worry a lot, except B main.
Bahkan Ajuma yang lu pikir nggak tahu e-sport, lu kasih tahu nama Faker, tahu dia.
Using the breach aftershock, the paint shells
Gede itu dia.
neither finding that trip.
And then there's a crouch sent against them over in main too, so Lex is just able to spam away at them. There's nowhere for ALG to go.
Halo, Seiren, malam.
Like
Gue sambil makan ya, sabar, belum kelar.
Go for these fast exits while that deadlock wall is down. You gotta punish that wall for being sent out so early in a round, or you're just gonna keep walking into that disgusting choke over and over again.
And this is the Falcons as well, playing with that substitute, but it's clear that practice they got with her has been valuable. She looks super rehearsed on this Cypher.
Toki's gone for these forward step-ups a few times, whether it was a lobby or now up into mid. Oh.
Goodbye.
Bye. That's going to be the ultimate too, so now 10 seconds on the clock. I don't know if they can actually plant this spike with Mary sitting back, and they can't.
Idolanya nyokap gue aja nonton Grand Final LOL. Itu karena lebih ke arah karena dia masih T1. Ya, lebih ke arah karena itu masih satu organisasi, jadi ya harus nonton dong.
It is such a surprise to see this Falcons team.
Hey, Syarfadli, welcome back to the membership. Thank you udah join lagi, dipakai emojinya biar abu-abu lain iri. Let's go.
Back-to-back grand finals in stage 1 and stage 2. Honestly, pushing G2 in a lot of those games.
Look, the last time they played on Split was in
Emang idolanya nyokap lu siapa ya?
They're actually playing ALG's comp.
Oh, ini artis K-pop maksudnya. Gue pikir si Kevin, soalnya Kevin juga kan. Ternyata artis K-pop, ada artis K-pop juga banyak yang main LOL kali. LOL segede itu di Korea. Artis K-pop juga banyak yang main itu.
LG contacted deep into mid. They have their Raze embedded.
Oh wow, using the Prowler to get some shots, but the Vandal spam, Lion's gonna see straight on through that. Unfortunately, players just keep on running over. Well-timed GravNet is gonna shut down any chance for a fast B split.
Yeah, ALG wanted to react into B off of that pressure A, but they can't. With these two Sentinels.
Ya, kayak game internet cafe-nya mereka, kayak warnetnya mereka nomor 1 LOL. Apakah poin pertama untuk ALG? Ini chance-nya masih ada banget nih. Masih ada banget, tapi ke-trade jadi 2-1 sudah sulit banget. Tapi enak ya, namanya 1 HP ya. Jadi setiap kali dibilang 1 HP clutch. Padahal gak 1 HP banget tuh. Tentu tuh dia 1 HP clutch-nya. Namanya 1 HP.
Translating for the rest of her team. Now just about her gameplay in this clutch.
She's got a Bulldog right now. After going for this plant, she's going to go back and switch over to a Vandal. You'd think if she even has a moment to breathe.
Prowler will not spot her. One
HP
sees a player towards heaven. Reposition. Drop down from Falcons. ALG. HP wrapping around.
Kasian banget jadi orang.
Wow. The way Falcons have been playing a lot of these late rounds has just been so well put together, right? Like Mary 2 years ago, I think Mary's coming out of CT right now.
Enggak plan apa susahnya. Enggak, lu bisa ngomong gitu. Karena lu bisa lihat posisi musuhnya di mana. Dia kan kagak ya, jadi dia kepikiran nih, jangan-jangan deket nih kalau gua ngeplan karena timing nih gua nih. Soalnya bisa lihat posisi musuh, dia kagak.
I didn't, so I'm not sure.
Yeah, no, you're not a learned woman.
That hurts.
You said it.
Careful here. I said she was, not that I was.
You know, bro.
You said you didn't go to. Okay, I didn't go to school either.
And there's rifles back for ALG.
Early paint shell. Maybe it can break some util. We can hope at the very least. Unfortunately, all that sent to util is on the B side.
Ya ampun, baru crossing udah hilang satu loh. Ini berapa match? 3? Tapi tadi gue nonton yang kedua ini FLC sama ALG ini game kedua. Gue tadi yang game pertamanya nggak nonton. Udah di game ketiga ada Xipto lawan FlyQuest Red.
Muffin, absolutely cooked. Mary's gonna do more. I mean, it is just a diff across the board.
Defender sided map sih katanya.
Do you play out the
Lu kalau mau hopium cuma bisa ngomong gitu aja. Defender sided map sih katanya.
And then Mary hits a spray transfer.
Ava still hasn't died in 8 rounds.
Tapi apalah.
10-0. That shot.
Just filthy.
It's not even a
Ini
transfer.
kalah M enggak, kalah semua.
Reset.
Gak cuma kalah M kalau menurut gua. Kalah semua, fundamentalnya pun kalah. Karena pemakaian utility pun ya. Kacau.
Get bodies out onto a site, but a lot of this is just Falcons crushing in those individual mechanics. I mean, on both maps now, we've seen Muffin just get shot out of the sky multiple times.
Paranoia is sent out there ahead of that wall even being broken, so it does nothing.
Yeah, coordination hard.
Yeah, I think we've seen some of these moments where the communication, the coordination, not quite on
Tuh Eva
point.
nggak ada fotonya, mungkin telat kali.
Especially when you contrast that to
Mungkin
how
ada
well Falcons
masalah visa issue, terus pas media day dia nggak datang.
No
Mungkin bisa aja
trade
kan?
for that Death Heaven. Now there's a Rolling Thunder coming in, but Mad V should be able to escape that one. Flash back into the site. Falcons is already back in, and Toki's teleported behind.
Falcons just having a little bit of fun now. Houston might be able to get a kill, but the blind
Kalau kalian nggak tahu media day, biasanya pemain-pemain itu kan, tim-tim itu kan udah datang beberapa hari sebelum ini kan, sebelum pertandingannya mulai dong. Untuk siap-siap biar nggak jet lag segala macam. Nah, itu ada media day juga tuh sebutannya. Media day itu kayak buat bikin-bikin video intro, foto-foto gitu-gitu loh.
Comboed with like flashes, sent her all the way running. No one's been able to take an even fight against her.
So again, it's 2 timeouts in the first half for ALG.
The last time they called the timeout, it was a bit of a slow play into a delayed B exec. That didn't seem to work out all too well for them. I know you
Dan
can't
kosong,
see
Ci.
right now,
Gimana nih, Ci?
during this timeout, and there are just danger pings from ALG in V Heaven. Like they know the Mad V's the
Mukanya sih udah kasihan banget ya.
Don't go there.
Kayak udah
It's illegal.
suram gitu loh.
Where do you go then? I mean, they've gotten control of mid most of the time here, but then it's
Masa gua balik ke Cina lagi, jualan tahua lagi nih, Bang. Udah kasihan banget anjir.
Talked about it, but Mary has had gate crashes to get across the map.
Balik
She's
Cina,
always in
jualan
the right
tahua
place
kan.
at the right time.
I think the really frustrating thing about how ALG are running into this Falcons comp is the ALG comp is
Soalnya kelihatan banget kayak di outplay banget udah.
stun line and being able to pop it off of a sky flash pinging out on a target.
Telat Yamin enggak, aman aja. Habis ini Xipto kok. Xiptonya habis ini, Will.
The way Falcons have been playing is just actually very
Yang ada
reserved,
Indonya
you
habis
know,
ini kok aman.
leaving that Senti util on one side of the map, using the fade to be able to re-clear. But this round we might actually see that early aggression.
Where are you? 3 players fighting.
Yoi, aman-aman. Game ketiga kok, Xipto.
Talk about this. And they're coming straight out us. Muffin down to 10 at the beginning. They're trying to stun their way back into the line, but it's one way.
Lihat Indo cewek siapa aja, Tara sama Enery di Xipto tuh. 2 orang. Sisanya Filipin.
And the thing is,
Timnya
they have
Enery yang
to
dulu.
show that early fight. They
Alexi,
basically by 30
terus si siapa sih?
Different player, same story.
Gue ingatnya Alexi doang, soalnya Alexi lagi bagus banget formnya.
walking past the cage.
Tahun ini lagi bagus banget Alexi.
Okay, so you can't go A,
Terus
you can't go B Heaven.
That's off the list.
si Razi sama satunya gue lupa actually.
Well, you can't walk through main.
Cameo ya kayaknya ya, cameo ya.
That's your only way. Hey, good news for ALG.
Si Razi, cameo, Alexi. Sorry gue kepedesan anjing.
There might be a chance.
Dimakan.
Stun into Heaven from Ginny. They do have Heaven, but in comes the Paranoia.
They used everything to beat an imagined Mad V. Now Mad V hanging out in the smoke on site. ALG come down out of Heaven, but they're getting carved up by Eva. Mad V is still stuck on site, playing around perfectly on that smoke. Although with some missed shots, ALG
Ada yang
still have
nge-whip.
a chance. Jenny down, stuck underneath, and Mary's gonna shut it down.
Tapi Madif ini bener-bener ini ya,
Every time it is
flex player banget anjir.
there is an iota
Tadi
of
main pakai ISO, sekarang mainnya pakai
chance
deadlock,
for
Cok.
ALG to get into a round.
Gokil dah lu.
Then it's no longer about the comp or the fundamentals. It's just the individual prowess from Falcons.
Yeah.
Mad V, Mary, having great games with the rest of the
Apakah 13-0? Dengan melihat gameplay mereka kayak gini, sangat-sangat bisa 13-0 sih. Sangat-sangat bisa.
I feel like every time we've heard the comms, it's either a woo or a nice.
And it's been pretty nice thus far. 10-0. The Sheriffs won the first round back on Haven for ALG.
Udah main otot banget tuh. Masuknya udah gerasak-gerusuk aja.
It's a 3v3 retake.
Mary almost went out that smoke, but she calls it off the last second. About to send out that teleport. Seekers are going to give ALG a perfect information of where these three players are coming from.
1 HP spotted towards spawn. It's on to Lexa here, and she deals with them both.
Bisa gitu loh, padahal 3 lawan 3 loh posisinya anjir. Masih bisa satu orang dapetin 2 gitu, dah lah.
The second you see a Falcons player on your screen, you're dead.
Udahlah ini bro, udahlah.
No matter if they're coming into you or you're going into them, they're just ready for it. We've seen Lexa a lot.
Kalau TR1 posisi kebantai gini masih bangkit. I mean masih ada yang kena kok.
The rest of her team is going on the opposite side.
Talon sama Pepperex juga 13-0.
She's always ready for it. That time finding 2 kills.
Oh ini nggak ditulis sih dari Ranger mana? Gue juga mempertanyakan itu.
Last round of the half.
Pelatihnya udah anjing baru datang udah pulang lagi nih.
For the coach to say there. No timeouts even to use.
No.
Cuma WP ini doang. Besok gue WP Predator League kok.
And they get around.
Semoga ya. Semoga gue bangun ya. Soalnya jam 11 mulainya bro. Kayaknya belum kelar kan buat yang Xipto juga belum.
They're hoping that someone's going to take a gunfight versus them, but like, look at the actual hold. There's a camera to watch a B main. No one's actually looking at Heaven right now for Falcons. The only one actually taking a fight would be Toki, kind of, and even that is playing just the slightest angle to take a shot and fall out of the area. It's just so suffocating as a team.
12 jam lagi nih Predator League, betul. Ya, ditambah dengan isu-isunya kalau ada tech issue segala macam mungkin jam 11.30 lah paling cepat mungkin.
Despite taking so much time in this round, they've only dealt with the cipher camera.
Down to 50 seconds.
Mad V and Mary, and it's
just
the player swinging in alone. Trade not there. Stun is up. Now in comes the
gila. Oke, terlalu cepat dia nge-swingnya.
Back around. An aftershock kill and another from Ginny.
Apakah poin pertama untuk ALG?
30 seconds left.
Keeps peeking in and around. Back and forth, biding time, 25 seconds now. Ava's coming to CT and finds the first kill. 2-on-2 now as Heaven
damn bro,
Ava shuts it down. That is
the only chance
on our first map of split.
The only chance they can break the egg. And they still not get it. Damn.
But it matters not.
Not at all. Madby unkillable.
Damn bro.
Consistently carving up ALG.
Oh, ampun, udah sih. Ya ampun tuh, itu bahkan buka smoke-nya di depan banget tuh bang. Gila. Ini sih udah sih. Udahlah, udah 13 biar kita cepet nonton Xipto dah. Gila lu. Kok jago amat M-nya? Lebih ke arah kenapa ALG-nya M-nya kurang. Bukan FLC-nya yang sejago itu, M-nya menurut gua. M-nya menurut gua masih oke lah. Apakah sejago itu? Debatable. Emang musuhnya aja nih yang rada kocak. Apa ya Yokai begitu M-nya parah banget? Itu lu apa? Mau di demot? Sampai diketawain. Well. Ya itu secara fundamental udah kalah, makanya dari awal gue bilang fundamentalnya udah kalah ini. Udah nggak imbang dari segi kualitas playernya tuh.
It's been absolutely lights out for the third seed from EMEA.
Udah senyum karir tuh. Senyum karir ya Mbak ya, udah ya Mbak ya. Gak apa-apa Mbak, jujur aja udah Mbak. It's fine.
I mean, they whipped out a fun comp, very new age Ascent vibes on this one for sure with the double Senti. But playing it in our first real look at Split again. And it's only been a few months for Split. It's not that long that it's been out.
And it hasn't even changed since then.
Yeah.
But
Udah half. Udah dong.
You said
not
it.
like the
Okay,
event.
Mimi, you said it.
More so
All
like
right.
the meta and the agents and things of that.
Udah half dan 12-0 by the way.
I swear I didn't mean to do it.
It's a good thing this
Officer,
one
I'm
looks like a
innocent.
quick one. All right, ALG, what can you do? They've got no timeouts going to this half, but that's the least of their concerns. They just need a round.
One away from a match against Shopify Rebellion.
Yeah, that's your award for 13-0ing? Come on.
At least you get there quickly.
Yeah.
Muffin has the opener. That's
Apakah?
Mary dead. And she's gonna keep going. Muffin, confidence in mid. She does not want to get 13-0.
Telat,
Single-handedly
Mbak.
takes down 3. If Falcons can
Dari
win
tadi
this,
harusnya,
it
Mbak.
would be a miracle. As it's only Eva left in a 1v4. And Ginny will put an end to it.
Yeah, defender-sided map.
The first time what feels like a long
Defender-sided map,
side
teman-teman.
of things. And Muffin just playing absolutely fearlessly. Look at that, gets the first kill and is like, actually, I want to go back into mid.
Apakah kita akan ke 12-12?
Stun 2 from Ginny, just absolutely perfect utility as well. Can't complain about that. But can we start asking the question? Is it possible to win a round of attack on Split?
Males sih. Males sih kalau sampai OT sih.
I've been wondering this. Thus far, okay, so VCT games since Split came back in 100% defense.
Oh my god, that's a good combo.
Exactly. And it looks like it might be continuing, even though it's a 1-for-1. ALG have rotated 2 bodies into the site. And a big stack here going at the start of things. And
Udah pandal aja nih.
for Falcons, I think that cage is going to save them from that stun, which would have been certain death.
Kemungkinan 13-2, kemungkinan. Kita kan saving dulu, habis itu buy, full buy.
As it's the duo of Ginny and Muffin towards heaven. I don't see them.
Cuman ini masih 4 lawan 4 nih bahkan.
Towards A.
Kalau ada keblunderan dari ALG bisa selesai juga ini.
Use that to re-clear, see if anyone was in mid. Not going to cost them though, because Falcons are moving over on to the A site. See how deadly Lion is. Just kind of popping off back on Haven, especially on the defensive side.
Burungnya udah dapat info. Ya, nembak langsung lain. Kurang fokus Anda.
Stuck out in the open.
Kurang fokus lain.
Into her at once. Muffin is here in time, but the wall is up, and this is now the power of this comp.
Pelurunya habis langsung dicegat.
So much
Tapi
utility.
kabur masih bisa dengan Satchel.
Low HP bars though. Mad V down.
Dapat bulldog 1 Eva, apakah bulldognya akan
all stuck on site. ALG are going very quickly. Look at 1 HP. Not slowing down
menang
for a
nih.
second.
Oh, never mind. Hampir seram itu. Hampir kelar ini. Itu pun mahal anjing.
Did not want to get 13
Mahal.
I feel like she's been playing like fast and loose now, almost in a way that's really working out.
Udah mahal dan habis ini full buy udah sih.
About in the halftime, right? Like, game's basically over. Let's just go out there, see what we can do, get that confidence back.
Win as many as you can. And again, that's another defense round, Mimi.
It is.
Let alone the don't pay attention to the fact that it was an anti-eco, anything like that. Doesn't matter.
Okay.
Let's just buy into the stats.
Udah buy
Don't use
camping-camping.
your eyes, just listen to the numbers, folks.
Buy sih.
Not the greatest buy for ALG.
The way Falcons are playing
Emang iya, yuk.
right now, though, showing that Omen TP into B main is usually accompanied by like more players, especially when you're going for that aggro TP. But very quickly, Mary and Ava are just walking into mid, holding hands, using that fade utility to make sure no one actually stepped into the space.
Madvi has a round 3 annihilation.
Wait, what?
Yes.
Wait, how did that happen?
I think just orb maxing. Even on that eco round they lost, getting some on the board. How do they want to use
Ada tuh
it?
sugesti gempa tuh.
Stunned up.
Fuyu bilang gempa, gue berasa goyang. Ada tuh.
Suggestion
Suggestion itu.
So
kok
it's a
kena gini
pivot
Toki
into the A
satu.
site from Falcons, and there's only one player here.
Lions here, but as soon as that thing
Kagak.
gets up,
Bah,
the
masih dapat
players start
satu
coming
lain.
in. It's the same story as
Buruan
last
kelarin,
time.
gue pengen nonton
Lion
Xipto.
gets one. Things aren't unwinnable. Muffin has the ultimate.
Kok tidak sepeduli itu sama game ini?
Break down that wall.
But so does Mad V.
Gila.
Annihilation.
Ih, teman-temannya lagi reload semua.
Muffin.
Mati gak sih?
Muffin
Ya,
lives.
nggak dapet.
At least for a moment, and that allows this ult to come through on the retake. Dog forward, Muffin satchels beyond the stuns, but can she find the place?
Sampai dapat dua tuh.
No, it doesn't connect on either, and Mad V
Yo!
doubles up. 13-2 when their debut
Kita terlalu
match
fokus
at
sama
Game
Razer
Changers
POV
Championship.
sampai lupa teman-temannya di belakang hilang semua tiba-tiba.
Scary, all I'm saying. What a performance. I mean, Ava goes unkilled for 8 rounds. And
Kita pikir itu bazooka akan akan turn the table ya. Bakal menjadi pembalik keadaan. Ternyata tidak. Tidak adik-adik.
So feared all year in EMEA.
100%. Same time ALG.
Yeah, Xipto versus FlyQuest Red. Habis ini.
In a tough one for sure.
And for Falcons,
Ntar
as
gue
well,
ganti judul dulu.
with the substitute, she shows up on this stage and absolutely
Xipto
dominates in both
Esports.
maps. I think it was a great showing from Lexa here.
Yeah, really strong mechanical performance. I can't
Versus
say it,
FlyQuest
how many
Red.
times Lexa was just in an isolated anchor position on both maps and just finding Muffin in the sky, single tap headshots. It was some pretty sweet stuff out of her.
Yeah, the mechanics look on point. They're debuting us some new compositions. And Mary on her re-debut at GCC.
Oh tadi masih ada Xiptonya ya, tadi di jadwal apa di judul tadi ya?
She has been popping. Of course now Falcons
Lupa ke-delete tadi berarti.
on to play against Shopify. Mary played against a very different Shopify 2 years ago.
She did.
Never had that chance to go up against Cloud9 back then, but now getting to play against the core.
It was a match that was promised back then, right? Mel and Alexis against that G2 core.
Bababis aja nama Corsair lucu aja, Bababis.
Yeah, not all 10 players are going to be back in the server. We're going to have about 3 of them. Still going to be a whole lot of fun.
Oke. By the way, paling ini berapa ya? Berapa menit ya biasanya? 30 menit? 20 menit? 25? Begitu lah ya. Apa tuh enggak biasa abis dari full screen kepencet. Kalau tim Indonya ada kayak nggak ada? Emang kita masih punya tim Indo? Bentar. Kayak menurut lu SPG sama Boom akan bernasib sama seperti Blade dan DFM atau enggak? Enggak lah. Apalagi SPG. Gila lu. Berani ngomong SPG kayak gitu. Bakal senasib sama Blade atau DFM. SPG seperti itu solid. At least selama meta Neon ya. Gak tau lagi dah tuh kalau Neon di nerf gimana tuh. Itu kan juga yang jadi gua penasaran. Dengan interviewnya udah tengah jalan gini lu baru minta.
You haven't really had that much time.
Maybe 2 weeks or less. I'm not sure. Like the other maps.
You like the deadlock?
Yeah, I mean, today's game was good. It's my first game on deadlock.
Yeah?
I like it, of course.
Maybe we see you on more maps? Is this something that you kind of want to add to your agent pool as well?
Yeah, I don't mind deadlock on different maps. Yeah, it's fine.
I want to see it. I want to see it.
Kalau lu kan nggak mau denger interviewnya kan? Gue tahu.
Alexa coming in for you guys.
Lu lebih pengen di zoom in aja kan?
The super sub, but in many ways, it doesn't even feel like a substitute. She just fits in so well. It's so natural. She was shooting out there as well. What's it like for you guys? For you in particular?
I've known Alexa for a while. She was in Twisted Minds, and we met multiple times in Riyadh. But like, you know, Alexa has enough experience, and she's on a lurker role, so she doesn't need to be very close to the team to fit in. But she's doing great.
It's natural, right?
Yeah, it's natural.
It's quite natural. Now, I spoke to some of the fans that are here, and a lot of them are here to see you in particular. You know, they feel really inspired by the fact that you're here. We've heard it from Mary as well about how you guys want to make, you know, that legacy. You want to build a legacy here, and I think that really involves yourself as well. Is there anything you want to say to our fans that came all the way here just to see you?
Yes, I thank everyone supporting us, supporting me here on online. I see all the messages, and especially thank you to my mom. She came all the way to support me.
Oh, that's so cute. And last question before I let you go.
Tuh udah ada tuh
You've
Xipto
had
di
your
belakang
first
tuh.
game here already. It went really well, but you do have to face Shopify next, which I think is a really big task. So how are you feeling about this challenge?
Of course, it will be a good match, but if we play the way we play today, the same confidence, same playing together.
Di sini FlyQuest lagi.
I think you can as well.
Falconnya lawan Shopify. Pemenang tahun lalu.
Tomorrow, that is it for our game here, but we do have another match coming up, so make sure you stay tuned for Xipto versus FlyQuest.
Udah deh. Kenapa jadi Xipto anjir? Bacanya kan Xipto ya. Apa ini? G2 apa? Hah? Kelas-kelas buat ini. Buat masuk ke dunia esports. Tambahin Yokai, ya udah. Malam kayak malam ini, Yus. Menit. Kenapa sih ada be right back-nya gitu? Padahal enakan kalau ada waktunya gitu loh. Ini nggak penting, tolong. Panitia GC ini nggak penting nih. Be right back, kita butuh lihat waktunya. Kasih tahu aja. Biar beda dari PC itu, tapi kita jadi nggak tahu kan waktu kelarnya kapan gitu breaknya. Miminnya nggak bisa kasih kepastian kayak itu kah alasannya? Ada waktunya tadi padahal maksud gua. Tadi lo tulisnya literally 3 menit tadi. Ditutupin tapi. Hey Scary, welcome. Halo. Mana nih avatar? Ini ada. By the way, yang belum dengerin podcastnya kita, podcast episode pertama kita ada di Pincet ya guys ya. Itu awalnya emang awkward, tapi harusnya makin berjalan podcastnya makin nyaman kitanya mulai. So kindly to hear that, listen to it, and giving us a feedback, of course. Kasih kita feedback di kolom komentar. Siapa tahu kita bisa make it better in the next episode, of course. Enari nggak main ya? Hah? Emang nggak main? Info dari mana itu? Hey News, welcome back to the membership. Thank you udah join member, dipakai emoji biar abang mulai naik iri. Let's go, udah platinum. Platiron, I mean. Rokok related, nice, thank you. Malam mau Yokai, malam Erva 70. Podcastnya gue dengerin tapi sambil kerja. Emang podcast kan biasanya emang dikerjain. Emang didengerin pas lagi ngerjain hal yang lain kan. Emang kan gue juga seringnya kayak gitu kok. Kalau gue lagi gambar gitu dengerinnya podcast. Gue lebih dengerin podcast daripada musik sih emang gue orang. Kalau gue ya. Biasanya podcast-podcast gitu ada yang sistem-season gitu ya. Apa yang membedakan season 1 dengan season lainnya kalau podcast coba? Gue penasaran. Tapi itu bebas sih, sebenarnya itu bebas sih. Bisa ada, bisa enggak sih setelah gue pikir-pikir. Soalnya ada yang sistemnya kayak season, sistemnya ada yang kayak annual aja udah. Alibi buat libur, damn. Oke. Beda setnya, oke. Kita sih kayaknya nggak bakal ganti-ganti set anyway. Apa yang mau diganti kan kita pakai avatar ya. Let's not lose to 4 duelists again. Oh damn. Are they? The one who lose? Again SMG? Pakai 4 duelist kemarin? Enggak, maksudnya yang kalah. Apakah mereka orang yang kalah gitu loh, maksud gue bukan. Gue tahu 4-2 menang, justru apakah mereka korbannya gitu. Ini kalau gue bilang ini orang Indo, orang percaya sih. Muka orang ini. Kalau gue bilang, nih orang Indo nih guys, percaya orang. Ah, telat lu. Sonder tuh loh, sonder. Oh, mantan EG. Oh, kita bantai lagi lah, gampang. Isu cantik amat ya, asli dah. Nice. Isu nice. Nonton GC ini lebih nyari yang cakep-cakep kan lo pada. Kayaknya kebanyakan penonton kayaknya gitu deh. Kalau gua kan enggak ya. Apa ya kayak ya lu nggak bisa nyamain lu sama gua sih, gitu aja sih. Nyamain diri lu sama orang lain nggak bisa sih. Cuman gara-gara lu feel that way doesn't mean I feel that way gitu. I mean of course dia cantik, of course, oke. Cantik terus apa gitu maksud gua? Bukan fokus gua bukan di situ. Fokus gua dukung Xipto. Mengawal NRI angkat piala. Kalau itu lebih ke halu sih, Will. Lebih ke halu kalau kayak gitu. Ntar jadi kepo gini ngomongin apa sih? Aku FOMO.
A lot where they'll play 3 rounds that look similar at the start with that opening volley of utility. The first 2 end up following a very similar script, like you open up one area and you end up re-hitting. But that third round is something completely different where they use that same conditioned utility to sell a really effective fake on another side of the map.
Now we have to talk about the opponents. FlyQuest, I think they're gonna have a lot of work cut out for them today because their opponents
Si Razi
have dropped only
mode uploaded gini.
one single solitary map this entire
Itu
season.
aja mode
They're
uploaded maksud gua apa ya?
undefeated in APAC. Xipto is scary and they have a reputation.
And APAC is not like China where it's one qualifier event to get in. No, they are playing 3 series. They are playing a ton of Valorant and they are absolutely dominating throughout that one. But like we were talking about, this is the core of Team SMG. And despite having
Xipto are undefeated in GC this year. Sama kayak tahun kemarin loh. SMG juga undefeated kan?
And look, it was the exact same story heading into
The core still the same. Core timnya sama masih. They're still very strong.
And they ended up having a pretty solid performance overall. They made it into that into 4th place at the end of the day, but that team I know thinks they could have done better, and the 4 players that are returning to the stage are definitely going to want that.
Yeah, I mean, speaking of last year, actually, the fact that they could make that
Dan masih first in every 2024.
I think Valorant VCT overall is completely evolved beyond that. So Xipto, they've mentioned working on this themselves, kind of taking it to that next level, but I really like that they still have that core essence there of just
kayaknya satu orang kagak ikutan.
not letting their opponents think. In
Kan
fact,
mereka
the
emang
addition of Tara,
rada kelas ya kalau gue lihat ya.
back into the roster to bring back that structure is something they've often talked about.
Yeah, Tara was a sub for
Oh,
the
lu
team
nggak
in the past,
tahu.
now a full member now that they are Xipto. And the players have talked a lot about
Satu orang itu kan merasa
kind of adding
ya,
a little
you
bit
know.
more structure into the round. She's not their primary IGL, but she's that player that's in the mid rounds, kind of tempering their aggression a little bit, keeping players in line, and then all the while, I think having a ton of impact as an individual too.
Yeah, because honestly, I think you really need to have that sort of like extra voice going into a game, especially in a game like this, because both these teams are so strong mechanically and also just so
Pasti damai kah? Enggak.
together. I think
Tapi kan pecahnya kemarin kan, ya you know lah.
Those like all-out fights, it's going to be about finding those windows in the mid round, and that's something that Tara can definitely help with.
Yeah, definitely. definitely. In fact, if you kind of
Yang ada nyenggol-nyenggol di Twitter lah.
The XS and G roster, the four of them, they were quite aggressive personalities. I mean that in the best of ways. They are just out there, and it reflects in their playstyle. So you need someone like Tara to just kind of.
I mean, I was watching online at home, and you could just like hear this team yelling when they were on stage. When they have a chance to play.
Itu udah lebih ke nggak jelas, nggak penting banget menurut gue.
Yeah, from Philadelphia. That's crazy. Yeah, across the world.
Wow.
Alexi does have a war cry. You can really hear it like through the walls, and even over back in APAC during the finals, we could hear her literally through the walls. In fact, let's talk about Alexi. Alexi is the primary IGL now. She's moved back onto that role, and I feel like she's so much more than just an IGL. She's one of those IGLs who can frag out of her mind.
100%. Yeah, she is like, when I think of Xipto, she is the player. Alexi is so good at.
Kayaknya tahun ini pun masih ada pembahasannya deh itu.
Mechanics are so insane.
Pas mereka tanding nggak sih?
Also, like we're talking about yelling, bringing the team's energy up, calling these mid rounds. I think that she is the most important player on the Xipto roster.
Yeah, and if you're looking at like fragging like initiator players in this tournament, like she is at the top right there. She's absolutely insane. I think it's more for me than just looking at Alexi in the context of the team. I think Alexi is just one of the top players to watch at this tournament, bar none, and especially in her role. Like she is a person that is going to be constantly turning heads.
Yeah, 100%. She's so well-rounded. Her game sense is really top-notch. I think she's just proven to be one of these really key players here at Game Changers, just being an all-rounder there. I really like her pairing with
anaknya cinta damai.
A new thing that's developed since last year. As
dia
a
percaya.
duo, together you can see her setting an area up for success as well.
And I think what is so important about her is that she is the one normally setting up an area. She's also the one.
Kayaknya udah duduk terlalu lama. Gua mau berdiri dulu seperti biasa. Mumpung punya meja yang bisa didirikan ya guys ya. Jadi saya bisa berdiri.
Year and has been so consistent. I think Inari has struggled a little bit towards the end of the run in Asia, but last time we saw her,
percayanya ragu gitu, memang.
Yeah, I mean her and Alexi too. Like it was no fluke that they were dominating in their own domestic scene. They came and they had a lot to show.
Or in Brazil it was.
Did I say here?
No, I said Berlin.
You said Berlin. It's you're the fool.
Now we're in Berlin.
Not me. I'm not the fool. You're the fool.
Do you guys have a quick prediction? Is this going to be like the bias for the regions?
I think it's super close. I honestly think Xipto's going to take it.
Oh, interesting.
I'm biased for the regions.
Salah kalau lu punya meja naik. Kadang-kadang ada kabel yang ketarik. Dan dia naik kabelnya. Terus jatuh. By the way, entry. Let's go, Xipto! Win this game. Easy. HyperX nggak buka cabang Valogers. Enggak, kayaknya mereka bukanya cabang Pokemon. Ingat gue kemarin bukanya cabang Pokemon Unite. Tidak tertarik buat GC. Let's go.
Right, match 3 up today. We got FlyQuest Red facing off against Xipto Gaming. Xipto Gaming often compared to the Paper Rex of
Pokemon Unite tuh kencengnya di Jepang sih yang gua tahu ya, seingat gua. Soalnya kan Pokemon juga dari Jepang kan. Gak tau deh, seingat gua RRQ juga punya Pokemon Unite kan, tapi gak tahu masih ada apa nggak sih RRQ. Oh, yang TCG, bukan yang Pokemon Unite. Oke. Gua nggak tahu, sorry banget. Gua pikir yang Unite, yang MOBA. Yang TCG ternyata, oke.
Honestly, I'm really nervous for FlyQuest map pool heading into this event because I think Lotus.
Bercanda bang, gua pikir beneran anjing. Jadi yang mana yang bener, Cok? Babi ya. Kan gue takut gue salah ya, maksud gue ya. Gue kan nggak baca bener-bener tuh soalnya tuh. Takutnya gue emang salah gitu loh.
Yeah, I think this is going to be a really exciting matchup here. Shirazi, I got to shout out her hair.
Looks good. That's new,
so
right?
Cool. Yeah, it's so new. Yeah, she was blonde just a couple weeks ago. I think she's coming in fresh to Berlin with a new...
Nih orang Indo nih, Tara IGL.
You know, I think they are trying to keep themselves a little bit more tempered.
Bareng sama Enery carry.
Coming in here, but FlyQuest, I know they want to make their mark here in Game Changers.
100%. And honestly, especially for players like Starbound and Thea coming in here right after, you know, winning stage 3 in America last year and then bombing out in Sao Paulo, right? It's so important for them now to actually have that strong performance internationally.
And that first match they lost was against this same team, right? There is a real chip on the shoulder, I think, to come back and beat the team who locked
4 duelist lagi nggak sih? 4 duelist lagi.
But you know what? The other team has a pretty good duelist as well.
Oh, yeah.
In the form of Donut, one of my favorite snacks.
Oh, it is! It's Neon Phoenix! It's Neon.
Wait.
Oh my god, wait, this is actually insane. The amount of walls they have to like get out onto a side.
Okay, bot using Neon.
I'm thinking like Neon makes a lot of sense, and it's actually double duels on both sides.
Yeah.
No Sentinel. Xipto no Sentinel.
So FlyQuest, number one thing that I think you have to stop if you are Xipto is Sonder farming ult. They're going to put a big priority on getting that Phoenix ult online. It can.
Berarti mereka mau mainnya main ini control side ini kayaknya.
Without a Sentinel, it means either like Harbor and Astra are both agents that want to have.
I mean mereka punya Harbor, punya Astra juga, punya dua controller. They can play.
Actually showing up in fights when it matters, and also an area in
Defender duluan sih.
And Thea and Starbound, those two players are gonna, I think, really focus on this attack side, on working these lurks and finding those holds where there's no Cypher utility.
Well, we've had a 2-0 kind of day.
Paling khawatirnya di ini, di Neonnya. Gak ada Cypher kan Neonnya jadi gimana tuh nanti tuh.
It's gonna be a crazy one. Let's get the final match of today's starter. We're gonna send it over to your casters. It's Pots and Pans.
Thank you so much. Yeah, this
ada Potter.
So early has certainly caught on.
Oh, AMD is Potter.
It's a pleasure to be here with you, by the way. Such to bring you out.
Pleasure's mine, Lauren.
Yeah, okay.
I'm excited. This is a team that it's just ingrained in my brain. I will
Tadi gue
never
berapa sih?
forget that
Oh,
moment that
70.
the desk touched upon when they busted out the 4 duelists and a
Ngepull nggak ngaruh ya? Masanya ngepullnya kan juga butuh berapa detik sebelum ngepull kan sekarang Gravity Well ya. Takutnya dia udah cabut duluan sih.
On FlyQuest, both these squads are lacking those flashes, the pop flashes that we generally see coming out from KO. So we'll see how both teams kind of compensate for that. They're gonna want to get real up and close and personal.
Udah low.
A lot of damage onto Neri here to start.
Good beginnings, and you're talking about pressure.
Kena chip damage semua nih udah nih.
Probably you'd imagine on paper to the maybe untrained eye who hasn't watched previous
Ya
GC.
ampun.
He might be putting it heavily in their hands, but Xipto know
But it's okay,
as a team, and they could certainly punish.
Masih ada Alexi, masih ada Alexi.
A good few members of the team against them. Now, already first blood drawn. Camus is already out of this.
Fullcaster kan sekarang si Potter enggak, dia masih ngelatih kok dia. Emang ini, emang namanya juga Asian. We work or we die.
Everything but the stun and the slide coming out from Donut that should secure the site, and Alexi was so low, gets cleaned up here by Sonder, and it just comes down to Shirazi.
It's okay, it's okay.
That was good utility and a good response coming out here from Xipto. I like that they re-fought towards that art, not willing to give it up here from
Masih pistoran, aman.
coming out here from Eve. Finishing it off with 3 clean kills to boot as well. What a start here coming out for FlyQuest.
And I think it somewhat sets
Tuh
the tone,
gitu-gitu tuh.
doesn't it, Christine? It's
Neon tuh, tolong dihilangkan itu.
Position coming in, we see the Phoenix, we're seeing the Neon. It's good to see that confidence building early. But it is about confidence, though. You're going to pick an agent like this, like your Phoenix coming out early. You want to be brawling. You want to be feeling that you're getting the rewards for all that.
Neon sliding pala kena hit. Ya, exactly.
And Sonder.
Itu kenapa pada banyak yang kesal dan minta di-nerf Neonnya.
To begin with, but again, you're just going to be taking the tour here if you're FlyQuest.
Ya, makanya kata gue kan antara lu ambil slidingnya satu, lalu udah firing errornya masih hilang dah. Atau firing errornya dibalikin, tapi slidingnya 2. Udah gitu aja dah. Pilih dah. Kalau nggak terlalu anjing maksud gue.
They're gonna have that Phoenix ultimate online. Sonder, I'm sure, is even gonna get the spike
Tuh.
to try to get an extra ultimate board.
Brengsek, cok.
Orb on the board, but no, they're just gonna hand it off to Ev there. Yeah, I think the vision here for FlyQuest. Yeah, they could have. They definitely could have. Probably have another plan with that Hunter's.
Maksud gue Jet aja ya. Ngedes nggak bisa sambil nembak gitu loh.
Surely they have a
nice double dive coming through here for Donut. It makes sense, wouldn't it? Now, is there any damage to be done? Let's see. You've got 3 up for Xipto.
Ini bisa 2 kali.
Great, but again, if you're
Akurasi 100%, GG.
Orbs, and they now have 3 new targets to do that from. Already Donut going to find. Well, it looks like almost all of them in the final. Gonna fall. It is Sonda gonna close that down. A flawless second round. It's exactly what the doctor would have ordered. FlyQuest can be happy with that. They got the orb on the other side. They are building up 2 heavy impact. Well, I mean, I say 2. It's near on 3 here, Christine.
Beautiful work done
Yo.
on the objective control. I would have liked to see Sonder loosen up a little bit and demand to get those eco kills for himself there towards the end.
It up.
Yeah, just 2
Malas gak sih?
away from getting that ultimate online would have meant a whole heck of a lot coming into this bonus round. But nevertheless, these weaponries, the Stinger and the Marshall on the board, you know FlyQuest, they're gonna want to
Menurut lu Desjet yang aktivasinya di nerf ngaruh banget gak? Kayak ngaruh lah, ngaruh banget. Walaupun Indian Jet masih tetap nggak bisa tergantikan, nggak ada agent lain yang bisa ngedash kayak dia. Dashnya tetap krusial, tapi apakah ngaruh? Dash yang sebelum window dan sesudah window, yes it is.
Keeps it under control. The flex, though, coming out from Starbound, taking the space by Art. Now they're somewhat trapped here. They're cornered themselves. Xipto, I feel, has to fight forward, potentially try and pick their poison here. This player's coming from every single avenue.
Oh, 3 long attack. Ev just has to be real patient here. She knows that the bomb is down. And all 3 defenders right on top. This flank coming out for Thea. If she didn't have just a Marshall, but a different weapon, things could get real interesting. This shot, it's going to have to mean a lot. Kamiyu is fully aware.
Yeah. With that clock
timing.
That
Nice banget Kamiyu.
Notes it. Kamiyu, great work on Starbound, but it's not
Hampir
the only
kena timing
player.
tuh.
There's still one more on that back line. That's the problem. And I think they've noted it. Yeah, Thea just gave away the game, I'm pretty sure here. Turn of attention, but Thea finds it. Good
Rada
trade
mahal,
from Alexi.
tapi
Now,
it's okay,
Thea
it's okay.
can't make it
We still
count
got the round.
once. If we're talking damage, that's 3 rifles gone, but it is a round for Xipto.
Yeah, that's a W round if you're FlyQuest red, you know, for sure.
round.
W round, Lauren, indeed. For Xipto, things got a little dicey when they had to place themselves in those
Malah, Var.
battles up against those Stingers, but either way, they're able to stabilize, walk away with the round on the board, and that's really all you need. This round, 2 Guardians coming out with a little bit of half armor. Think that can get dangerous, but 1 ultimate round orb away here.
There's 2 options. I mean, technically they could get both here. Donut 1 off, and of course Sonda. So this is where it gets scary. So Alexi,
4, 5 stuck together for Fly.
I mean, Alexi might be screwed here. Does actually get ignored.
Di turnamen Valo nggak ada role skin, nggak ada.
Razi's already gone down.
Udah dapat 3, ayo, dapat 2, sorry, dapat 1 lagi. Oke, it's okay, 2, you already did your job.
Yeah, the pace is there. Yeah, the pressure's there. But another factor that's there is Sonder's ult. Does she decide to burn this at some point? They're pausing. Ult's coming in. Wants to clear towards lane. Dealt with. Looking for the follow-up. Starbound follows in. Tara on the trade. And we're down to a 2v2.
Oke, masih 2 lawan 2. Kamiyu masih belum datang. Belum ke plan juga. Mau di fight? Rada Y sih itu. Rada Y. Gak ada flash, gak ada apa-apa. Maju. Ya kan gak ada flash kan tadi kan?
Man, you know, if FlyQuest, if Sonder just waited for that trip
Mana medal?
before proccing that ultimate, maybe tap the spike, play with her food a little bit.
Blunder sih.
Encourage Xipto to actually go past that street barrier and
Blunder
really
banget.
place themselves in a checkmate position. But either way, decent response from Fly, but Xipto are able to close it out there.
Anjing. Suara mic-nya sampai udah, aku menyerah bang, udah bang, teriakannya serem bang. Mic-nya menyerah itu. Suaranya sampai, udah kagak jelas lagi dah.
Something to keep in mind, if that opportunity beckons, it can be invested.
Oh,
That's
shit.
a belter from Sonda. Already, this art pressure has been going FlyQuest's way. They've got this one worked out so well, but it's Kamiyu on the other side. A tricky position, easy to be overwhelmed here, and the shots aren't clean enough.
Dapat 2 udah. Ya, kepegang Prowler. Sayang banget udah kepegang Prowler. Nice banget sih Razi. My pro died. Udah nice, 2 lawan 2. Walaupun Alexi pakai op. The spike! We got the spike! Damn! Blunder lagi dari FlyQuest.
Right on top of it, but this time both attackers are grouped.
Still got the utility.
Blunder lagi, coy. Itu kenapa spike-nya masih di situ?
They have the full Sova kit if they want
Udah
to
diliatin
be
aja.
extra sure. And now down to Thea in a 1v2, it's gonna be clutch.
Damn,
So
blunder.
Zipto are in
Pegang
the
siapa?
game
Zipto lah.
now. Waking up.
Kayak mah Indo-Pride banget orangnya.
Consecutive looking sharp.
Great info coming out across the board for the defenders. You saw Alexi start the round towards that A main, and as soon as that information came across that a B hit was in tow, she pushed out.
Kaget lah udah.
Got rewarded by finding the spikes down towards that spawn. And that's twice now that FlyQuest Red finds themselves.
Enggak, mereka tuh pengen misah tadi kan, tapi kan mid-nya hancur semua tuh. Mid-nya hancur semua, C-nya nggak dapat apa-apa, balik mau ngambil spike. Nggak tau ya udah di push, di kontrol. Jadi bukan blunder banget, tapi ya
But once you get to those gun rounds, if you start
bad luck for you, man.
which they have been, that's 3 now pretty much back to back. I mean, there was the sheriff round just now, but still, it's not what you want to be seeing, right? If this is your timeout as well, what have you noticed early on? Maybe if you're not looking at from either team's perspective, but maybe some tendencies you noticed.
nah gitu kayak kalau Neon ult sedia sorti aja. Hah, ngomong lu gampang lu.
Yeah, I think they need to take a deep breath. It was just like that one round when Sonder was in the B site and that trip was down towards that street tile.
Coba lu dulu deh. Nanti kalau berhasil kasih tahu gua.
Just run it down every time. You do need to do that sometimes to get the control that you need, create some fast trades, but once you have enough information on the board, just catch your breath, make a quick plan, and attack, right? And they had all of those tools out in front of them. The trip was there, so they just needed, somebody needs to step up, just call out, hey, off me, off the trip, flash off me. And for Xipto, they've been
Neon tuh beda dimensi. Apalagi dengan buff-nya yang sekarang, sumpah. Gue masih bingung kenapa nggak di nerf sampai sekarang. Fuck man. Walaupun gue konten creator Valorant pun lo gue bilang tolol ini. Agak di nerf ini tolol. Move apa ini? Okay, farming old orb. Since Phoenix is very annoying ultinya dan gampang dapetnya. Nunggu dihujat, udah. Pro player pun lo pada nggak seneng, pada kesel.
Okay, that was a very individual effort there, no fault, but now the burst towards A main, we can see Donut springboard forward. It's lovely, Sova coming in. Big damage towards Tara, that should be the A side open and available. 3-player pack working back in from B though. You gotta look at the post plan and what they're gonna do with this.
Wah, salah tebak. FlyQuest-nya pergi ke B.
You can see that there's a huge gap towards that B site, but they're taking
Kahya aja kesel pas lawan Neon tuh. Pemain Neon tuh kesel sama lawan Neon.
Things are a little bit too quiet to feel comfortable, and you can see that she's starting to make her way back.
Capek masalah ngelawan Neonnya, capek coy. Apalagi kalau Neon sudah punya ulti ya, wah gila tuh hampir. Kalau pro player ya, Neon pakai ulti tuh kayak udah kayak satu round udah di secure gitu.
Okay, the only factor could be Dodo. A little bit deeper on the angle, Shirazi had no idea, but Shirazi did find Thea, so it was a trade out. Gonna smoke off the dart, and Alexi gets to keep their life. Moving closer, Neri then gonna start clearing close. Try and find these 2 players on the other side. Still good util on Neri. Could maybe gap close a bit with it. Gonna have the smoke going in, the wall going out.
Killing dua-duanya.
Apakah
mereka tahu tapi udah low banget, Nice, Neri. Nice cover by Neri. Nice. Ketika lu bisa mempercayai duo lu, itu dia. Percaya pada duo. Dan duonya deliver. Yang di Fuse kan udah tinggal bodo amat, di Fuse sampai akhir. Apalagi itu juga angle bagus. Nge-diffuse-nya.
And a lot of the priority in our discussions and even the analyst desk.
Gila, Neri ketenangan. Teman-temannya teriak-teriak, dia ketenangan, bro. Lagi in the zone.
Just a moment ago, but this is another big round for them. It could be almost a slam dunk. They have that one snowball round now in pocket.
Definisi nyawa di tangan temen.
Checked on last time. This push up from the Neon, they
Wih,
had no idea.
langsung hilang.
Walks into her death. Good trade from Starbound, but you're looking at Tara as being
Oke, nice.
not gonna fall for it.
Nice, Tara. Mereka lagi eco, di absen aja semuanya.
The only one able to really do some serious damage here. But again, you're looking at this. This was sheriffs. This was them trying to clutch in towards something. But
Sondor mau main
gila.
You're gonna need a lot more than that.
Bermain dengan main.
Defenders are doing a fantastic job not creating any gaps. Everyone has each other's backs and Saunders
Disiplin, Xiptonya disiplin.
No clue how close the defenders are.
Ditunggu,
Only 2 bullets
ditunggu plan.
in the chamber. She's got to make these count.
Udah confirm posisi.
Close. 42 seconds left on the clock. She's got plenty of time to play with.
Nggak kena dong flashnya.
What you were talking about there, the spacing, they were not giving Sonda an inch. There was no free kill, nothing that they could have really.
Dan dari tim Indo nggak ada player Indo tapi ada. Ini yang lagi main nih dua. Ini Tara sama Enery. Enery yang pakai Neon, Tara itu yang pakai Harbor harusnya. Yes. Ini bukan Tara Arts ya by the way, bukan yang kungking itu ya. Beda.
Victoria mentioned it on the desk. Xipto have only lost 2 maps all year long. That's not series, that's just maps. So Tara absolutely stepping it up, being an anchor, and Alexi barely missing.
Kocak lu!
Sonda, that was dangerous to go for that.
Yeah.
Kocak lu!
If you're Xipto, you're starting to feel more confident. This team is known for their aggression, their explosive
Ngapain?
nature. Alexi's gonna repeat that. That was a neon flying across. I'm going back in, of course I am. Sonda,
Anjir kagak di respect. OP-nya anjing.
see FlyQuest adjust here. I don't know what it takes, but I'm seeing that
Kagak
repetition
respect, Cok.
over and over, and the confidence building more and more for Xipto, and that's scary.
Yeah, and I think FlyQuest Sonder just got baited just too hard there. Grabbing that orb at A was too easy for the past 8 rounds. Finally, Xipto have a plan to punish. They're gonna have to keep that in mind moving forward. Now, Starbound.
Aduh udah tahu ya ada OP. Duor. Sepertinya aku ambil orb sih. Bisa kepikiran gitu aja. Oke, nice trade. Hampir serem. Waduh. Sayang sekali. Nice banget nih, Ayo. Tapi lumayan ngeselin sih ininya. Wah. Tapi Alexi dapat. Tahun juga udah dodot. Nice. Let's go my girls.
Another big round. FlyQuest get held on to.
What a retake coming out here for Xipto.
Jadi yang baru datang jangan lupa di like dulu.
To make that round work.
Biar trending, biar tambah rame.
The timing was perfect. She could have gotten away with the double kill, but just one seemed to be enough. Yeah, but man, Xipto, the way that they're reacting so fast in these retake floods, it's not giving FlyQuest any time to breathe in these post plans.
Alexinya sih lagi nyala banget.
To get into those optimal positions to make them
di season ini. Udah nice banget sih. Masih nyala dia, masih nyala. Enery juga step up ketika dia dibutuhkan tadi.
Of that previous series, and this being your first opponent, it starts compounding. Now, Alexi,
Door.
Brewing, building, delivering.
Itu nempel tuh. Peluru OP-nya nempel ke Phoenix saya rasa. Aja dari tadi Phoenix-nya kena OP mulu kayaknya ya. Nempel aja gitu.
They do not stop. Even if they can go, it's done for. Wrap it up, put a bow on it, I don't care. FlyQuest look shattered by this.
Yeah, the bait and switch was just too much there from Alexi and Iniri. That 1-2.
Anjing gua banget nih dari kita bertiga nih yang keluar, gue yang ketembak nih.
That high-low crossfire, slow clearing that art. Starbound on the lurk. But whenever Xipto want to fight and they decide to have a response, it just comes out in Xipto's favor so heavily.
And they're having fun.
Enery Alexi combo ini bro.
Polar opposites. I hope we get a shot of the FlyQuest side when you're seeing kind of.
Mau ngambil orb lagi nggak sih dia?
Back in, and now speaking of back in, it's pacey again. Sonda
nggak jadi nggak. Udah nggak ngambil orb aja. Taranya masih dapat loh. Ya ampun nggak dicek kah taranya anjing. Dia sudah dapat 3 sih Tara cok.
It's just a brick wall that FlyQuest cannot break through.
Wait, santai.
She does have the drone. It's 1 versus 2 now. If she's able to get the spike down here, I've seen crazier things coming out here for Ev.
Maybe not. Xipto again. This game is being ripped away from.
Sudah dikontrol sama Xipto game ini.
I mean, we've all seen games like this, but when you're on that side, when you're on that FlyQuest side, this can't feel good. It feels like nothing's working. The plan's not working. where the hell do we go now?
Yeah, you've got to catch your breath. I mean, even coming out of that A main, they know they're up against an Astra. They know that Suck Orb is going to be on the floor. You've got to have
Masalahnya kalahnya di common angle, Cok.
And mind the spacing. I think multiple times we've seen now from FlyQuest, if they talk to each other a little bit, caught their breath before actually scaling for the fight, things could have gone differently, but Xipto are just not letting them catch their breath. Alexi with another
Masih dapat loh.
She went back in for seconds.
Energinya yang nggak siap malah.
Sky high. And like, even looking back at that round, you had the tether coming out from Camu as well. You do have the Astra utility. They had
Alexi sih emang confidence-nya lagi strong banget ya.
perfect for them. Now Donut does have the rifle. That's
Hey Kevin Leonardo, welcome to the membership. Thank you udah join member pakai emoji beda apa bulan ini. Let's go.
teammate Sonda is trying to sell
By the way,
himself
adik-adik yang belum tahu kita punya podcast ada di pincet ya. Siapa tahu kalian mau dengerin dan mau ngasih feedback ke podcast pertamanya kita. Kita bakal nyoba beberapa episode dulu
filthy with that operator. Shirazi's got to play it cool.
untuk ngelihat apakah podcast ini bisa works apa enggak.
Maybe some passive space, doesn't want to take too many risks here.
And we've seen this from Xipto.
Buset nge-rap Bankai. Lebih ke itu, lebih ke template. Udah template. Kalau orang membership di sini kayak gitu template-nya.
Only the pistol on Thea's back. This might be the first time that Flyer are gonna have a cool.
Gila, dia pakai melee arcane Fire Gauntlet.
How does that change things? That might pull back in Sonda, I guess, a less comfortable post plant. Investment from Dodonut and the ult as well. A little bit of spam, but it's Tara. What?
Tinggal sendirian.
Tara just get two.
Tiba-tiba Taranya dapat 2. Taranya lagi nyala juga nih, coy.
I thought would be the first point of contact, but no. Dodonut
Taranya lagi nyala juga dia. Dapat timingnya terus, dapat nembaknya juga.
9 rounds for Xipto, Christine. How did that just happen?
We need to see a replay of yes. I mean, Tara has just not been missing the multi-kill after multi-kill in this second.
Gauntletnya keren, coy, sumpah. Gua sebagai yang udah nyobain, gauntletnya nice.
Hopefully we get to see it out.
Kalau Vandalnya mungkin masih banyak yang debatable lah ya, tapi kalau melee-nya nice, bro.
And it would be a discredit to how good Xipto are if you only ever look at this team as, oh, they're aggressive, they're explosive. They are playing genuinely well-rounded Valorant right now. It's the retakes, it's the
2-0 semua, ayo 2-0 yuk biar cepet.
You are seeing all of it, utility, everything. Now,
iya, mau sampai Desember harusnya.
I mean, they're flush for cash, why not?
Amin nggak semahal itu kok hitungannya menurut gua sih. Untuk bundle-nya ya menurut gua ya. Kalau lu beli melee mending beli bundle sekalian soalnya. Kalau kan melee-nya 4.350. Bundle 5.900. Kalian aja gak sih maksud gua?
Xipto, they have so much control in middle. The art is theirs.
And FlyQuest has to invest.
Enggak kayak Radiant Entertainment. Gue udah bilang tuh emang bakal se-champions. Gue emang dari awal bilangnya kan 6.000 kan, kurang lebih kan. Karena ya isinya ya kayak champions gitu loh. Isinya kan satu tembakan, satu melee, dan decorationnya ya kayak champions, dan ternyata lebih murah daripada champions bahkan. Karena emang champions kan lebih ini ya, lebih banyak efeknya.
For it. That's perfect. Camu falls and suddenly the floodgates are open. There's pressure on the entirety of the map here.
Beda ya sama gauntletnya skin press, anjir lu bedain apa komparnya dua gauntlet yang sangat berbeda tuh, yang satu gauntletan, yang satu beneran gauntlet anjir. Udah ini sih FlyQuest sih, jadi 93 lah ya. 93 udah dapat banget nih. Kunci udah. Kunci bro.
Alexi, show me what you got.
Let's see.
Dari mana duitnya kerja? Ada yang namanya kerja bisa dapat duit.
But she does have a. Does she have the shorty?
That would be ideal, but time
for sure is an issue. Unfortunately for Xipto in this last round, the double op setup towards that long B did not pay off. I mean, FlyQuest though finally,
hopefully not bad, sangat not bad.
Had an answer, slowing it down, allowing themselves to breathe, and that punish from Dodonut towards A main.
Kita gue baru kelar kerja, anjir lu kerja apa sampai jam segini anjir? Ras juga lu. Start pump.
Dramatis, cepat.
Ada dong ininya. Ada. Ada iklannya babi. Iklan dari YouTube lagi itu. Bukan iklan dari GC-nya tuh, iklan dari YouTube, cok. Gue kan belum pakai Twitch yang ini kan, Nitro kan, makanya gue pakai yang YouTube aja udah. Staff admin tapi di-push sampai malam kalau nggak kelar. Damn. Kenapa be right back? Nggak tahu, emang kayak gini sekarang kalau di GC. Padahal tadi ada timernya lebih gampang kan nunggunya. Ini kayak dikasih be right back gitu. I mean oke lah kalau lu mau kasih kayak gini tetap taruh timernya maksud gua. Ya, nih masukan saya nih buat panitia GC nih. Ya ampun. Apaan nih? Oh. Udah gelap-gelap aja layarnya. Enggak premium. Ya udah bayarin sini, mau nggak lu? Jadi gue premium langsung nih.
Between these two teams and some of these players, the pressure that Xipto could put on against a team that is meant to be this man-made Goliath. Yeah, they've got 3 rounds here. It's only map 1, it's the first half. You know, I'm just lying to everyone, really hyping it up. But there is reason to be worried.
Reason indeed. I mean, that PTSD will be coming through here for Jovi and squad. They starbound from last year, so they've got to stabilize. The good news for them is coming towards this defense, I think they're going to have a better time.
Senyumnya nice juga lu.
Phoenix on the attack, it is tough to find any sort of ground or space when the defenders are playing as well as Xipto did. Now,
emang iya naik harga premium. Gua gara-gara belum perpanjang lagi, gua nggak tahu harganya udah sekarang. Ternyata ada pertambahan. Oke. Semakin tidak mau dong saya.
You can see here from the start, FlyQuest Red, 3 fighters. They want to control this orb.
All right, game on. Confidence, all-time high for Xipto.
Oke, mulai dari Oktober.
Turn up now. We are live into the game. Hopefully we'll get some game audio for you soon. I promise we're working on it. And already Donona trying to get proactive, right? We kind of expected this from the very beginning. Sonda right there with her.
Nice.
Big space taken. It's a boisterous
on point
start,
isn't it?
And a quick reaction coming out here for Xipto, but the response for FlyQuest, they foresaw that this was going to be the gap. It's going to be up to Starbound. A lot of pressure coming their way.
Yeah, Starbound though stands tall for the first.
Yo ampun, timingnya, the timing, they lost the timing bro. Mereka kalah dengan timing ini, bukan karena tembakan sebenarnya. Soalnya sih kalah terus ya, tapi nggak apa-apa. Apalah pistol kalau yang menang tetap Xipto.
And I think Alexi, she's taking your tip. You know, the slow down here. Shirazi's got to be real patient. Alexi's hoping.
Min, makan mie 2 kali dalam sehari masih aman nggak? Lebih ke arah gizi lu kurang sih, Will. Pantesan lu kurus anjing.
Alexi, at this point they're going, Jet's not here. Where's the Jet?
Nggak ada gizinya tuh barang anjir.
So I think they've put it together, really.
30 seconds left.
With 27 seconds, the options are very limited. Alexi will have to let her hand be known. Cam in play. Oh, it's such an upsetting feeling when you get hit with that.
Family pick banget udah.
Yeah. Yeah, we know. Don't worry. Swing it. Swing it.
Satu lah udah, dapat satu. Yuk, 1 atau 2. Dapat 2 kan?
I was joking. Calm it down. Okay, FlyQuest. They did, out of the 3 rounds that they had in hand at the start of that second half, 2 of them were from the pistol round. So they picked back up in a kind of similar fashion, right? They pick up the pistol round here. I want to see it convert into the gun rounds, but it's the start.
Gue yakin tuh kalau dia pick dapat 2, gue yakin minimal dapat 2 tuh. Yakin gue.
Should give them the confidence that they need. It was dominant. They had all the control and that ping pong, the crossfires working together. Not any of these players had to work too hard for those kills. So that's a beautiful start for FlyQuest Red, and that's exactly what they need to give each other a little bit of room to warm up into this half. Okay. Aggression.
Oh my god, Donona.
Di itu. Dilawan.
There's no way.
Penarinya udah low.
Well, okay, Aniri is low. She's low HP.
Yep.
But man, FlyQuest, they really do not want to give up this objective control.
Force buy kah? Bentar.
Put themselves in that
I don't think they force buy though.
Come out on the bottom end of it. This
Oh, they not play armor. They going stinger but no armor.
They don't want to get pinched.
I think they're 8 seconds away from the dart being back up though, at least. So maybe.
Terus kayaknya beberapa juga nggak beli dapat stinger jatuhan ya.
There we go. That should, question mark, should give away the game. It forces them forward, but oh my god, Iniri.
Masih dapat loh energinya low padahal darah 6 perasaan. Darah 6, bro. Darah 6 itu kakinya kesimbet dikit udah itu kelar dia. Kagak mati-mati dah.
Scratching their head as well, coming back in with this outlaw, because this isn't how it was meant to be.
Rempet dikit mati itu.
As well, Iniri just making her own luck on a broken
Outlaw
buy,
pula.
starbound, retaking with
Tapi outlawnya serem sih kalau dapat 2 aja nih.
impossible.
Yeah, I just heard it. It is impossible.
Tidak.
Zipto.
Tidak bersih.
They just broke the backs of FlyQuest. Get out of this map. It is Zipto's choice here. So that's the one thing you can hold on to. It's their map. Don't worry about it. We got ours.
Yeah. Well, you know, I just talked about a confidence build.
Emang flashbang ngasih damage kalau di CS? Emang iya? Gue kan bukan pemain CS nih, jadi gue kan percaya aja orang bilang gitu ya. Emang iya? Ngasih cuy, anjing, what the fuck?
It looks like they're gonna go right back to this A main control. They really want to take advantage of Saunders' flashes around this corner. This time, with the broken buy, we'll see if
Realistis.
make any mistakes and give them any opportunities, but should be a tough
Kalau
round.
mantul ke kepala anjir. Damn, headshot ya.
Just get into the game. That's all I want from
Headshot pakai
FlyQuest.
flashbang, okay. That's new.
They're just giving them nothing, right? There's no quarter, there's no opportunities. And I kind of expected FlyQuest almost to be the one to be doing that. I guess if I was like imagining this at the start of the day, but I mean, makes for an exciting first map at least. As it stands,
Mau yang dilempar ngasih damage walau kecil, oke. Lumayan pak kalau tinggal 1 darah juga. Ngaruh kali. 2 damage gitu.
I mean, honestly, credit where it's due. Zipto just looked better so far.
Cypher Trap tuh pun masih 15 ingat gue Cypher Trap aja damage-nya.
Nice little site take, clearing close. You're gonna have everything there, the bells and whistles all to it, but there's no resistance. We know currently where FlyQuest reside, and it ain't that close now. They're closing the gap though.
Harusnya ini udah ke-lock side-nya.
Did they hear a player? They must have, because they're completely reshuffling this post block.
Udah ketahuan banyak.
For sure, and they just want to be able to do
Offline.
some damage, get some feel-good kills, some ultimate orbs on the board for themselves, so that they can prepare for this long.
Oh, lagi WP anjir, kenapa emang?
Gonna need to put every round on the board they can to posture for this comeback.
Dipikir lagi apa?
But next round, I'd like to see a change, an adjustment coming out here for FlyQuest Red. No
That a
longer
thing?
the 3 fighters towards A main. Just maybe bluff it a little bit. Maybe go sniffing towards that mid.
Oh, Alexi nakal, Alexi nakal.
Those 3-pack can rotate freely and quickly and be mobile towards the A site and the B
Nakal lu mbak. Alexi nakal.
That's absolutely fine. 11-4.
Please stay alive.
Do they burn the other timeout? I assume they have another one. You might as well utilize it.
Pengen banget dia dapat tuh.
This is the time to do it if there's any time.
Timeout.
I think I called it early. Even production are behind me.
You're ahead of the game, Lauren.
What can I say? What can I say? There it is. Timeout is there. As they have it, they might as well use it, right? It makes sense.
Tuh, by the way kalau kalian lihat tadi Astranya dari kalau VOP dari player lain yang pakai gauntletnya Fight tadi tuh. Kelihatan lebih kecil. Yang enggak itu. Lebih minimalis tapi tetap di 2 tangan ya.
Because again for Xipto, you couldn't ask for a better start. I think a lot of us saw the potential of an upset head to head between these two. It's happened in the past and it looks a little more likely to happen again. But it's that first step on a stage where you get a negative outcome on map 1. It's very hard to mentally reset from that. So it's a little bit worrying in that regard.
Gue kira Rossi udah di-cloud dan emang bukannya udah emang. Hah? Gimana?
You have to. You have no choice. You've got to approach this as the first scrim of the day type atmosphere and give yourself a chance to warm up into this second map. This second half, round by round, as you say, Lauren, each of those rounds is a warm-up session. It is a round to give yourself a chance to realize, hey, we got this, right? And for FlyQuest, they should be okay. They're a team that we talked about all year, leaning onto their game plan, leaning onto their teamwork, and they've been a team that have come close to being a contender of beating our #1 in Shopify all year long. So
Bang, lo pakai kursi ergonomis atau gaming? Yang biasa aja sih dari toko Swedia itu. Yang apa nih yang dijagain juara? Gue sih Xipto ya. Soalnya ada orang Indonya. Cuma Indo Prido banget gue.
Sonda, Tara looking to be maybe one to punish on that, but doesn't get the connection she would have wanted, but a quick reaction on the other side.
Yeah, and Starbound on pistol round had 3 kills to be able to hold the fort down Once again, a lot of pressure coming their way, but most bodies coming towards that long B. Look at the trips, look at the cage. This is going to be Starbound's round.
Gotta have impact.
I think I need to try Cypher in Pearl.
What are you going to do with the front line of utility, but the dash towards the back of the site and reveal forced away. Can no longer hold or maybe make the most of those setups, but
Tim yang kemarin juara lolos nggak ada, Shopify Rebellion ada.
Now we look at the kind of
Tapi nggak main hari ini mereka.
retake gonna look from FlyQuest. They have to get this right. And I kind of like this. I like it.
Alexi bener-bener nafsu banget anjir nih orang. Maju ya sampai di sini anjir.
So switched on to even just shoulder peek that to still check because there's a chance that someone was there. So very well done, Shirazi though.
Oh shit.
All the way up B long.
Damn.
Just
Damn, udahlah.
FlyQuest. They are brought to their knees. Starbound could do nothing. They started this round in the right place, but it never felt like the right time. Xipto just strength to strength.
Domination. Yeah, I mean, oh man, FlyQuest Red are just getting bullied in the server right now towards that B. That we saw the dart timing coming out from Ave as well. They were all the way on the other side of the map. It was a beautiful response coming out from the defenders. There were multiple opportunities for Starbound to get some shots across with the trips and slow down that attack. But Xipto, it was just too easy. Too easy getting into that site. Not enough of a defense for an answer. And this is it. A broken buy coming out.
Closing.
This was the one round that Sonder had, and she looked more comfortable than anything with the stinger on her back. Now she has the ultimate as well, so this has to be the round where Sonder comes through.
It's a lot of pressure on her shoulders, but
Dikit nggak sih?
you gotta see her make it straight through.
It's okay,
Alex's gonna fall away from this, feeling presence, pushing forward. Tara
Nice, Taranya lagi tajam bro. Ini orang lagi tajam bro. Tara sama Alex ini.
Poised to deal with it. And Xipto now starting to take their steps towards Art. Already it's gonna be a Neri, leaning a little bit closer.
Habis ultinya.
Will go up, trying to dissuade that approach, but again, there's further players elsewhere. Starbound's got to be careful.
What the fuck?
Nice shot, a little fortunate to catch Shirazi through the door.
Nice,
but
nice.
really, Xipto just keep powering forward.
Oh, udah, kelar. Kelar.
Still alive and make it one. Map
It's over.
looking locked in here, but Starbound gonna have to go nuclear here. Already the one to find Shirazi, so it would be an ace. Does manage to at least evade the ult, could try and slip back in the space that they think is clear, but you can already see
Taraya Mosi tidak percaya.
and I think this one is all but
Udah ketahuan, di Kov ditembak sebelum Kov terjadi. Gelo, nice.
Christine. This is a reoccurring nightmare for
GG.
FlyQuest and a dream come true for Xipto.
Yeah, a nightmare indeed. And man, this is terrifying going into map 2 for sure. FlyQuest, they've got to reset going into the backstage, get a nice pep talk going for themselves, and realize that this map 1, they're going to have to set it and forget it.
Exactly right. Set it,
Langsung 2-0 ya, 2-0. Biar cepet, jadi gue punya waktu tidur buat nanti nonton Predator lagi pagi, ayo. Sampai subuh nggak? Ya, ya ampun, ada kompilasinya anjing. Anjing. Dibikin kompilasi, babi. Kan saya yang kaget ya. Rada tidak bersahabat dengan ini telinga aing. Udah 2-0 semua tuh skornya sementara nih. Xipto juga 2-0 dong berarti. Ini sponsor apa nih? Sponsor dari YouTube, iya lagi. Sponsornya dari YouTube lagi gue dapetnya. Ya, ads-nya. Bentar gue dulu deh. Gue refresh dulu bentar. Time back 2 kali. Oke. Udah yang belum like, di like dulu ya adik-adik ya. 100-in nanggung dikit lagi. Besok tuh by the way yang Predator League itu pertandingannya ada ini. Gua kasih lihat dulu deh bentar. Gua kasih tahu daripada lihat ya bentar. Game pertama tuh jam 11 harusnya kalau nggak ada delay itu Boom Esports harusnya duluan. Yap, Boom Esports versus La Familia. La Familia tuh kalau kalian nggak tahu tuh apa sih Mabuhay Reborn gitu kali ya. Ya itu La Familia tuh. Terus nanti game keduanya itu ada Alter Ego sama Bigetron Arctic yang baru. Ingat gue 2 game itu doang. 3 ding, ada 3 game, cok. Wah, berarti besok gue ada tengah-tengahnya gue kayaknya ada mainnya dulu deh kayaknya untuk. Soalnya ini kan jam 11 kan Boom Esports La Familia, jam 2 Alter Ego Bigetron. Dia pertandingan berikutnya itu 6.30. Berapa jam tuh nunggunya tuh? Bentar, jam 11 sampai jam 6 tuh berapa? Gue lagi ngitung waktu live streamnya bisa pas dalam satu kali live stream apa enggak. Soalnya kan kalau 11 jam kan 12 jam. Maksimal YouTube kan 12 jam kan. Satu kali live stream, kalau enggak hilang bagian belakangnya. Dari jam 11 ke 11 lagi ya berarti ya kalau 12 jam ya. Harusnya sih bisa. Sangat-sangat bisa ini, masih bisa. Bisa satu kali live stream doang maksudnya. Enam jam nunggunya. Enggak sampai 6 jam kok. Kan ada Alter Ego sama Bigetron juga habis boom. 2 game dulu di awal sampai siang, pagi sampai siang, siang anyway, jam 11 kan, siang sampai sore paling. Kalau cepat ya siang kelar. Lanjutnya jam 6.30. Paling tengah-tengahnya gue main lah, ujung-ujungnya lah. Atau restream. Kalau gue kecapean paling restream.
Getting 1 kill, and then the next 2 players are stunned, and you're chasing and getting more and more. And even when they weren't running into the double duelists, they were going to the opposite side of the map, and Tara had, 2 or 3 3Ks just holding sights on her own?
Bentar.
It was just like, FlyQuest couldn't do anything.
I need to check
that.
They look so comfortable. I haven't seen them look this comfortable, even in the grand finals just a couple weeks ago back in Pacific. Now, we do have our HyperX reflex moment. It has got to be a nary and one of those physical kills. Look at this little hand.
And this is another one of those, I think, mistakes in the way that FlyQuest is playing, right? They're on an anti-eco, and they're trying to fight heavy into main. Obviously, there can't benefit from getting that orb control when they have that Astra utility, they have mollies to get into that space. But still, you're against an anti-eco, and you're facing off a team that plays with such high pace, which has such strong
Anjir, emang podcast kita terlalu sebentar anjir. Ada yang komen terlalu sebentar, minimal 90 menit, anjir. 1 jam itu aja kita nggak ngira bisa 1 jam aja. Damn.
And falling down to the eco, or on their attacking side, Sonder was really trying to play aggressively to control the orbs to get the Phoenix ult, which is the power of going for that pick. We've seen Sonder do that in all the other maps that she's playing that agent, but all of a sudden when there's an Alexi there with an operator re-swinging into that line, you're sticking that orb like that.
Emang kalian biasanya kalau dengerin podcast emang podcastnya yang berapa jam sih? Kisarannya guys? Ada itu enggak?
fighting together, individuals popping off, crazy confidence.
Minimal 2 jam.
On the stage and popping
Lu
off.
dengerin apa
That's
anjir?
exactly what they
2
could have
jam.
hoped for to get going on another GCC run, and I think it's going to be really tough now for FlyQuest to bounce back after such a dominant map.
Yeah, that's exactly it. You could literally hear all of them, and we were talking about Alexi, and I
45 menitan. 1 jam tuh udah kayak
screaming.
apa kayak comfort nggak sih? Udah comfort duration nggak sih pas 1 jam gitu?
And we still heard her coming in.
Yeah, I mean they reached deep down into that duelist core, and I loved seeing the double duelist comps. But you know,
Kalau
we
menurut
have
gue 1
to
jam tuh
hear
udah
what Jovi has to say
udah pas
ahead
gitu.
of map 2.
I'm now standing by with Coach Jovi from FlyQuest ahead of map 2. Now, with Pearl, you know, just came back into the map pool. It feels like both teams were experimenting a little bit. Moving on to the next one where you guys should be more comfortable. What do you think you need to do differently to make sure we push to a map 3?
Yeah, it really came down to like the minor things of us making sure we're on the same page.
Yes, yes.
So it showed that, you know, we were getting close, but we just weren't getting over that hurdle of being on the same page. So, you know, we're comfortable with Sunset. We have a few.
Kita sih mikirnya masih
and it's gonna be some fun. So let's go to map 3.
Minggu sekali ya, walaupun gue cukup penasaran seminggu sekali bisa nggak ya dapatin temanya gitu. Harusnya sih bisa sih.
When we were watching the game that this wasn't the play style that you expected from FlyQuest.
Kan
What do you
pada akhirnya kita kalau podcast kan pasti ada tema besarnya gitu.
I think it was more like picking Pearl surprised me a little bit because I think Pearl is a much harder map to like play the way they want to, where it's like 4 or 5 players always brawling it out because there's so much wide open space, like especially taking towards A-Long, it's very hard. That said, Sunset absolutely does fit their play style. The way they have played this recently has been with a double Senti look with the deadlock coming into play, and when it's a much more tighter map, you know, smaller spaces they can fight over, they don't have to do a lot of lurking or anything like this. They can play together, and that's really where they do shine.
But Jovi said he might
Sunset,
have a
let's go.
little surprise on this map. So I think there is a chance we get a change up in their composition, and they do have a team that really lends
Sunset ini mapnya FlyQuest by the way.
Yang
tadi mapnya si Xipto.
You have so many players who can kind of switch around and find their comfort.
Rate the switch up here.
Okay.
Are we seeing a Sonder Phoenix classic, or are we seeing a Dodo Nut Sage on Sunset? Because those are the two like
Dodo
pocket
is a
picks.
Sage aficionado.
Yeah. And look, she lost the Sage map with Icebox going away. I don't know.
Can I just point a fun thing about Dodonut?
Please.
In APAC we call her Donut, but I noticed you guys call her Dodo. It's she's actually
like the players in APAC like friends with her. Do they know?
Yeah, they are. Actually, Xipto are really good friends where they played together. In fact, Dodona was a coach on a Singaporean team, even though she's Thai. Played with Kohaibi. All of them have played together over in the SEA region in the early days before Game Changers. It was with Female Esports League, and then
You're bringing it all back to me because I had forgotten all this. But when Dodo came over to the US, it wasn't to play, but then comes out here, gets an opportunity on a GC team, and has basically been on a signed roster as one of the top 3 duelists in the region ever since then.
Yeah, she's been so good. I mean, look, she's playing on a team with Sonder, and Sonder's not the duelist.
It's crazy.
That's all the endorsement you need.
Yeah, it's great because you were talking about the SEA, the Asia firepower that Xipto has. A lot of them have that duelist background. They played against each other.
Gue lagi ngecekin komen-komen guys.
You know what? Maybe Fly
Ya udah aman.
Yeah, we saw the duelist background with Alexi here, walking in the jet. Like, how long has it been since we've seen that?
Yeah, it's been a while since she was with Bren Victrix and Neri was.
Game-game mode TCG gini mulai banyak ya. Kalau gue lihat ya.
That's boring.
Yeah, they are kind of just going back to
By the way,
pretty deep
the lineup.
and moving away from the
For my
tricks.
the same?
magic
Oh, no.
I will do the same thing everyone else is doing.
Beda di Initiator.
No, I mean, this is a
Bridge sama KO.
Yeah, I really like the Breach Sova. You're setting up around Dodos and Neon that we know is good. But on the other side, I mean, Xipto playing basically the variant that most EMEA teams play with that KO in the mix instead. It's just some great cross-map info on the defensive side on those knives.
Yeah, I just want to see FlyQuest be way more effective at these early fights. They've got way more utility now to like force an area or duelist off of those early angles, and they're going to need to
Aku mau lihat
play that
Enari
way that
carry.
they've been so strong at before.
Well?
This is a team that is so effective with their execs.
All right, what we want to know is if we're going to get to map 3. Let's find out. We're going to send it back to your casters, Pansy and Potter.
Yeah, I think that's a question on a lot of our minds. Is map 3 a possibility? Split would be the map, but they have to get through Sunset first. Now, a 13-4 won't instill much confidence, but it's a brand new map, and composition-wise, they kind of bigged it up like they might have some surprises, but then they've gone for what seems like a very standard approach.
Yeah, standard as opposed to the deadlock that they've definitely been running all year long, but I do
Kedua
like
itu
this
kalau kalian lihat
for Fly.
November 8 sampai 17 ya ini pertandingan ya.
That stun lock coming out for Breach.
Walaupun gua nggak nonton semuanya ya by the way ya. Yo, energi.
Great response here.
Nembak badan semua itu. 3 kali nembak badan semua itu. Lagi bau kah beliau?
No, if anything, they're just picking up the pace. And they've taken everything they wanted, right? They've got that side control. Shirazi's still got a
Gak bau sih, lebih ke tidak sewangi biasanya kah? Nah gitu.
Big info, but they're going for a swing again.
Atau emang pistol mereka kurang aja sih udah.
Not gonna have a
Kayaknya dari pistol dia rada kurang.
Maybe, but again, FlyQuest did win both of the pistols initially in the first map, so I don't want to get ahead of myself. But for now, they're trying to right their wrongs, correct the issues of the first map.
Udah datengin lihat. Dari tadi pistolnya kalah mulu sih gue lihat sih. Pistol ronnya PR tuh.
Not another bait as you mentioned, because this is definitely the third strong pistol start coming out here for Fly. I even like the hop skip jump coming
Tiba-tiba berkali-kali tuh 1 lawan 4. Pistol ron tuh sering terjadi tuh. Tiba-tiba tinggal 1 lawan 4. Kayak Alexi tadi udah dijagain foto keluarga no.
Any T uncrossed, any I undotted. They've got to be thorough, especially in this anti.
Kasian jadi last player standing ya.
5 members in Fly. They want to be grouped. They don't want to lose any weaponry. Got you. And they're picking the right site.
Yep. Good approach. Much easier now. As Donut gets kind of the red carpet rolled out, clears backside. No resistance. And they're going to have to give away the game at some point. That they are going to be trying to go for this kind of flank here. Have to break the trip. Paranoia sent through.
Langsung menguasai boba dong. Mereka tahu ada flank langsung menguasai boba coy.
The CT side of the map. Cameo going to be cleared. This is nice from FlyQuest. Just kind of taking the tour. Just going around everything. And yeah.
Sayang sekali nggak dapat.
I think it was Theo who caught that one in the end. Yeah, really clean. Flawless round. I like this confident, assertive. It's exactly what they need now.
Yeah, and the map movement coming out, flipping it as that flank was coming through was a beautiful response. A little bit early on the blind there, but I definitely get it coming out here for Xipto, wanting to do as much damage as they could.
Kayak pendapat lu tentang seseorang yang suka naruh harapan lebih sama kita, tapi saat harapannya nggak terpenuhi, mereka malah ngejauhin kita. Hah? Naruh harapan, tapi karena harapannya nggak terpenuhi malah ngejauhin kita. Berarti dia nggak. Mana ya? Masalah ini cukup banyak itu kali ya. Iya banyak ininya, banyak faktor nggak sih? Tergantung harapannya juga maksudnya. Apakah realistis? Apakah enggak? Tergantung harapannya juga betul. Gak bisa terlalu abstrak gitu loh. Beda tiap itunya beda.
Have to re-clear mid, don't know whether this is going to be a pinch or whether all the enemies are going to be coming out here from B main. Alexi does have the crossfire for Shirazi, and that's a good jump spot.
Donut checked. Donut did see it looked like, but still the crossfire, the contact on the push through, and the swing from the back of the pillar. Shirazi keeps that together. But that got deadly, Potter. There were moments in that where it could have flipped either way.
For sure, and I think just that calm, it had to have been from Alexi, maybe from a dead teammate coming through to let Shirazi be first. That jump spot to let the enemies know, hey, I'm over here, look at me, moth to a flame. Getting that aggro towards herself really opened up the round for that crossfire to just stay strong. So beautiful fundamentals coming out here, but that Guardian to start, Cameo, man, that adjustment on the second
Cameo nice tadi, Guardiannya, by the way.
Real clean. Three-play stack over towards A here, though, so this could actually be pretty dangerous. Neri going to be held back from maybe trying to springboard off the Paranoia, but still, Donut going to try and take as much as they can, clearing through, making sure no one's still in that corner.
Really nice utility coming out here for Fly. They should be able to read briefly that they won this exchange towards the same main, but they're okay just kind of walking away, now trying to give that misdirection towards that mid. They've inserted Dodo Nut now. It's up to her to re-punish any sort of re-aggress here, but Xipto regrouping towards that spawn, and they've got to guess. It's all a guessing game here. Where do we re-clear next? Do we want to go take our fight in mid, or do we think they're regrouping towards A main here?
They pulled the two players at least passive, right? Like the site, I wouldn't say it's completely open, but it's far more available than it was. And indeed, Iniri is leaning away, and you can see the clear towards mid from Alexi, but the site take is now.
Emang kalau jam segini omongannya kayak gitu ya tapi ya.
So they know that that's somewhat safe here. Gamu getting closer though. Iniri getting closer. Spike is in though. Iniri, beautiful timing on the.
Jam-jam omongan mulai kemana-mana.
Both find kills. That was critical. Tara, Alexi, and Shirazi have to step in towards this. A very difficult situation, but some good trades here.
Tuh, Tiga masih bisa banget, apalagi udah dapat kayak gitu. Alexi.
Now the 2v2 in play. Time gonna be taking as well to find Tara. And now they gotta know where Alexi is, but what a shot.
Udah tahu posisi terakhir.
Now the 1v1 Starbound.
Nice banget, nice push.
Beautifully handled and beautifully done. Diffuse is there. How do they keep pulling off these retakes?
Lauren, I was ready the entire time to start complimenting FlyQuest's post plants. Finally, coming into map 2, things have stabilized. They were in prime position to make that one work, but the reaggress, the repositioning coming out here for Tara and Eve, Alexi, both the Sovas are just popping off to start this second map.
Damn,
Alexi masih tajam, coy. Masih tajam nih orang.
I've got to say, I do like Alexi in this role as well.
Yeah, I like that she didn't even go near the spike. Did not think about tapping it, said, you know what, I know exactly where you are. Let me get my timing. Let me wipe you out, and then go to the spike.
Whoa. Speaking of confident, playing an Eerie again, right off the rip. It's like
damn, to Will. Enery memasak, Will.
Give it to her.
Go just run.
Enerymu memasak, no.
Find him, Starbound. Should be cowering in the corner, and Eerie toying with her food.
Almost ace, but never enough. Almost is never enough.
If this is the pace, if this is the confidence, FlyQuest are in trouble.
Oh no, and they're starting to have fun again, Lauren. We saw this on map 1.
Instant timeout. FlyQuest coaches. They're like, no. We gotta get a grip on this. Look at that though.
Ya, emang gitu RDKD. Bayangin yang gajinya belum gede. Seperti saya.
A little bit mistimed there, but it's okay.
No, my heart breaks seeing that bad. Like I don't feel much anymore, but that one hurt a little bit. Production. What the hell?
Yeah, but as you say, Lauren, this timeout couldn't come at a more perfect time.
It has to happen.
It has to. I mean, they've got to be able to breathe, and they've got to remind each other that, hey, listen, 2 rounds ago, we had that post. We were able to get into the site. We worked Xipto, got the map control that we needed, and that post shoulda, woulda, coulda been ours. So I think if they just talk to each other about tightening that up, don't peek a little bit too early, really peek off me. I need to be dying for you to pong off of my ping. So some sort of comms like this.
Aduh, Will, udah mulai halu.
Should have gone their way.
Gimana ya?
And their openings are fantastic, right? You know, we even mentioned that towards that A halls when they inserted Dodo Nut, all of that utility worked beautifully. Xipto couldn't hold.
Tolong selamatkan anak ini.
So maybe they just put the foot to the gas and go even more aggressive in their openings, or really just double down on that reset.
That's what they choose. Like it truly is their pick, right? It's very, very difficult. Now we're gonna have a little bit of a different look as well from Xipto though. Operators coming out, ult as well.
Bisa gitu.
For the Neon, this is gonna be.
Malam, Gipi.
They switch something up because they know coming out this tactical timeout does maybe Xipto.
Indomaret beli Golda, cakep.
Looks like this exploration through middle.
Lanjutkan, Stefan.
Iniri is right here.
Such a good angle with the fingers in her back pocket, ready to just control this market and punish anything. But this line, FlyQuest, they should know, Lauren. They should.
Lagi mikir. Kok tiba-tiba jadi pantun anjing. Bingung dia.
And there's caution being displayed here by FlyQuest, taking their time, trying to cross the T's, dot the I's, but they're walking back in.
Nggak asik. Seven nggak asik.
How the hell?
No pantun, no party.
They just hit that. Okay, floodgates are open. Do we then push? It looks like we do. Instantly going to send in Dodo Nut at the front of this pack as well. Trying to send them forward, but Alexi going to play it forward. Opportunities are plenty. One found, but more bodies to be dropped.
Nice banget si Razi.
Holding the line so perfectly on the site. The paranoia comes in. Look at them struggling to close the gap. Shirazi is waiting on the teammates to come around, but it's here in a 1v1.
Setelah 1
35 seconds.
multi.
She has the ult. She's off ski. Get on out of there, get the plant.
30 seconds
Look
left.
at her utility here, Lauren. She's got the blind, smoke, and TP. She's going to be able to reposition wherever she wants to reload.
Kedengeran bang, reloadnya kedengeran.
No, giving away a little too much right there.
Terlalu banyak info diberikan.
For that quick rotate coming through here for Tara, but oh, that's unlucky. That was a little too easy for Tara to be able to close that one out.
Yeah, maybe, as you said, maybe the quick rotation just not quite thought about, or maybe think she had a couple more seconds. But you're right, had the paranoia, had the smoke, everything you'd love to be able to work with.
And she had plenty of bullets. Yeah. Unfortunate for her, but what a hold coming out here for Shirazi and Alexi down towards that. Oh, that was all started off of a pick coming out here for FlyQuest. Yep, 4 versus 5, and still Xipto are able to have a response. The anchors in Tara and Shirazi are just doing work right now for Xipto.
Yeah, Shirazi there looking kind of composed.
Yang semangat aja ini Kai, walaupun udah capek kayak pengen berhenti aja. Ya pasti ada momennya kayak gitulah. Selalu ada di apapun sih, kerjaan apapun pasti ada lah gitu-gitu. Gak diomonginnya aja biasanya kan.
Hopping out the nade, forced away by the stun, and now looking to be punished. Donut, let it go. Flying down towards that A site, cracking it open.
In the end, it's about bertahan anyway.
I don't want to say it. This should be the round, right? This should be the one. They got a nice post pump, but you're looking at the ult, so I'm a bit nervous about that. And Eerie could still do some damage in this as well.
We'll see how Fly respond. Last time around, Sandra was a little too fast to the trigger. That ultimate should be the checkmate, and we've got an even reflank from Donut.
And Sonda trying to buy the time though, which is pretty good. This is great. This plays in Donut even further. You can see Eerie trying to take those steps forward, utilizing the ult to try and gap close towards Elbow, but already Xipto not having the way in, and this is the final punch, right? This may not even get no, actually opting to slide
Yes, betul.
I didn't think that was necessary. And now
Oh, nice banget.
nervous. Luckily, Sonda's on the case.
Oh, gue bilang nice sih.
Surely this is the one they
Nah, itu baru nice maksud gue.
Still doing damage. Time is ticking. Evie got to run.
Yeah.
Wait. Oh my god.
Ya hampir. Anjir, hampir ente Tara.
That
Enggak semuanya bisa take a break, Ai. Kalau misalnya lu kerja kantoran mana bisa take a break, Cok? Misal. Gak semuanya bisa di take a break.
I dare you to try to kill me.
FlyQuest are on the board. It's fine. They're back.
It took
Ala 3G Koori.
quite a lot for FlyQuest to be able to convert that
Woi,
one.
santai, Cok.
Luckily, they were able to. And good news for Fly, they've broken the money. There we go. They've broken the money, Lauren, and they are on top of the ultimate economy game here.
And you know what? I'm down for this. If they keep exploiting that kind of like top mid, pressuring through this. I like seeing this. I like seeing the map kind of like, cut up in a new way. And again, it puts someone like Shirazi in a really uncomfortable spot. So now you can see this crunch. This is a really nice A take. Again, this is going to be against kind of a half buy here. After that Mastercard thrifty in the previous round, they're going to come back in with a broken purchase. So it's not as much of a big deal, but I still like the concept. The FlyQuest
Map ini sih lumayan lebih sengit sih ini. Jauh lebih sengit map ini. Mapnya FlyQuest sih emang.
Keep it clean though. There's still threat to this. Tara does have the Vandal. There's still Sheriff. There's a Bucky and a Neon. I mean, we've all been punished by it in the past. So Camu moving forward.
Satunya cara beli bundle Arken terbaru yang gak kayak. I mean, if it's make you happy and you have the money, why not, bro?
Flawless round. It's what they
clean for sure. Now, that top
You can use your money for buy happiness.
Something that Xipto should be preparing for coming into this 9th round, because that is the 3rd time that they've done it. Donut has been having.
Makanya kalau ada yang bilang bahagia tuh nggak bisa dibeli pakai uang, lu mungkin belum pernah dapat uangnya aja, belum pernah megang uangnya aja.
Two different players have been caught out up there. They should be communicating to each other. Hey, let's just stay off that common line and then respond. So interesting to see where Xipto are going to have their response, and their response is 2 players top mid coming into this round.
And now it's on FlyQuest to... Wow! That was maybe mismanaged utility, it looked like, but just mangled in the end. Donut just cut to size. Starbound going to find Tara, trying to take a glimpse through middle. Maybe felt that's a little unnecessary, but still, this has opened up a chance here for the rotation. There's a race towards the A site, essentially, at this point.
Great setup here for Shirazi, though. We've seen what kind of anchor she can be. Both trips towards her. Is completely aware of this. This shock dart should be huge.
Big info. No one did any of that for a moment there. So gonna at least note 3 towards the site itself, and it looks like they want to try and take space, pushing up towards that CT side. Bit of a trade out 1-for-1, but space is the name of the game because all the other.
Alfamart beli Golda, cakep. Ayo Soa, bisa yuk, Soa yuk. Kalau Soa pasti bisa dong. Oh my god.
Line 'em up and knock 'em down. Finally, looking like the concise team we know they can be.
Yeah, and I love the way that Fly said, you know what? We should have won those posts, but let's just stick together and let's find our fights.
Pengen ketemu tapi cuma bisa doa. Cakep.
Got their pick.
Gak berhenti tuh. Dilanjutin terus.
Created for themselves in this post plant, really giving themselves the rounds that they needed in these posts.
Now this is where it flips in my head, where I want to see what Xipto can do as their answer, right?
Ada Fanspa yang itu Enery sama Tara tuh.
And deal with the issues from map.
Udah woi 2 baris aja.
Come back here. The question then puts towards Xipto. This isn't the round I'm looking at it because it's sheriffs, right? It's bits and pieces. If they could do damage, great. If they want to try something out a little bit, cool. But I want to see what their plan is once we get into the meat of things when we're back towards those buys. But it looks like mid-pressure is the name of the, well, I'd say solution for FlyQuest.
Yeah, last round was the first time in this entire series that I saw Xipto have a little bit of miscalls, right? Tara kind of walking down mid on her lonesome without the help of her team that were towards market. That was a little funky. So I think if you're Xipto, you're okay with that last round. You're going to be satisfied if you're able to make this half-buy competitive and really secure the 6th on the board.
Nanti kalau udah dapat duitnya baru ngerasa mereka kayak oh di duit lah yang bisa membuat diri kita tersenyum bahagia.
Just perfect.
Damn.
Just give them the outline. Dodo not trying to hold the line, but the flash is good. It's not quite good enough though. Doesn't dissuade Dodo not.
I mean there is a lot of opportunity kalau lu punya duit. Udah gitu aja.
We don't even run into them and give them kills. Sonder and Starbound now gonna have to hold this down. Really keep this composed.
Bahkan kan kalau lu lagi misalnya sedekah gitu, itu kan sebenarnya untuk membantu jiwa lu juga gitu loh, ngerti gak sih?
Tara's got the upgrade, and FlyQuest looking to maybe slip the net themselves. Saunders title CT. Tara thinks about it, but can't get away from it. FlyQuest take the space back, but does Alexi?
No, you don't get it actually.
Because the time they have to come to this site, going for the safe plant on
10
CT.
seconds left.
Has a dart, has the shot dart, and has a chance.
Saunders' fault line is back online, and Starbound's able to slip out. Gonna be everything, but Saunder doesn't know that she's on the other side, but luckily Starbound is ready for it. That round got so dicey, Lauren. To start off with Alexi on that perfect timing with the dart, it looked like Xipto were gonna be able to just stop everything coming out from FlyQuest before it even started. So great push, great timing coming out here for Saunder, and it's that double up once again. Double pushing through that Boba stairs, not even worrying about the spike really. And able to stabilize.
Defender sided.
Feeling better, feeling hyped. The energy is coming back for the NA side.
Pembelaannya defender sided. Bukan, attacker sided. Sorry, kebalik.
As already starting to feel a bit more confident, but this
attacker sided.
Keep in mind that was with sheriffs before for Xipto, so it wasn't that kind of all in. And I like this. Iniri getting curious, going for a wander, going for a walk.
Enery udah sampai sini. Dapat gak sih? Ah, the timing.
But that's a big cue. But look what the spike is again. It's going to be a curious one where they end up.
Tapi info udah masuk. Kami dapat 2.
No, it's a fake. This is topsy-turvy. This is
ketahuan soalnya infonya anjir.
Weirdness. Look at the spike, Lord. Yeah, what the hell is going on here? I don't know if it was a miscall or if they meant to.
Ini posisinya membingungkan sih.
Don't really know. As it stands, they have the B site, which is wild for starters. Alexi, though, is now wandering back in on 30 HP and has potentially the freest kill of her life. It's the
nice, Alexi.
One as well, but now noting Sonder is going to be tricky. Right, that's the one that's going to be hard.
Nice, Shirazi juga dapat nice banget. 5 confirm.
All other threats, even just Sonder, but a threat to herself. Truly, she can be an impactful player. Through and through. This would be one of those rounds, but with 20 seconds and very few options, she has to make a play.
Yes, sir.
It's gonna be now. Shirazi's back, and Xipto got control there, but Christine, that round was weird.
Yeah, I don't know even how they got control. I want to say that maybe a little bit of overcooking, or maybe there was a miscomm because.
Kencang juga wallbang dari Phantom. Kan sama aja Phantom sama Vandal. Wallbang penetrationnya. Ini kan ini. Emang bisa di wallbang itu. pakai medium penetration.
I could see why they wanted to set up Sonder to go through market, but she couldn't. She had the spike. She couldn't take that space and punish.
It had to have just been the wrong player had the spike, right? It had to have been. Otherwise, you can kind of see the logic behind it, right? That was quite a nice little fake, but really unfortunate.
Terus banget main, ini namanya juga turnamen gimana sih?
In a lovely 11th round in the bag, you're feeling confident, run a nice little set piece. Now we're going to have Xipto popping the timeout as well. In towards the final round of this half, a bit of a curious one. Maybe just because they want to try and round it out on a high note, they want to still have a timeout in the second half too. So maybe why not use it here if they feel there's something. But a couple of ults nearby as well. Maybe that's the case. You do have Iniri very close by, Alexi as well, Camu not too far off. So maybe something in mind. But on the other side, FlyQuest have plenty of ults. I'm surprised they haven't invested them a little bit sooner. Maybe.
Yeah, that might be why.
Ya plus minus lah Vandal sama Phantom. Fire Red kan lebih tinggian Phantom. Sama ini apa first bullet akurasinya. Hanya kan Vandal kadang-kadang ada momen yang udah di kepala kok nggak kena. Karena first bulletnya kampret kadang-kadang.
But I quite like this adjustment. If you look at the utility coming out from Shirazi as well, look at the Cypher utility that's been completely made to deal with that top mid split that we highlighted a lot. That it's been used a couple of times now. They should have the idea of how to deal with that breach stun coming up. But I like that they're trying to tailor make it. Then you look over towards B main, taking that space, deep smoke there. This is all feeling like it maybe hit that rotate. The only issue would be Starbound, right? Starbound still lingering in middle, still holding the space, but eventually they're going to start swinging over towards A. So it's a full retake from the Xipto side.
Yeah, and I think FlyQuest, they just heard the sound cue coming out from the cam, and so they're easily identifying right here that they are playing retake. This should be the read to just get the spike down. And we'll see once again if FlyQuest go into that little hunting pack in this post. And if Xipto haven't answered,
udah Will, nggak usah dijawabin. Kata sendiri lu. Pokoknya gue diemin aja udah. Nggak usah.
Reveal on towards elbow. Evie next in line, next to full punished. And now Thea and Starbound, the last two alive suddenly. It's all gone wrong. It's all fallen to pieces. Diffuse is started. Starbound can try.
Ayo Neri, oke, nice.
Kill. Diffuse is still there. And Xipto with a big adjustment at the end of this half.
Yeah, beautifully just anticipating that push that we talked about and just that punish on Dodonut, not giving her any space, and they secure the 6th.
Much closer game at 6 apiece. This is what we wanted, competitive between these two sides.
One enemy remaining.
Nggak usah dijawabin. I mean, gue emang nggak mau bahas anyway. Gue tahu efeknya bakal ke ranah mana gitu loh. I want my channel to be the platform for that. Emang gue tuh kalau GC tuh malesnya itu sih. Malesnya karena gue udah mengekspektasikan pasti keluar komen-komen kayak gini, pasti keluar lagi. Males. Kira-kira podcast sepi episode 2-nya kapan, Kai? Anjir dibilang podcast sepi nggak tuh? Iya sih, tapi emang sepi gimana ya?
6-6 here, Xipto and FlyQuest, and we saw the resurgence from FlyQuest.
Kita sih kayaknya harapannya tiap minggu keluar satu ya. Jadi annual gitu loh, setiap minggu keluar satu. Kayaknya mau diganti hari, kemarin kan hari Jumat kan. Kayaknya mau uploadnya ganti hari Kamis kayaknya.
Every pistol has been a different flavor. It's really been FlyQuest owning. This should be. If it's FlyQuest owning on this pistol again, I fully believe in the third map.
Oh really? You're on board from
fully
just
all
that?
on board for the
Semoga rutin ya kayak semoga. Emang pengen dicoba dulu, beberapa episode. Apakah ini bisa menarik? Jadi kontennya menarik. Kalau enggak ya lepas,
But
udah
it
sesimpel itu
has
aja.
been looking like they got their pistol work sorted, right? Like
Cari yang
Wacom
baru.
is absolutely spot on with them, so it would be good to see that continue here for themselves. But on the other side, Xipto have got stuck in once we got to the gun rounds, but a very close affair now at 6 apiece. Obviously, map 1 was a bit of a blur, but the mental reset has already happened. It feels like FlyQuest look brand new here, refreshed, ready to go.
God of idea enggak, kalau idenya mah udah banyak.
Zipto,
Udah banyak yang mau dibahas tuh, ada beberapa hal yang mau dibahas.
And
see how they look.
And with how fast
Tinggal penontonnya ada apa enggak gitu aja udah.
in this composition for Xipto, as opposed to the breach on the side of Fly, really changes those timings. The knife information
Ide apa lagi nih maksud lu nih?
will allow Iniri to really press the issue.
Nyeleneh nih biasanya nih gini-gini nih.
So for FlyQuest, they've got to be considering when that knife is on the board. Look out for it, stop it from just cutting out Starbound from the round completely. We'll see what kind of protocols they have, and this knife is going to catch her.
And I was really surprised because Starbound was playing pretty passive on CT. I thought they might stick towards it and then just kind of depend a little bit on Edie, but no, they even came closer and got pinged by that. But still, plant's going to come down. Sight is going to be on Xipto's site, so they've got that planted. They've got everything they would have wanted. So a 5v5 post plant, but the HP is looking a little bit ropey for Xipto. Alexi down on 940 for Camu, but they're playing as a pack. They're playing together. They're holding this one, but FlyQuest break back in. Donut with a
Sumpah pistolnya Xipto sih.
Leaving Camu and Shirazi with a back to the walls.
Tapi apakah ini akan menjadi kemenangan pertama pistolan mereka?
HP is all that she's got.
Bisa banget. One hit dua-duanya.
And the timing is still on her side. She's got the clock
No!
on her side, and she's still playing this out. They got off the spike. They didn't get it to half.
Nice!
The shot.
Finally!
Takes the both down with the red.
Finally!
The moves coming out for Shirazi.
Mereka bahkan gak percaya. Aja kita menang pistoron di akhirnya.
That shot, but my goodness, I can't
Setelah
believe
sekian
none of those
pistoron
coming up for
anjing.
Shirazi even hit. Both players from FlyQuest so low.
Pistoronnya wai mulu dari tadi, Jo. Akhirnya menang, Jo. Nice.
Deja vu that B post plant with the
Nice.
It is something that we just cannot escape.
Damn, just straight away flaming that poor Riot dev who's tried to fix.
We're asking the same question. We're asking the
Very
same
true.
question.
Very true. Okay.
Tuh orang lagi teriak-teriak mulu tuh orang tuh.
I mean, it wasn't the prettiest pistol round. I think you can kind of like cut that up.
Ini nggak bisa langsung dikasih aja piala ke Xipto. Saya juga maunya begitu. Biar cepat aja udah.
So we do have the Sheriff out for Donut. The rest, it's gonna be classics. And then Bulldogs galore and a Guardian or two. So I'd like to see maybe FlyQuest do something together, try and make a play happen on these pistols. But Tara seems all too aware.
Waduh, tertangkap kepala Omennya.
Okay, that is a huge sheriff kill, a nice punish.
Again.
But
Do it again.
Xipto, they're
Do it
just.
again. No. Let me believe. Let me have hope.
Don't encourage chaotic behavior, Hansi.
Damn, I just got told off. That's crazy.
Ya tiap map kan cara mainnya beda-beda, Shandy. Tiap tim juga beda-beda.
See what's happening. See how exciting that is. It's a 3v3. It shouldn't be.
Jadi jangan kaget kalau di map ini kok mereka jago, di map tadi enggak. Ya beda, udah beda map.
Yeah. This is what we wanted. In Eerie now.
Damn, nice one, Enery. Jadi dia ulti dong. Tuh Donutnya punya ulti anjing. Au.
And that was
Udah punya ulti aja dia.
Lineup as oh my god.
That was with the neon ult coming out.
Yes, Donut just got it, procced it. Okay, well, to be fair, if you're Xipto, that is how it should go down. Sure. Is you should be winning this round, but man, if you're FlyQuest, especially with how that pistol went,
Untung aja tuh Donutnya nggak dapat kepala langsung tuh.
you aren't able to
Kayaknya.
convert this after things went your way. That is a
Malam kayak malam, Fugo.
Damn.
So close.
Valiant effort on that broken buy.
Yep.
But here it is. Full gun round. Great tag for Alexi. They've now identified that the Cypher is back towards that B once again. And Ev, she's just trying to find out whether this is going to be a B split. Trying to get the information on the board.
Eerie wants to punish this.
The blind landed.
The stun hindered the approach, so Eerie
dealt with.
But eventually the trade comes through, so it was a 2v1 exchange at this point. You got to look at the space that they've been given. They are on the doorstep of this B site. Starbound has to deliver and does. Good pick up there, going to note the player towards cage 2. Plants in play, but the space taken by Market. FlyQuest in control there.
Beautiful crunch, and Donut just pressing the issue, trying to back up Ev. Beautiful hold. I mean, it looked like they were gonna be under trouble, but the fact that they were able to wipe out 2 really bought enough time for Donut to apply that pressure towards that market. And for Xipto, they needed to press the issue and take that back site a lot sooner as they're coming through that market, because they already identified that the Cypher was going to be solo back site with the drone from the beginning of the round. So making a decision, pressing the issue back site before that pinch even happens in the post is the name of the game for Xipto, but a beautiful response coming out here for Fly.
Kiri apa kanan kayak apanya kiri apa kanan? Maksudnya tim yang gue dukung. Xipto lah. Kiri. Attacker. Gak jelas lo anjing.
Bacot. 10.000 dari someone. Pesan tes.
Apa someone nggak kedengaran someone? Coba tes lagi ya. Gua nggak kedengaran tadi, sorry. Coba tes lagi.
And surely you don't lose a 2v3 against Sheriff. You keep it clean, right? Your FlyQuest, you keep this clean. Shirazi, hello? There we go. All good.
Yeah, Saunders just having a lot of fun. Saying my armor's stronger than yours. Come get me.
Yeah.
Come at me.
There you go. 8-8. We got a close game.
Yeah, and that's a lot to be said for FlyQuest.
Ada ngejawab ya. Bisa nggak kedengaran?
The round was devastating. That is a tilter, and that's exactly where Thea is coming in as the IGL to just stabilize these things. And it's good to see that Saunder is still moving like we love to see her do in the server. Tilter's not affecting this team, and for Xipto, they've slowed down a little bit as we've changed into the second half. And I mentioned this KO should change up the pace for them and allow Iniri to really press the issue, and this is that round. KO ultimate on the board. They know the Cypher has been leaning towards that B.
Wait, how did Sonda get that?
She got spammed.
Straight through smoke, I guess?
I think that was through the default box.
Yeah.
Gak sulit sih, paling lu nggak kebiasa aja, bukan sulit.
Oh my god! I was gonna say A-kill, make it
Nice, very nice.
No way you get that third, but
So
Starbound still finding a pick back. Is
so on point, so on fire.
Iniri, Tara, and Shirazi now. Iniri is low after getting those 3 kills. Fair play, take a break, you know, relax for a second, but I don't think you can. Thea and Starbound starting to take steps back towards the site. Clear out Iniri. Great little follow-up. The timing a little offset from the player up top of the box. Shirazi goes down. Thea digs her heels
Shirazi
in.
tidak berhasil mendapatkan Thea, ya udahlah.
Huge round coming out here for the IGL, leading by example.
NT lah, Bo.
This comeback happen, and you even saw how she took a moment, took her breath.
Padahal yang belum nge-like, di-like dulu ya adik-adik ya. Gak sih, kayaknya kalau jam segini bukan adik-adik ya. Kolega-kolega Hardstackku, silakan di-like dulu.
And they heard the sound cues coming through for Shirazi the whole way through. She started towards that short A, and that was a beautiful post-plant clutch here for FlyQuest. And look how happy that's making Saunder. The energy is shifting in the second map here, Lauren.
It certainly is. And it starts begging the question, does Xipto have that depth now? Do they have that capability to go
Kolega Hardstack tapi bener lagi. Gimana dong?
Approach, because as it stands, FlyQuest are now starting to really take that.
We are in the same page, right?
I mean, maybe if Iniri gets ult, you could see something, or maybe.
Gua seharusnya tidur mau buka boot. Hah? Buka boot apa lo?
But by all rights, FlyQuest should convert.
Ejra Priest.
As well, that'd be lovely to have in the pocket.
Buka boot apa Anda?
You're kind of looking at, can Xipto get any danger building? Is there any potential here for themselves?
Yeah, and I think that's exactly what they're going to show us. I mean, even last round in Neri with that spawn push and that triple kill, yeah, that is dangerous for sure. So
Chef anjay, Komifuro. Gelo. Good luck ya.
Actually push through A main, so they should still feel pretty good about this B hit. They know that the defenders don't have all the information on the board to make those pre-rotates happen, but
semoga Balik modal. Kan itu yang utama tuh. Walaupun sebenarnya kalau acara-acara gitu selain balik modal yang lu cari sebenarnya networking juga sih.
10 rounds.
Yeah, somebody's comms coming out through strong.
I don't know what it was. Something got him
Bisa
sticking
jadi ada
on that
player
side.
juga yang
They
nonton
wanted that
kan weekend.
rotate.
Oh ini weekend ya? Oh my god. I don't even know the day already. Kemarin gue actually baru pertama kali nyobain tahu bulat tau. Seumur hidup gue. Kemarin tuh. Pertama kali gue. Walaupun sayangnya tahu bulatnya udah nggak panas, sayang banget anjir.
That was taken out of the equation. So you're looking at 4 on the trot. They've got some really big ults as well. Got the Hunter's Fury.
Gue suka sih, gue suka. Gak panas aja gue suka loh. Bayangkan kalau panas tuh lagi hot-hotnya tuh. I like it. Walaupun gue nyarinya nggak bisa di deket tempat gue kayaknya jarang. Gue kemarin dapatnya bukan di daerah 2 soalnya. Lagi jalan soalnya.
Like FlyQuest has to give Iniri that sort of comfort, but
It's good. Jajanan, kayak jajanan. Udah lama gak makan gituan gue.
Across the map. So I'd like to see Iniri going towards that mid, sniffing around a little bit, cutting noise, and then they just re-hit the site together once again. That 2 rounds ago for Xipto.
Coba tahunya lo toksikin kayak kali aja panas anjing. Wah, lucu sekali.
Something like that would have been perfect. I think it was a little unlucky for Xipto.
Gimana toksikin tahu? Boleh tahu nggak?
Yeah, so
Kamu kayaknya fermentasinya kurang sempurna. Masa gitu anjing? Kasih tahu gue cara ngerosting tahu coba. Ayo.
Unobtainable yet. I think Thea had a fantastic round for herself there. Those 2
Kamu
kills on the way
bentuknya aja bulat, isinya nggak ada. Angin.
Feels like the difference from
Gitu.
a lot of those kind of very trickier scenarios were going Xipto's way.
Kena sih itu.
FlyQuest are back in. Let's see what we have here. Looking like a flash off the rip, and maybe just some real high tempo mid pressure straight towards door, trying to play an Eerie in again. Looking to maybe find someone a little over enthusiastic through market, but no one's playing into their games.
Yeah, quick flash start.
Jokes bapak-bapak, ya. Umur saya kali ya emang ya. Walaupun belum jadi bapak.
Solo, completely on an island, trusting that utility will slow it down and buy enough time for Dodonut to make that rotate come across. Both Sovas trying to get that mid info, and this is good timing for the
Emang pasti kosongan gitu emang, kopong.
For Starbound, they don't have to worry about any sort of pinch.
Omongan semakin malam semakin random kok, aman aja.
I'm a little bit nervous for Starbound in case they get overrun here. That is my only issue because they are on an island, right?
Ini aja kayak nonton aja setengah nonton ini udah.
Depending on what these trips show.
And the knife should be pretty spot on here. So again, already Hunter's Fury is what keeps them safe. Starbound gonna find Alexi too.
Gak percaya gue kayak udah tua. Banyak yang bilang gitu kok.
Try to keep some control. Invest the ult 50 HP, hoping for the best, and well, actually getting pretty damn good at it. Xipto fighting forward, getting the space they want, and they are evacuating the site.
Tapi pas tahu umur gue, ya ada beberapa yang udah cukup expect. Ada beberapa yang oh, really? Ya gitulah.
Dodonut wants to try to get this timing towards that B main. Not sure if Iniri's heard this or not. Oh, the reload sound cue.
When do they move from this? They've been made obviously a little paranoid about the market door being broken, right?
Jangan end stream dulu kayak gue masih nugas DKV packaging. Anjir, anak DKV packaging anjay.
The penny starts to drop here.
Semangat. Oh shit. Kayaknya map 3 deh.
None of it. No consideration. They must have turned. I don't know what happened then. Oh,
kok serem.
Completely unaware of even the possibility of playing back in through main.
Yeah, and you know we've seen this kind of round.
Lama belum lihat full face-nya Yokai, belum percaya kalau Yokai itu. I mean muka gue nggak kayak umur gue deh kayaknya ya. Gak tau deh. Gak tau deh. Kalau menurut Fuyu gimana? Gue kaget deh Yokai di cafe kayak. Kok kaget anjir? Kan yang gambar di Iron Senpai juga gue. Kenapa luar angkasa jahat? Galaksi. Cici ngakak abis ketawa sendiri. Jadi gak lucu. Coba lu gak ada ketawa ngakak abis ya. Lucu tuh, lucu. Serius. Gara-gara lu kasih omongan belakangnya tuh. Jadi gak lucu anjing. Gak jadi lucu, cok.
As much as it has been FlyQuest consecutively getting them, it's been close. Xipto going for the right up the gut sort of approach here as well. Straight
Sekarang udah kelihatan tanda-tanda penutuan. Oke. Amin emang tua jadi ya gimana ya? Akan bang, monggo.
Fantastic, really finding that connection now. Theo wants to close down on the stuns as well. The back of the ult is
my god, oke, masih jadi bisa. Ini masih possible jadinya. Walaupun sayangnya itu tiba-tiba ada di situ, tiba-tiba itunya spike-nya udah mau apa?
That almost got dicey for a second. You saw Thea pulling out her smoke, wanted to place it behind her, and that timing that I believe it was Shirazi.
Tuh dulu di kampus mana kayak gue nggak pernah ngasih tahu dari mana gue kampusnya. Pokoknya di Surabaya aja.
That aggression coming out for Fly. I gotta say, it seemed like a little bit of a desperate move for Xipto to just press the issue towards that top mid. And Neri doesn't have enough util to just send it up their top mid. They've got to sniff a little bit, draw out a little bit of util.
Gue udah lama lulus jadi ya.
Did not hit their shots either.
Trying to keep them focused. You could hear it just at the end of that replay there. Not out of the woods yet. You want to close out this map if FlyQuest.
Udah punya gadengan, men. Gadengan apa yo? Sorry. Gadengan apa, Cok?
Big amount of presence felt here. Paranoia is so good. Hold on. Does Thea go on this one? Donut certainly did. Yeah, Thea fancies a go.
Tampaknya kita ke map 3 sih emang ini. Angkatan berapa? Ya, mana gue kasih tahu. Gue kan nggak ngasih tahu umur gue. Gue kasih tahu angkatan gue ya ketahuan lah. Gandengan. Gue juga nggak pernah bilang gue punya apa enggak. Lo kok mendok itu apa? Mendok.
Coming alive, but only for so long. Surely, is it going to come down to an ace to keep themselves alive in this map? Alexi would have to go above and beyond for the side now.
Ayo, Alexi bisa yuk. Alexi lagi gacor.
Alexi, is this map
Waduh, serem banget tuh kepalanya.
Oh,
kelihatan.
55 HP.
Aduh, ente.
20.000 dari someone. Pesan, halo Mas Kai.
Halo someone, welcome. Thank you 20.000-nya. We go to map 3, which is bikin gua gemeteran nih. Kalau sampai jam 2 belum kelar kan gua takut ya. Kadang-kadang internet gua kalau jam 2 tuh kadang-kadang bisa hilang begitu saja tiba-tiba. Ghosting tiba-tiba. Semoga aja enggak. Pura-pura nggak denger donate lagi dong, seharusnya parah banget anjir. Will lo keseringan di sini dia jadi kapitalis juga, cow. Iya, gue di ghostingnya bukan sama cewek, di ghostingnya sama internet. Enggak, takutnya masih gitu loh. Kan gue udah jarang kan kayak WP gini kan. Yang kan kita kebetulan di tahun ini banyak yang di Asia, Korea gitu-gitu. Di Hongkong, di Hongkong matamu. Di Cina kemarin di mana sih? Master apa sih kemarin? Hongkong ya? Bener ya? Bukan ya? Bukan kan? Masters Shanghai. Gue hampir mau ngomong Master Haiti lah anjing. Ya, Master Shanghai. Master Hotpot 4 kuah. 4 rasa kuah. Itu banyak pemain Valorant makan di situ tahu. Kan sih banyak orang aja makan di situ. Bahkan gue sama Epen pertama kali ketemu kan sama Fuyu juga makan di situ aja. Yang kemarin kita meet up pertama kali. Kalau FUP gue udah jarang, gue udah mulai ngeliatin nih kalau lagi udah mulai tengah bulan, akhir bulan gitu, masuk akhir bulan gue biasanya gue ngecek dulu FUP gue tuh. Jadi gue udah mulai nggak pernah kenal lagi kalau FUP. Besok yang ke CP, ke PL, by the way bukan CP ya, TA ya. Saya tahu sebelahan, tapi ini jangan sampai misinformasi ya. TA bro, bukan CP-nya ya. TA, Taman Anggrek. Tinggal gesek. Iya tapi kan acaranya di TA nanti dipikir beneran di CP, cok. Misinformasi. Biasain informasi itu yang bener gitu loh. Jangan malah informasi salah diwajarkan, Jok. Jangan wajarkan kesalahan-kesalahan seperti itu. Nanti turun loh IQ lo. Sumpah, tapi gue di TikTok sekarang udah bener-bener gak pernah kayak bacain komen, kayak nge-scroll pun jarang-jarang baca komen sekarang, sumpah. Kadang ngeliat komennya, damn, this is another world, another dimension. Where is this people coming from? It's unreal. By the way, kalau nggak salah ada yang watch party co-stream yang bisa dapetin title kayak rebit di KD, kayak 13-0 club di Mixwell itu juga ada. Cuman gue lupa, gue belum baca detailnya sih itu kapan nontonnya. Yang title di co-streamnya. Ada Seligi, KD, ada si Mixwell sama satunya si Gare kana. Sore cakta. Lupa gue, satunya siapa? Yang Arken nontonnya Arken ya, bukan nonton Valo ya. Kita masuk arena lagi.
Blasting out your teammates' eardrums. And you see Thea here as well, fist bumping all her teammates, building them up into this next one. When we had Sapphire on the
Premiernya ya, Bes. Ya hari ini nanti, Niko.
She was talking a lot about how when she played with Thea back in the day in CS, how she.
Kalau Irsen dikasih kesempatan buat hadiah title Valorant, apakah titlenya Valorant kayak enggak lah, Senpai aja. Iron Senpai, literally Iron Senpai aja udah. What else?
Player that is more than just who she is in game, which I think is part of the reason why this FlyQuest team has been so good, why they were testing Shopify back home.
Yeah, you can just feel a lot of that empathetic sort of leadership coming from Thea there. And like you guys said, it's such a polar opposite kind of comms happening there. That's not to say Xipto's comms are the opposite of wholesome.
Map 3 split.
In terms of niceness, it's just got a totally
They're just
different
aggressively
energy.
wholesome.
Yeah, it's just a whole different, like, just scream till you feel better.
Anjir,
And you know,
apa
this was a really close
sifat
map
keibuannya admin Fuyu udah keluar. Niko kerjain tugas bejir.
their whole year so far. I don't know about map 3 if that's going to continue the trend as we go into split.
I mean, it's a big question mark. Neither of these teams have played this map in a very long
Fuyu.
time. So this to me is all about like adapting on the fly. How good is the baseline synergy between these players? And this does feel to me like a pretty good place for Xipto to bounce back when they can be unpredictable, when you can't prep for them.
It's interesting because I actually think that I really like Fly's chances going into a map like this. I think when Split used to be in the pool, they were a team that was playing stuff like Gecko, like Astro, like a lot of these mid-range fighting pieces. And I also just think like the playstyle of their team overall really suits itself to a map like Split, where there's just very constantly like a lot of early engagements, especially over towards the A side.
Did you guys
Katanya deadline jam 3. Emang iya? Dia ngomong gitu tadi.
I don't think so. We usually just got
Gue aja nggak lihat tadi anjir.
Okay.
And that's gone. So that's a good news for Xipto.
I mean, gue juga pernah kayak gitu sih zaman-zaman di cafe dulu. Kayak hari itu ininya apa tugasnya harus dikumpulin, gue tubuhnya itu ngerjain. Itu pun kayak masih belum dapat ide gitu, masih mikir gitu kan, orang di cafe kan gitu ya, mepet-mepet gitu. Wah, ide apa ya? Baru kelar, langsung kumpul.
Post like Raze nerfs and stuff, like if like Jet Raze is still my vibe.
I mean, even what we saw from Falcons with the deadlock today, I thought was really cool as well. Like, there's a lot of options here.
Yeah, tons of options. Like, again, on Pearl alone, we just seeing those double duelist comps that
sering kayak gitu, anak di cafe sering yang kayak gitu aja.
Particular agents, I think we'll be a little surprised in Split.
Bukan hal yang baik sebenarnya.
A little surprised by the comms cut as we go.
Tapi di power up kepepet is real.
FlyQuest have like put in some work to like make big compositional pivots, because on Sunset they'd been playing that double Senti identity for the entirety of stage 3.
Xipto masih pakai neon, sedangkan FlyQuest ambilnya deadlock.
Deadlock on FlyQuest too. That's what has my eye here. Going into that double.
Dua duelist untuk Xipto. Attacker first.
Yeah, that's Sunder had played the deadlock before on like a map like Sunset, for example, so not so out of left field on that one. But I do actually really like the idea of ignoring the Jet Neon is so strong right now. Like Jet or Neon plus Raves gives you such an ability to just overwhelm and swarm a site, especially when you're going for split hits.
I have two questions for Xipto's comp. The first is how are they going
Kalau gue dulu tapi kalau begadang ya, bukan minum kopi. Kalau gue dulu beli Ultra Milk yang ini 500 ml dulu. Dulu gue gitu tuh.
Solo Sky as their only initiator, how are they going to ration that utility to find the right times to use it and set themselves up for success?
Well, this is set up to be a very.
Tapi jadinya dulu berat badan parah sih.
To the third and final map, we're gonna find out which team dodges the lower bracket. Let's find out and send it back to Pansy and Potter for the call.
Zaman-zaman masa itu.
And yeah, this series has delivered, but it comes down to map 3. Right, we're looking at Split, and we're looking at two very different approaches to how they wanted to play this. Agent composition, what we've seen so far, all of these kind of factors being put in front of us. Christine, how has this changed your mind? Has it changed your mind? Do you see a front runner now appearing?
I do, Lauren. I'm loving this double Sentinel comp coming out here for FlyQuest. Not only do they get to start on the defense side of Split, but the fact that what we've been seeing from map 1 and 2, the aggression coming out for Xipto, especially in those posts, Aniri getting activated by the utility coming out here for Cameo. I mean, the double Sentinel for Fly, this sit nade coming out
tapi itu jangan lu ini ya, mepet-mepet gitu jangan lu aplikasikan saat bikin skripsi ya. Skripsi gunakan waktumu dengan baik. Tolong, dari sistem parah banget, gua aja udah capek main pen tadi. Gue bener-bener nggak lagi. Lu lihat story gue tuh. Gue bilang rehat dulu. Lagi tolol, tambah tolol gue main game ini. Serius. Main Fallout, males.
If you're Xipto, you're satisfied with that. You traded a dog for the sit nade. Now the unfortunate thing is that single initiator that Mimi was talking about.
Lah, lo skripsi kayak bukannya TA, iya TA, tapi kan tetap ada karya ilmiahnya itu ada, tapi karya ilmiah itu nggak yang separah yang bikin skripsi, ngerti nggak sih? Tetap ada, bikin jurnalnya tetap ada gitu loh. Ya itu maksudnya jangan lu kebut semalam anjing maksud gua.
If you're Xipto, but Alexi gonna fall short there. Thea, nice little shot controlling. Hello, can we get?
Jangan diaplikasikan ke TA lah. Karena TA masih bisa lu pakai buat jadi portofolio lu anyway.
Wait a minute. No, that's wild. That's wild. Okay, Shirazi gotta go 1v5. That's pretty rough. Starbound is there. FlyQuest get it started right for themselves now. After disastrous map 1, they are finding stability now.
Yeah, and they're having a little fun. Ev just holding on to that defuse, and that round was a little too easy if you're FlyQuest, right? I mean, there was.
Pistol Rocknya sih nggak pernah bener ya jadi ya.
I did say that Xipto will be okay with that without the sit nade on the board, but now they've got to take care of the Cypher Yuto. Now they've got to figure out where that.
Are we even surprised at this point?
So I think Xipto is going to have to play a different kind of pace than what they're used to on this attack side. They may have to reset and cut noise 2 times in 1 round, and I just don't think that's something that they're used to doing in their scrims.
And obviously, contractually speaking, I have to get 1 tech force in.
Day 1, Lauren?
Look,
is that how it works?
Okay. I got a yap, you know what I mean? My yapping quota wasn't quite filled with 3 maps. Obviously, that was, yeah.
Lo dulu magangnya di perusahaan faktor apa? Actually, tempat magang gue tempat yang bikin game. Icon Pop Quiz. Yang dulu pernah terkenal.
They're playing rock paper scissors. Call them out like that? Yeah, of course. That's why I have this lovely viewing area to look upon my kingdom and judge players. Yeah, because the admin from the Xipto side hasn't moved. They're just kind of like chilling. They're just taking the stroll. Whereas already the admin on the other side closer. You know, hand toward
Bikin aset aja tapi gua kerjaannya.
Should we shoutcast this rock paper scissors?
If we could get a camera guy to have a little look to it. I think they're done already. They wrapped it up. They were too slow.
I think I saw Sandra winning that one out.
Sandra was kind of pumped up from it too, you know what I mean?
She looks like a natural rock, paper, scissors star.
Do you have like a technique? Like a go-to?
I do. It doesn't work every time, Lauren, but I actually do.
Wait, they're playing again. Wait, they're doing... Who is it? Thea won that one, I think? Okay, nice. Oh.
Teka-teki sulit, bukan. Icon Pop Quiz kok jadi teka-teki sulit, anjir.
Sandra's challenging everyone out here.
Okay. Yeah, no, I think Sandra's reigning champ, maybe. I don't know. Just like gave a freebie out to like Thea just to like get a like, you know, she's IGL, gotta keep her in the right place. Mindset.
Beda zaman kayaknya iya sih. Gua sadar kita beda zaman jadi ya.
I'd love to know what the tech pause is though. It's like I'm looking this side. It's like Ali looks annoyed mostly. But we'll see. Any guesses in chat? What do we have? Gear. See, gear is so like you don't know what it is. That could be a keyboard. Yeah, that could be a mouse.
As a coach, I mean, it is the best when your player tells you that they forgot to charge the mouse.
Oh, you've had some of that? Oh yeah. Oh nice.
Kalau sudah basic-basic gue sebut di sini, terserah sih, bebas sih sebenarnya.
That's solid. It's like what you meant to do.
Enggak di Jakarta kok. Gue dulu magang di Jakarta. Gue kuliah di Surabaya tapi magang di Jakarta, bro.
Because they always need 4 different kinds of beverages, obviously. Of course. There's
Allegrium.
Water, there's a Red Bull, and then maybe a hot beverage, and then the cups just...
Okay, halo Rex, welcome.
And at some point, the lid will give way. At some point,
well, if you're not gaming with that sort of risk factor on your table, of course, yeah.
That's an EG mentality, huh?
Keeps you on your toes. Am I gonna swift too hard and break the cup?
So that's the sort of technique you brought in with like Demon 1. You're like, okay, we need to get this kid ready. He needs to be on edge constantly.
I don't want to give away all my secrets.
No, of course, but that's just a little tip. That was just a little tip.
Yeah.
Still no idea what's going on. We are in Yap City. I was thinking, the worst thing is I was preparing for having to film. Which is probably my job.
Lebih ke game mobile sih, mereka game mobile.
I was having a conversation with my friends recently. Crazy, I have those too. We had this discussion of like, which horror movie do you think you'd survive it? Like specifically, is there one that comes to mind that you'd be like, light work?
I think I would
like, have a think on it.
I'm not gonna lie to you, Lauren. I'm not in denial.
Iya, masih lah. Ya emang duitnya di situ, bro. Game mobile tuh kalau lu dapat gede loh revenue-nya. Game mobile.
I'm gonna save us all the trouble. I will be the first to go.
But as like a sacrifice, or just because you don't want to be bothered?
As a sacrifice, maybe that noble move will that could be the key.
Yeah.
I don't know, but I already know that I'm not surviving. I'm not surviving, Lauren. In a horror film?
Okay, my bad. You know what? I thought you'd have a little bit of like, I don't know, like
Now, put me on an island. Put me on an island.
Okay.
Give me some.
Men gue dulu sama teman-teman gue kayak punya mimpi dulu tuh. Punya mimpi kayak mau bikin game gitu. Tapi ya emang susah aja, nggak nemu aja gitu.
The Hunger Games, but among the casters. Like,
Gue kan masih bisa visual gitu. Ngurusin gambarnya gue masih bisa.
You're like Christina's like the #1 pick, and if they don't know about that,
It's just hard. Building game is hard.
I have been told we're ready to go, so thank you for your patience and tuning into our impromptu podcast about nothing. And focusing back on the game, we were seeing FlyQuest Red kind of starting to look, I don't want to say as expected, but living up to reputation.
Yeah.
You know what I mean? They are very towards the top end here. If you're looking at the players, the caliber, you put a lot of credit towards them. They're starting to look a bit more confident. Let's see if Xipto can get a grip back into this game now.
Definitely warmed up coming into this anti-eco. This second round is gonna say a lot, right? We've seen some funky things, and it's starting already. Lauren Saunders gets taken out while trying to set up.
Banyak nih yang ngaku-ngaku ayangnya Enery nih.
I mentioned these second rounds because if you're FlyQuest, every single round counts so much on this defense with this double Cintiq comp. So this anti-eco, it cannot get dicey if you're Fly. It comes, but it might. They are so ready. The jumping classics, it's coming.
Oh, the flash. Oh no. It's still not. It's not like. And here comes
Waduh.
the neon fire in the corner. All good.
Gimana?
I'm so scared.
Langsung
It
di
is
absen.
like trying to survive a horror movie when there's just like neon sliding at you, like everything's going wrong. But 3 are alive.
Oh yang inspirasi bang? Ya boleh terserah.
Sonder and Donut, you kind of like
Bebas.
They still have the ball.
Saya nggak ikut-ikut deh.
Possession is kept. And for Xipto, they got a little, they've drawn blood, right? And it may be only Alexi doing that, but still, it gets you feeling out the game a little bit more. So, as it stands, we go into the bonus now.
Yeah, and it's gonna be a true bonus because you're right, it's okay, they got the round on the board, but too many have died, so Bucky out for Dodo Nut. And the great thing about Split on the defense side with this Raze is you can set up so many fun traps.
Betul, kalau dulu tuh pengen bikin game tuh sebenarnya simpel-simpel aja yang tipe idle game gitu loh. Kalau kalian tahu idle game gitu. Karena gue suka game idle, tipe idle, soalnya nyantai mainnya.
There was no escaping that, but I like the reaction just to try and fly down ramp. But Shirazi, all too prepared for it, just holds the line perfectly. Gonna slip back a little bit deeper. Let the rest of the team take the attention, really, as Starbound and Dodo Nut wanted to try and springboard into it. But at this point, they should be able to find some stability here by getting that plant in play. It's gonna be hard to try and gap close his final couple of kills.
Idol.
Shirazi's gotta be
Idol. IDLE.
Shirazi, that is so slick.
Kalau lu nggak tahu istilah gamenya incremental game. Ada tuh beda lagi tuh incremental game tuh. Base-nya.
Acceptable losses, good little start here. They make it through the bonus.
Yeah, and I like that awareness coming out here for Shirazi, not being too greedy, making sure that the weapons and the money is strong as heck going into round 4. Beautiful response for Shirazi.
Apa bener aja.
There was a moment when things could have gotten dicey, but yeah, good to see the stabilizing on the anti-eco. And I'm curious to see how much Xipto are gonna have to slow it down. You can see
Gue tuh penasaran, gue tuh pengen banget ada di sebuah tim bikin ini, jadi apa game developer gitu loh.
Xipto are stopped on this first wave. Not gonna be able to get past. They're so committed, and Starbound finds the one.
Walaupun pasti ini sih. Nice granat. Walaupun pasti itu benar-benar kerja banget sih. Kerja keras banget, bikin game kerja keras banget soalnya.
Is there still a TP on Tara? Maybe could get off site here, but still counter paranoia going in, not really as effective as they'd like here, but they're stuck on the site and they're sticking to it too. Already.
Langsung absen bertiga ya udah.
And Thea there. And that's a big round for Xipto too. Just kind of makes them feel like, okay, we can deal with this double sentinel sort of approach.
Especially because it worked with such a simple approach, right? All 5 members just.
Benar, developernya juga nggak bisa setengah-setengah. Apalagi kita tuh industri game kita tuh baru berkembang banget belakangan ini. Soalnya kan di apa ya?
on the execute would have come through.
Di industrinya pun masih ini kan, masih grow banget kan.
Great response, great
Belum yang
coming out here for Zipto.
udah settle gitu. Dimana talentnya bisa diserap dengan baik gitu. Jangankan itu talentnya aja belum ada bahkan mungkin. Sangat jarang lah. Daripada belum ada. Soalnya lu kalau gua lihat ya biasanya interview sama studio game itu ya. Biasanya mereka belajar tuh otodidak semua. Semua game developer tuh yang gua lihat, game Indonesia ya. Yang gua liatin biasanya omongan-omongannya. Ini mau mati karena spike nggak sih udah?
Okay, hold on. Does take out one of the key pieces of that util. They will be able to pick up that rifle, and this should be just a contained game. Starbound's gotta stay alive.
Ya kadang-kadang banyak juga tuh project-project ambisius gitu. Gak tahu kalau ternyata mahal sekali dong bikin game. Biasa nih Alexi nih suka main gila dia. Mau nangkep-nangkepin orang. Duitnya padahal ada sih temennya yang bayarin nanti. Ayo super random ya omongan kalau udah WP ya emang ya. It's been a while.
They've got to be happy for sure, especially with how the last two rounds have gone in complete full control. Xipto are calling so well, even sliding into that spawn before that retake was ever in tow. This round, FlyQuest with that Sky ultimate on the board, this should be a decent response on that first initial look where Xipto have been coming out on top. This time they're going to go poking towards B. Alexi's got that showstopper in hand, and we've seen these A hits just go in Xipto's favor so far on this attacking side.
Lagi sih buat Diamond. Lu coba cek lu udah berapa bulan? Diamond setahun.
All the space. That is an early Sky ult. The defenders really feeling the pressure so early in this round.
And I'm quite surprised. And now off the back of that, they're going for a 3-play walk towards B main. Okay, they cleared it. But then no one's in mid. I don't know if I like
2 bulan lagi, oke.
taking the space, but
Bisa lah, berarti sebelum tahun baru tuh bisa tuh harusnya. Nggak sih? Apa pas tahun baru tuh? Baru dapat. Itu pun kalau perpanjang. Wih. Nice.
Sight now looking under scrutiny, and I feel like there's a bit of mismanagement on the approach from what FlyQuest wanted out of that round. The Seekers felt desperate, the play towards B main felt a little bit out of sorts, but maybe they can fix the issues with this. A 2v4 is a lot to ask, and Alexi's hearing none of it. 4-2. I didn't like what I saw there.
I didn't either. There must have been some breakdown in the communication. The tell that they were looking for, that to execute that fight came too early. I'm not sure if somebody saw something that they shouldn't have, but that sound cue came too early. The Omen blind even to boot. So all that information just allowed
Tapi Fire Rebellion kapan main? Kayaknya besok deh.
We'll just take your B heaven then.
Gue belum lihat jadwalnya banget sih.
The defenders got flipped on and the pinch was on. So Xipto again calling very well, keeping things very simple and then being decisive on their calls.
Now, when you look at this composition, because you were quite excited by the kind of double sentinel look here, what are some of the key factors that you wanted to see them kind of?
Aneh lihat Sonder main deadlock. Waduh, gue kagak ngikutin Sonder sih, jujur aja. Kagak ngikutin semuanya lebih tepatnya.
Talked about it, but that early fight in B main, you saw that sit nade coming through. And there was just no bodies there, no enemies to be punished with this util. So they've got to have a better system or queue to fight off of. Let the enemies come closer into our territory so that we can create better checkmates for each other instead of just pulling the trigger too early.
Yeah. It felt like a bit of a needless round there. Again, even the Seekers, and you're right, the Sitney then over towards B main, it all felt a little bit mismanaged. Maybe think of the ducks in a row, we could start actually seeing some of that utility brought in a really nice way, because it can be so oppressive to play up against that deadlock in a well-used manner. And again, especially if you've got those duelists coming out like we have in Neri and Alexi, who want to take that space aggressively, take as much as they can. if they're not being checked on this, they're going to keep pressing the issue further and further. So a little bit of a switch up, it looks like. Already going to have the Starbound over towards B, and then the switch being that they popped Sonda kind of, I guess, utility-wise towards Fence and over towards EA site. And now, straight up the gut, straight up middle. Alexi, though, going to be handled here. This is going to be much harder. Nice little counter, nice little slowdown, but Aneri then going to invest the ult. This is dangerous to do, I feel like, against maybe a Sheriff or a Force-bought round, but as it stands, Xipto managed to stay unscathed. They're okay. They've drawn a lot of utility, and they can just kind of, I don't want to say simmer, because you're going to use a lot of your own util here. I don't know if that was worth it yet.
We'll see. Definitely an exchange of a bunch of utility. That was an expensive opening towards mid, but Xipto are doing a fantastic job at canceling. That's something that, you know, newer teams, especially with the stage leaders, have an issue with. But what a shot! Coming out for Dodo.
Poin gitu share ke semua.
Yeah, ready to go if needed, if required, if wanted. Has it. Could have shut the round down now, but instead, hey, there's the deadlock wall coming in. And it's so frustrating to spend half of your ammo shooting that damn thing. But still, I mean, for Alexi and Tara, this is now a nightmare. I didn't like that kind of feign up middle then to know.
Kalau A-nya dapat semuanya, bisa sih.
And then they go back towards A and they have to kind of come in a little bit dry on that now. Quick TP, Cam is there, cancel as well. And there's the second reveal. They can sit in this, they can have these 4 players here. Deadlock utility still in place, but it doesn't stop you creeping up like that. So already going to be put on notice here. There's the ult we were waiting for. Thea's the one to do it with a
Damn,
but it's Sonda as well. FlyQuest with a massive MasterCard Thrifty coming through. And a big reminder to Xipto to calm it down a little bit here. There's a reason the FlyQuest are very much respected in this.
Yeah, and it comes right after I gave kudos for that cancel call in middle. Turns out, Lauren, it wasn't worth it. Turns out,
Fan sih lu nyebutnya fan? PANT dong. Kok kipas anjing?
Wasn't able to actually get any space or ground for that exchange in util. FlyQuest were feeling pretty comfortable. That rotate going from mid back up to that top A ramp is just only a couple seconds. So in position and ready with the response. Alexi once again going very aggro towards this mid. Okay. The troll!
No! Just go whiplash! She just got whiplash from it. That is wild. Oh,
I don't know if I've ever seen that mechanic happen before.
Me neither.
The dog takes
it and then.
Wow.
I want to see that on slow-mo in case it was something else hitting at the same time, but I'm pretty sure it was. Yeah, the trip's still there.
Poor Alexi.
Lu tahu fan-nya Among Us nggak, Will? Lu main Among Us nggak dulu?
Mid shutdown. Let's go elsewhere.
Ada sebutnya fan.
For us, we don't even like mid.
That kind of fan.
She doesn't even go here. Like, let's leave. Yeah, time to talk really, and maybe make some options up here because 1v5 is a lot to ask for anyone, but. Xipto now, that's twice, so they've tried to go for this kind of mid-pressure, and twice it's gone wrong. This time in a little bit of a different fashion, but to a similar effect, right?
Yeah, this time Fly getting actually rewarded with kills and not just an exchange in util. I think Xipto going into the next round, maybe they have another one of those pocket strats where they really want to press the issue and have a quick opening, but I would say pretty soon in the next 2 rounds, Xipto really have to slow it down. They've got to work with their spread, and they've got to draw out this util. They've got to waste time.
Jangan-jangan pernah main sama orang terus lo bilang kipas kali ya? Dikipas.
It's a long old protocol.
Huh?
10 seconds left.
It's just like there's so much you
keep
in mind that trying to, you know, just break it through every single round if you want to at least keep your options open. Right?
Yeah.
You don't want it to feel just like super telegraphed.
And hey, you don't have to play that boring game either. Lexi has been feeling very comfortable in mid, and she has been getting the ground, so she doesn't have to be playing not to lose in mid. She just has to be a little more finessey in mid, not just
Tadi gue lihat imposternya masuk ke kipas.
Let her teammates get a little bit of pressure on the extremities.
Still not sure if it was actually the trip. I'm waiting.
It had to have been.
I think
it
so.
was a trip. It was a trip.
Can we just believe it for the sake of it?
I want to.
Okay, I like that. We do have a timeout for Xipto though, because again, if you've met that resistance a couple of times, come up with someone you want to deal with it, how you want to deal with it, what you want to approach it with. I think there's plenty of options, but again, when you're starting to see that strength of the composition for FlyQuest show to you, when you're starting to see that strength of, again, the double sentinel in effect, let's keep that mental in the right place of how we want to approach it. So take the time out, slow it down for a sec, have that conversation.
Yeah, for sure. Because I mean, if you're Xipto, really, you're just telling each other, if we get one more round, we're pretty happy.
Yeah,
even with 4, it feels like enough. Going into the second,
doable.
5 or 6, and that's just a luxury.
Yeah, you're
I
lost.
told you I'm not gonna answer that,
for
okay?
Sure. So I mean, listen, the double Sentinel on the attack side is gonna be tough. Sentinel? Is that the new thing?
It's cute. It's cute. I don't know.
So for Xipto, they should feel very confident. They've had 4 rounds in a row, and it was all with those fast openings.
Xipto nggak tahu dah.
FlyQuest have stabilized. Now Xipto, they've got to have a second plan.
Ngeblank kali.
Here.
And that's what we look to see is, what is the plan? How do they want to divide this
Spread
up?
out.
It can't
They're
be
not
middle
going
again.
towards mid. Yeah, they're not going towards
be doing
mid.
that. We can't avoid that one. Swerve that. And I'm just going to pay attention to how they want to really open this. They've got as much of a buy as they'd want. They've got everything they need.
Yeah, and Alexi is starting towards B, and usually where the raise is where they really want to sniff pretty deep. So it looks like Alexi is going to go looking for this Cypher trips. That smoke is a good response from Thea. Okay, this is the round where Xipto is getting a lot of value, actually. Already taking care of the deadlock wall. They've got the B main pressure. But look at Fly, they're so strong. They're maintaining their mid crossfire.
Going back to this just makes me so nervous. I don't mind it now just being like 2 players while they're still trying to test the extremities. Okay, they clear the util, right? It's starting to feel... Oh no, the re-aggress. Fortunately enough though, they all find...
Padahal ini map defender kali ya. Sebenarnya Xipto dapat 4 aja udah lumayan sebenarnya ini.
Punished. I thought she'd make it.
But they need more. They want more.
Discovered Batara and Shirazi. You're hearing a marching band get through there, but
this is a lot of sound cues.
Do we need
Wait a minute.
I mean, they've got the cam there, but still.
Shirazi has an ult.
Masih 5 lawan 2 lagi, nggak bisa lah. Boleh tetap kan?
Shirazi's a little patient.
Kecuali seblunder itu ya.
Things can get real funky here in this round. 2v5.
This is weird.
Where's the bodies? There's a couple bodies. It does look like Shirazi wants to go find one.
Oke. Jadi possible dengan triple kill Xirazi. 2 lawan 1 masih sangat possible.
Neither of them have any
Play on the smoke.
No flash to try and clear the path. Maybe a cage for Starbound, but that's it. Trying to mask the steps of the drop here, but Tara's gonna hear it. Gonna know that they're getting close towards the side, but can Tara deal with the pressure?
Ya, sayang yang pertama nggak langsung mati.
Clean enough.
Oh, dapat sih harusnya.
Here, but that was damn close.
That was close, and I wonder what kind of info came through across the board to just get Fly all to Thunderfoot across like that.
NT.
What a trap play.
Unlucky lah, Bo.
Coming out here on the defense. I love how Xipto adjusted, and I love how they slowed it down, but Fly in that mid, that crossfire, just punishing. And these trips coming out for Starbound, 2 kills coming off the back of that in 2 different rounds. It's been a nightmare for Xipto to deal with here.
Nice, good job.
Thank you, Thea. That was not... I always like when the coach almost says something.
Rotate 1 cavalry gak ada yang hancur. Soalnya mereka udah menang jumlah. 2-5 main bareng aja udah.
Was there as well in case they needed, but Sonda quick enough with the gun out as well. Takes away an area and they're starting to struggle against these double.
Jangan nggak ngepick 1-1 aja.
Starbound. Though again,
Ente Tara Arts anjir. Ente Bang Tara kungking makan kangkung keluar kangkung.
With that blind just towards behind her. If her teammates in FlyQuest had gotten a little bit pressured or lost that duel, that blind would have come down that whole lane. So FlyQuest have a bunch of secondary traps already in motion. They've already gotten rewarded by taking out Aniri. No trade. Look at how uncomfortable Xipto feel. They've got no control, no information, and they've got to start their execute all the way back here.
They do. But it is pretty, I don't want to say scot-free, but it is open towards the side because most of the util is focused towards that middle choke, right? So as it stands, Xipto are going to be out here.
Actually, I love it when they using deadlock though. Gue jadi pengen main deadlock lagi anjir. Sayangnya kalau nggak party gue nggak bisa. Gak bakal gue pakai deadlock kalau nggak party, coy.
Lucky to be alive there, didn't get punished because a blind had managed to make their way through towards him, but it's Thea to find Alexi. Next step and next stop towards the side. Thea with another stride in the right direction, and Sonda clears up Shirazi. already we are seeing FlyQuest just looking in charge here.
In charge for sure. Thea once again leading by example, so steady towards that spawn area. And you saw FlyQuest, they didn't even move. As soon as they identified that Raze and Xipto were going to execute out of A main, they were cool.
Tertahan adik-adik.
Sonder knew all the time that Ev was going to show up with that secret.
Tapi itu tetap beliefnya di map defender aja udah.
Very disciplined stuff coming
Ini
out
map
here from
defender.
FlyQuest. And those secondary traps I talked about, the layers coming through on the defense, it is not easy to handle if you're Xipto.
No, they've stalled out here, Xipto. They've now felt what it's like to be under this very oppressive composition. We didn't see it too early on. It was quite surprising. We're like, wow, they're getting away with a lot here. This is kind of wild. But now we're seeing it. Now, it looks like there's a switch up, but suddenly mid's open.
If I'm Xipto going into this 11th round here, I'm looking straight at Alexi and I'm looking at Camu's orbs.
Manda anaknya tektokan sama agent apa kayak yang punya molly. Tuh kan biar bisa jatuh, nunduk. Kena molly temen, enak tuh. Kayak Raje gitu. Gecko.
Really risky, and Neri's going to at least get a punishment on. Cameo is there as well. Oh, this was badly handled from
Breach sometime.
Way too overzealous, way too out there. That was a mistake, and I don't think you need to be opening the door here for Xipto. 5 rounds is a lot to be playing with. Opportunity to even get 6 now.
You don't, and I feel like I've just jinxed them twice now.
Crazy.
Just complimenting the discipline, complimenting the setups, but yeah, things got dicey there, but great response coming out here for Xipto.
Nice banget,
nice banget. Back of an unfortunate opening towards A as well, so Xipto this time around on that low buy coming out on top, and look at the ultimate economy as well. Coming into the last round of the half, if Xipto is able to walk away with the 6th,
oof. That's that.
Oh, no.
Okay, Donati's in danger. Does she get to stay alive? For now, it looks like she does. Out with her life. Oh, and this is all sorts of topsy-turvy. I can't even keep track of what's going on here. But now they're trying to make their way across towards the site. And here we're going to take away Donut. Looks for another victim. Can't quite find it. Yes, she does.
Nice. Udah dapat 6 sih. Nice sih. Nice banget sih menurut gua udah.
They left the window open for just a moment. And Xipto crashed on in. 6 apiece is a dangerous scoreline here. That's going to put FlyQuest on red alert. So I'm a little bit worried going into that second half now.
Walaupun nih pistol round, balik lagi pistol round. Dimulai dari pistol round yang seringnya Y. Tidak perlu lihat be right back ini, kasih aku waktunya. Anjir, gue pikir error anjing.
Six to 6 gives me pause to question here. It makes me bring up those last 2 rounds where the discipline slipped a little away, because it felt like FlyQuest had the solution. They had the right reads, great control, very oppressive with that double sentinel, but then that discipline slipped for just a moment.
Yeah, and it's by the smallest of margins as well, I gotta say. Dodo not buying that operator in the last round. She knew that the Rays had the ultimate online. I love that sort of risk. I love the playmaking that it takes to go forward and say, you know what, I'm gonna hit this shot and end the round right here by myself. But unfortunately for Fly, things just slipped out of their fingertips for the last 2 rounds. This is the most important important pistol of the whole series. Obviously, we're going into map 3, but it's because FlyQuest pistols have looked so damn good all series long. This is the time to just double down on that and have one of those beautiful set pieces once again.
Fingers crossed for both sides, really. This has been an excellent series, kind of the highs and lows from both.
Kelarin yuk, kelarin Xipto. Biar aku bisa tidur. Terus WP lagi nanti pagi. Siang. Masuknya siang. Nanti datang lagi ya WP nanti ya, yang Predator ya, adik-adik, kolega-kolegaku. Member Xipto paling cantik menurut lu siapa kayak? Menurut gua. Siapa ya? I never think about that actually.
And even the step in towards heaven, that lands in the doorway pretty deep.
I can't believe how deep that actually landed, Lauren. That is quite an arm on Saunders' back. But look at this lurk. They've inserted Starbound and they're making a lot of noise, acting like they've left.
Oh, that's value above.
Jam berapa main kayak Akhirnya jam 11, tapi palingnya kurang lebih lah jam 11. 11-an lah, 11-an.
Tara still there and Shirazi. These two are the biggest factors.
Karena di sini tempat WP paling positif. Anjir, paling positif nggak tuh? Rada berat ya dibilang paling positif ya. Bukan lagi-lagi pistol round selalu menjadi masalah.
Really not going to find anyone. It's 3 shell. Hold on. Juicy. Hold on. Yeah, a little too far, a little too strong on the arms here. We've been seeing some real throws, and Tara gonna get one.
Every time.
I gotta say,
the pistol round.
That little approach.
Yeah,
just what a start.
Beautiful opening, beautiful, clever opening.
Show me that again. Give me that.
For Xipto, they've got to be talking to each other right now on this second round, on this save. Hey, listen, guys, look in the sky. When those barriers go down, warn each other about this sit nade coming across because that's the tell. That's gonna tell us where they want to open. And as long as we can sustain that small.
Udah biasa. Pistol round selalu kalah, Cok. Entah FlyQuest-nya yang bagus pistol round-nya atau emang burik aja sih Xipto punya pistol round. Kan tinggal 2 itu ya antaranya ya.
Everything she does pretty much. And here for Xipto, we have seen a lot of danger in these rounds, and I love what they're trying. I love it. The flash almost throwing, a bit of a curveball, but they've seen that there's players here. This should be a good pass. They're ahead. They're absolutely ahead, but the flash coming in off the back of the sky will do the job. And FlyQuest this time not falling for any of Xipto's naughtiness that they've been trying. They keep this clean, 5-standing, flawless round.
It's exactly what you need. Exactly what you need.
Kenapa jadi bawa-bawa klasik tim anjing? Gak ada hubungannya dongs.
It's okay, we're gonna be ready for these trap plays to start.
Kenapa kalian nge-push lo? Justru kalau lagi pistol round nge-push aja. Kalau senjata lu pakai senjata kecil ya, nge-push aja udah. Nothing tulus kan udah.
And find themselves those fights that we saw in the first half.
Special for the bonus.
Same trip.
Yeah. You look at the difference of how quickly that gets cleared.
Lu ngajak main jauh juga mana bisa ngelawan tembak-tembakan kayak gitu anjir.
Xipto then on the other side of things, looking to get aggressive, looking for information, and they just find themselves beheaded. Starbound with a beautiful beginning over towards A, completely rolls out the red carpet, takes all the space that's available. Yeah, they're down low, but they've done their work. 10 HP. They can do any more. Oh, the off angle.
Oh shit.
It's gorgeous from Starbound. And a dreamy bonus round here. Their job's done. Gets a quick heal as well.
Apakah?
You could ask for Tara and Shirazi. I'm saving. I'm out of there.
They've got to survive, and I think FlyQuest have so much information at this point that pretty soon they should be starting the hunt, starting to chase just a little bit. And this is such a huge bonus round for Fly to convert. If they're able to actually take out both weapons as well, this is going to be devastating for the defenders. Tara's got a blind still.
Pikir defender sided.
Get out of there!
Run.
No, our teammates sabotaging.
Damn.
It's crazy you're doing that, Sonda.
No weapon save.
9 rounds though. And we got to talk about converting a bonus like this. That is scary stuff.
It's scary. It's scary because all 4 members, all 5 members were Fly were alive and healthy as hell. Full HPs across the board and even some utility left in the post plant to secure that one. So Xipto, again, they got caught off guard from the opening. It started on this pistol and once again in this bonus. They've got to stay grouped up together and not allow this sit nade to affect them this much.
Okay, down to the Sheriffs. And this is when the scoreline starts to feel like it's being ripped away from you. 10 rounds would be next for FlyQuest. Xipto held on the 6 potentially. But they've been dangerous here before.
My ult's ready.
Ult's there now. Seekers are online. Starbound one away. I mean, after that previous round, no surprise there.
Ini kalau pulang ada lower bracket sih.
Alexi still got a way to go.
Ingat gua.
I mean, they haven't quite had the beginning they would have wanted here, but speaking of Seekers, straight in.
It's done.
Donut slowed down a little, can't quite fully capitalize off everything that she probably would have wanted here, but won't get punished either. The paranoia sent in as well, but still no punish. Shirazi probably frustrated by this because there were so many chances maybe to get a shot, but the timing not there. So Tara trying to catch a cross.
Ya, sayang cuma satu.
Shot on Donut, but couldn't quite get any more.
Berdua nice itu.
Try.
That deadlock utility is so oppressive. Shirazi once again trying to find that timing, but gets stunned to boot. The retake is on. Just a dog, no flashes.
Oh wow. Shirazi just
Udah dapat satu loh. Bisa menang ini. Ya nggak sih?
What the hell?
Gelo.
I don't understand what just happened. I need it in half speed. I'm too old to be seeing that happen that
Itu repeat, nice.
Started with Sonder wanting to force the deadlock ult on an anti-E, which is so unnecessary. Right, it just felt so forced, but man, I would never have guessed that that would create this domino effect.
Yeah, like look at this. That great. Yeah,
these shots were incredible.
But that
one right there,
Shirazi just got absolutely rinsed.
Nice bugger, nice bugger.
Oh no. That, I mean,
pelatihnya udah nggak bisa. Nggak tahu mau ngomong apa, nggak tahu dah.
You absolutely take those. For FlyQuest, this should be an easy shake-off. The fact that they've been in control, and all series long, these half-buys have been wonky. True. You know what? We're just going to shake that one off. We're moving right past that one.
If anything, it should be a warning signal, right? It's that like, hey, let's not give them space here. Xipto have been able so often to prove how dangerous they are. Hence a 6-6 at the half. Let's stop giving them any level to work with. So, Xipto now going to start feeling the pressure up through middle. Donut already going to take away Camu, so it's going to be an Eerie to try and over-deliver, and Sonder isolates the kill so comfortably. This time playing very clinical. Look at this. This 1-3-1, pressure up mid, holding the extremities. They've got everything just lined up here.
Beautiful punishes, and you saw that Xipto was trying to punish off of their util, but FlyQuest one step ahead. And you know, Lauren, I gotta go back to that 2 rounds ago when you mentioned how well FlyQuest was handling that mid-trip. In that first half, when we saw that mid-trip, Fly was a little bit
lawan 4 lagi.
Defense, that 3-man pack in the middle, just
satu dapat 2 bisa sih,
they
ayo.
were able to punish.
Percaya satu dapat 2.
Xipto, they had 3 members in mid.
Tapi Cyphernya nih harus di never mind.
So again, that tell that they're looking for their Neon to just slide and take that fight, they need that sort of sound cue to go off of. So I'd like to see a little bit of a different setup, or just call that 3-2-1 and take the fight earlier with your 3. You don't need a tell always.
Belum lihat Odin digecek. Well,
comes out from the attack,
tergantung map.
just call it 3-2-1. But
kalau Odin mah tergantung map. Dan sekarang map yang pakai Odin paling apa? Asen. Belum ada main Asen sih ingat gua.
A correction, you know, you get told off by your parents at one time and then suddenly, you know, you're always gonna be doing the dishes right. It's just like that last round where we like, you got a little too overconfident, peaked a little too much, got punished.
Lotus sudah nggak ada.
No, I gotta get this right now. So I feel like they locked in a little bit here, getting that 10th on the board, and we were worried. Seeing 6-6, I think, is normally a worrying scoreline. You're like, okay, that's pretty close. But at this point, FlyQuest instantly right back into gear. This is where we kind of need to see the resilience from Xipto. We need to see around, but their money's still all over the shop. A huge investment here into this operator. That is a heavy investment to go for.
This is definitely the time to pull out all the curveballs, all the answers if you have them, and Alexi is 2 off the orb. If she's able to catch
Ya tetap
one,
jarang.
hold
Pro player jarang pakai Odin anyway di Heaven
collect
pun.
the orb for herself later. We've got the showstopper online for a retake, so this should allow all
Kan
the rest of
patokannya
our
nih pro
teammates
player
not
bukan
to
public ya.
over-rotate. Everyone
Yang
should
semua
feel
map bisa
very
pakai.
confident in their positions. Starbound's gonna take this opportunity though. Ops on the other side, so she takes space.
Now they've been kind of shown this different look, right? They know that operator's around. You got to start kind of changing how you want to be. Thinking there's a Neri. Gonna spot the cross. Gonna see it. Gonna see 2. That's big info here. Seeker's gonna come down, but Dodo not gonna turn attention.
Oke, nice.
Back around and Tara.
Nice banget.
Double. Neri on the
Tinggal satu, let's go.
Getting brawly. Getting the round as well.
Bisa, masih bisa, yuk.
And a heavy reward.
The Buckies coming through strong there. And this time, FlyQuest weren't quite as committed once they come up towards that mid. That blind coming through from Terra towards that B site really put a spanner in the works for Fly's spacing there. But a response nonetheless.
Bisa yuk, bisa
Bucky
yuk.
coming through strong. And finally, that 3-fighter pack in mid, that crossfire, it was able to sustain.
Okay, a couple of ults here now for Xipto. 1 away from Showstopper for Alexi too.
Looks like it's a full 5A hit.
Who's on the other side?
Look at that trip.
Okay, Shirazi. Oh,
they hear the sound cue.
Dodo not
Woo!
It's so good.
Udah nice banget Dodo. Bye.
Layers upon layers here of thought in place. Plant's in though, so it's a 5v4 post plant. It's not incredibly out of the realms of reality to still lock this one down. It's already util broken towards CT. Flash towards ramp. The flood comes in. It's a trade out so far. Thea's still alive. Really trying to sit back, find a little bit of safety.
Oke, Soundernya bahaya nih. Nyelip ke sini. Harus dicek. Nice banget Enery ngecek. Tinggal 1 orang. Let's go. Let's go. Abis ini mereka harusnya bisa beli nggak ya? Tapping sih harusnya. Paling beberapa bisa beli.
Sequences that have been working so well.
Oh, dibeliin itu, dibeliin Sheriff paling. Saving. Let's go.
Another set piece to start. But man, that trip, that counter, the awareness coming out here for Shirazi, they've been having incredible trips all game long, but that just caught and stopped.
Bisa lah, masih bisa banget.
Coming out here for Dodo Nut. There's no way she expected that trip up there.
1 enemy remaining.
That was so good.
Reloading.
And I like the change coming out from
Muka
Xipto.
coachnya sih tidak santai ya.
They're coming out on top of these little
Penuh dengan
they're being
ketegangan.
They're not just waiting for an enemy to come into their crosshair and jiggle and sniff. They're being decisive, and as soon as they're scaled into the site, they're hard flooding and taking the fight to Fly.
And I think that's enough. That they've seen enough red flags, right? They're like, okay, this the last 4 rounds, 3 of them have gone to Xipto. Let's slow this down a little bit now. What's changed? What's going on? Because they had a really good grip initially, but it's been slipping, right? It has started to slip away a little bit. And now the economy's looking much healthier for Xipto. They've got some good ults still in the pocket. That's great to have. Can rebuild back with a Neri and Camu. On the other side, getting close to a couple of theirs, though. So they might have that snowball round close enough by. So that's something they've got to keep in mind. But their money's still a bit shaky. Going to see Sheriffs, maybe a half purchase here to round out the money. But I don't know what the game plan is coming back in now, because they've been posed a question at the scariest time, right? You got yourself to 10 real close by, and they're like, wait, hold on, the gap's getting closer.
Scariest time for sure. I mean, Jovi is in such a tough position. This kind of pause is the toughest. The money is shot. No ultimates coming on board online to create some sort of plan to get around on the board and just stabilize for your team. So this is a tough one. Not sure what Jovi called here, but it looks like it's going to be a half buy with a hero rifle in the back pocket of Dodo Nut. They want to find an entry on one of their openings here.
Yeah, with the 2 Bulldogs, then Sheriff and a Ghost, and that's kind of it. They've got util, but again, can they identify where Alexi would be? Because that's got to be part of the list now. You got to start adding to that list of things we've got to do.
If you're FlyQuest here and you're able to just waste Alexi's showstopper
like this,
try to get it off the board.
Big info. Yeah, this is huge.
Oh my, she actually ripped it.
Oh my god, wait, but Aniri just checked. Aniri's going to see that there was at least 2-3 players there.
Oh no.
goes the ult, but Tara is... Oh my god, Tara with an outrageous 3 just holds the
Damn,
so
nice
well.
Tara.
Zipto are large and in charge.
Nice, nice.
Looked like the least threatening FlyQuest round I've ever seen in my life.
Yeah, I mean, listen, it
Tara
was
sih lagi nyala hari ini,
job
Taranya.
done. They did bait
Dari
out
tadi
the
sih
ultimate
nembak
and
dia.
Alexi towards mid, but
Nice one, Tara.
Tara's back. Map 1 and 2, she was such an anchor, such a pivotal anchor on the extremities. A little bit quiet in this third map, but showing up right when her team needs her most. Able to just make this round look too easy. FlyQuest wasn't even able to get an inch of space outside of that A main.
I feel like if they offset it by maybe a second or two, you know, because they were trying to fake out that mid presence, which they did so well. But
Gila, langsung di itu.
regardless,
Paranoia
really
dong.
focus here. The flash hits, so they know someone's in attendance, but they don't know how many. Alexi, a little bit of an adjustment here, and that's they did catch the tag. Donut is down a little lower, so he'll going to be brought in. Already, Sonda's taking the space up middle, has the ult as well. No opportunity really to use it here. 3-play stack over towards A. Looking to be just starbound.
Waduh.
Unreal.
Got
Over
the
there.
neural theft online
Over
as
there.
well, and you saw Sonder placing that trip down for a refight, expecting a reaggress coming out. So much space Thea has. This B split is on the
No,
wait!
Again! Sonda, it's the poison chalice. Every time she wants to use that ult, she just gets evaporated.
Ini dari tadi kayak gini gak sih?
In a 1v2,
Setiap kali ada ulti deadlock.
for all the marbles, 5 HP.
Ketahuan lu.
Difficult, and Tara's having none of it. Xipto taking the lead. And Sonda,
Setiap kali ada yang terbungkus tuh.
Was that Shirazi for the second time taking out Sonder in this second half? Oh my goodness, that should have been FlyQuest's round. The way the mini-map looked, the way the defenders were under pressure the whole time, but the timing, I cannot believe the
Ayo,
one-taps
udah dapat nih momentum nih.
these high-pressure moments.
Momentum dan leading. For leading, musuhnya by compang-camping. Gak boleh blunder. Gak boleh blunder yang ini. Round wajib menang. Nice banget itu trapnya.
Desperate approaches and measures being made as the game's starting to slip away from them now. This could be 12 on the on board for Xipto. As one by one, FlyQuest just trying to make a play, trying to make something happen, and right now all they are being is punished. 3 players holding them back in middle.
Yakin lah.
And a little bit of damage done, but it's not much.
You just need to believe.
So Sonder and Thea. This is so tricky. Getting that Bucky, it seems cursed to try and even go for it. It's not worth it. Sonder doing everything she can. Can she stand tall in these moments?
Round 2.
50 seconds.
Itunya OP sih, rada bahaya nih.
Would have to go nuclear.
Oke, nice. Untung gak langsung kepala.
It's not going to be enough. 12 rounds for Xipto. As these chances are just slipping between FlyQuest's fingers. And you got that horrible sinking feeling. This is 5 in a row now.
Xipto are not skipping a beat. At first,
Yes,
FlyQuest
MP. Let's go.
the control.
Match point. Let's closing this.
The way Xipto have been so decisive in this mid fight, and with that trip to just be that secondary layer in that middle to boot, has been tough for FlyQuest to answer on. But look at these ultimates coming up online. So many on the board. Donut has been waiting to use this showstopper to get back in the game, and that's not going to be good enough.
Nothing. We talk about desperation plays, and it's happening again. None of these are finding what they want.
Donut, she really thought that Tara was going to be up close and personal, just like last time. Several rounds now, Xipto have been up close in that A ramp, but unfortunately, no one there. This Seekers should allow FlyQuest to know that.
Rada gila sih dia kalau mau maju itu anjir. Rada menakutkan ya. Oke. Ya, sayang banget. Tapi nice ada Enery. Nice cover by Enery. Aduh, sayang. Lawan 3 lawan 3. Kamyu tidak ketahuan gak ya Kamyunya? Ya, ya. Next time tapi Indian mati juga.
Thea is going to get at least a TP there, maybe trying to add a little bit of doubt amongst their minds. But Shirazi never left. Alexi still near enough
Tuh,
by.
masalahnya banget tuh
Shirazi
Cyphernya
gets
anjir.
one, but you're going to look at the positioning coming out from Starbound. That should be where the buck stops, really. And the other two players focusing on
Ya
Cintiq.
ampun
Nice
dari tadi,
support.
Cok.
Starbound's done their job. Take
Salah
away
lagi dong.
Shirazi. It's Alexi in a 1v3. And the Opera... Theo, he can't
One
be
hell,
just falling
one
asleep
main.
at the wheel here. Alexi... One away from getting that paint shell back as well, but can't get half.
Wah, dia nggak tahu itu ada yang turun udah Cyphernya. Menang nih harusnya. Ah, tidak, di swing. Ente banget di swing, Cok. Ente. Padahal gue pikir granatnya bakal ngedelay, ternyata di swing anjing. Fuck. Ente lah kalau udah begitu kan.
That is a clutch round converted for Alexi. What an incredible round. And thank you, Colbot, for this timeout. We needed it. We needed it for sure.
I think, oh my god.
Sayang, langsung di swing. Tahu dia anjir, ini bakal digranat kayaknya gue nih. Teo terakhir, sebelum terjadi bisa possible timeout. Timeout. OT anjing. Maaf, udah jam segini. Libet dikit. Tunda lagi tidurnya, ya lagi. Sabar, santai. Belum tidur, belum saatnya tidur. Malam masih panjang. Udah 5 watt ya, kayak enggak juga sih, gue tadi tuh tidur juga, siangnya tidur gue. Tapi gue mau tidur lagi biar nanti pas Predator League gak lemes gue.
So going into this last round of the half, they got nothing. They finally do have the weaponry and the armor to be able to slow things down and maybe poke and prod their way into this last round, but definitely it looks like they're going to stay away from middle because they don't have the ultimates to push and pull.
Ya boleh, Rex.
But they want to have this opening towards A again.
Percayain saja.
Sondra and Dodonut sticking together, trying to see if their combo and utility can find them any sort of opening. And Alexi still got that operator on this long line. FlyQuest want to approach this round real slow, Lauren. They've got the spread out. Even though the spike is towards this A, they don't want to end here.
Nggak usah ini lah, nggak usah overtime.
So they've added doubt. Cage goes in and the boombot's there, right? So Alexi's not had the information she'd want. She's not going to be able to confirm or deny. They do have the trip up towards heaven. So maybe they've got an idea that no one's made it past. There is a chance that maybe an Omen TP'd, you'd hope you'd hear it. So there's a couple of things they can go through. Now they're flexing
Ada
back
info
towards middle.
tengahnya tadi.
But slowly but surely they are running out of the utility to do this constantly, right? You're not going to have the same flashes. You're not going to have the boombot there. You're going to have to do it a little bit harder. I'm worried about this setup here, Christine. I'm worried about this
pinch timing from Starbound.
Bagus nih kombonya harusnya.
They're right on top of a trip. As soon as they get contact in middle, you can expect Starbound to
di paranoia dulu ternyata towernya nggak jadi. Setidaknya paranoia udah hilang.
Something did not feel right. Starbound's taking space though. Could be big.
Harusnya suaranya masuk sih udah.
Nice
banget, Alexi, nice.
Alexi was waiting the whole time. They've already lost out on Sonda, but it's Tara now creeping up closer, trying to get back through. But Starbound.
Ya, Tara sayang sekali. Tidak tahu. Eventnya udah 2 bahkan. Wah, bullet controlnya udah banyak dari FlyQuest. Damn, we're going to OT.
It's OT.
Oh, wow. The call came through for Starbound. You know, I thought for a second maybe the call would come through for the pinch, but instead Starbound brought their whole team all the way back towards A. And again, things got dicey, but I'm glad to see that FlyQuest split their pinch with Dodonut and meeting back up with Starbound. Finally worked out for them. There was no cheeky trip there to just put a spanner in the works. FlyQuest are able to convert and get rewarded for their control.
A big call. Whoever made that, if it was Starbound themselves making that call, hey, I've got this space, let's have faith in the call behind it. It did get scary when you had Alexi with an op towards CT. That could have been super deadly, but as it stands, all good. We go back in. Remind yourself how this felt, FlyQuest here on the defending side.
They were very good about this trip and how they chose to fight off of it. 4 versus 4.
Jam 2
Really,
budget.
it's 4
Well,
versus
ya
5
pertandingannya sih
mid.
mulai jam
Look
7
at
ya.
so many defenders
Game
are
ketiga
wanting to fight
dan
off
kebetulan
the
map
Sydney
ketiga aja.
coming off
Makanya
Sonder.
sampai jam segini. Pagi men, pagi.
Oh, that was early.
Yeah, I'm not sure if they just went off the timing.
It was just a 3-2-1,
Yeah,
yeah.
just like a let's go for it. And now they dismantle where they were in middle, leaving up to the trips that are still in play. That hasn't been broken. So if they go back to this, I mean, Alexi with his op.
Look at Deadlock's trip up top at A ramp. If Alexi goes a little
Nakal
too
yuk,
deep
nakal
here,
yuk, dodonut yuk. Sonder, nakal yuk berdua yuk.
There's pressure on two
Sate
flanks
yuk.
now. You've got the mid pressure.
Ya, gak siap nge-scope.
Donut had the angle better than Alexi in the end. They re-clear, they've learned their
Anti
lessons
lah,
this
bo.
time. Iniri though, quick to adjust straight through towards B. Lots of space, a lot of safety. They can get this plant. There is an absolute limited amount of pressure. Quick smoke up towards heaven as well. That's huge. Going to stop any sort of presence. They've already cleared middle quite well, so they're comfortable.
Oke, nice. Energi dapat 1.
But Iniri breaking
Udah nice ini,
through
udah
CT
nice.
is a problem.
Si Razi, gak ada expect si Razinya di rafter.
Advantage to Xipto, so Thea gonna try and
Ya,
make a play towards
ya.
this. Dip on in. Out
Nah, ini ya.
Tara, dipping the Omen. Cammy with a reply. Half achieved.
Let's go.
Thea tries to make a play, but Iniri is there.
Kena ini apa? Kena paranoia ya tadi Taranya ya? Kayak diem gitu ya?
Xipto are so decisive in the mid round. You saw them pivot and go straight up that B halls as soon
Oh
as
ya
their
men, di sini
teammates
sudah
got
jam 4. Di sini
contact.
tuh di mana ya?
But this push in spawn
Nihon kah?
from Iniri, as soon as that retake starts in action in that B heaven, that's the timing that Iniri is pushing through that spawn, completely punishing Starbound, and that gives you so much room to wiggle around with.
Nihon
If
des.
you're on the
Toxic
side,
ani.
if you know that spawn is covered, there's not going to be any enemies retaking from that angle. You can just look forward, keep your crosshair completely adjusted. So a beautiful post coming through here for Xipto.
Go get it.
This was a similar setup to what we saw, and I think FlyQuest was.
Halo, masa depan gak gitu konsepnya.
This time Alexi.
Udah lu jangan ngajak Will percaya deh. Bad luck bro. Ngajak Will percaya bad luck anjing.
In the off angle maybe, but
oh no!
Oh my god, timing apa itu? Ya, dia panik itu panik move sih udah.
Pressure mounting on these teams. A quick paranoia comes in, doesn't quite do as much as they want, but
it's okay, it's okay. We have 2. We already got 2.
on them. Donut, Thea, and Evie gonna have to bring this together. Try and work out something. 50 seconds. That's all they get.
You can see that Thea's just put down the smoke towards this A main to try to cut off that line, send a little bit of misdirection, but Shirazi has so much cover. Trip down, Cage to slow it down even, but no flashes.
Camu can't work off it, and they've already pathed to try and deal with Heaven. This is
no.
really good
Okay,
for
dua lawan
FlyQuest
dua
until
dong.
then.
Shirazi.
Shirazi still playing their
Oh
line so
no
well, but now
way,
down to
tidak,
one.
tinggal
Fire
Alexi.
remaining in the form of Alexi, and you're gonna have that Seeker coming on in as well. That's perfect. Couldn't ask for a better timing on this. So now what do they do here? Alexi weighing up their
Waduh.
options.
Sulit ini.
Both of them were prepared for that drop from Heaven. You can see it on the minimap. Now just trying to shift back in towards B main a little further.
And that smoke landed
it will
right
be
in the nick of time. Alexi wasn't
next
even
time
able
out.
to fully
Next
reload
out.
their gun.
Are they going to go for a 3-2-1 swing? Are they going to try and they're just trying to play this together? The timing could be right. I don't think Alexi knows
Sateo
this.
ke Sateo.
No way to count about it. And Alexi's just going to have to try and make a play. And I think we know
never
how
mind.
this goes. FlyQuest are not out yet. They're not down and they're not done. We go again.
What a fumble coming out here for Xipto in OT as well. They had everything that they needed, and it started the moment that Terra kind of got caught out in that position. We call it boast.
Sayang sih Taranya tadi itu nggak dapat 2.
Unfortunate.
Dapat 2 aja tuh nice banget tadi. Tara.
And an even better
Sayang banget cuma dapat 1.
for Fly.
Karena timing.
And it's that same
Gak bisa disalahin juga.
fighting pack, right? Both players sticking
Dia mau
together,
nyemok
walking
tiba-tiba
through,
kelihatan deadlock.
isolating each angle and just not allowing the retakers to get their protocols in motion.
And now we get into the realms
Ya
of
kaget. Dia pikir musuhnya masih jauh, ternyata udah sedekat itu makanya dia TP. Dia pikir cuma deadlocknya aja itu yang
It
kelihatan.
all becomes down to like the coaching in my mind as well, because this timeout is accessible to both of these coaches. Have a chat, get touch back in with the players, see what they want to approach this with. It's a micro game within itself. So at this point, where do you put your stock though? Because these two teams have delivered in both their unique ways. I feel like you preferred FlyQuest Red's composition, but you've been enjoying what Xipto's been doing about.
Ya untungnya deadlocknya juga sama. cuma nggak ngeh.
You know, I think for
Kalau nggak
Fly,
taranya udah
they've gotta
bye-bye
be able to
dari awal,
convert this
nggak dapet
defense.
apa-apa
In
malah.
the first OT, they got surprised by Xipto's opening. I think if Fly's able to convert this defense, this should be a 15-13. If I was a betting person.
Yeah.
If I was a betting person.
Okay. We'll see. We wait and see. As it stands, 13-13. First to 15 here. Or we go again.
No glass cannon off this time.
Let's have a little watch here as to what they want to do.
Akhirnya is so far away from the pack.
What's the plan? I mean, it's a little bit scary.
Belum banner belum. Kalau banner yang GC belum ya.
Seems really high risk.
Definitely a slower start.
Sonder besting that over towards this side here. It feels demoralizing at that point.
It's pretty early though. If you're Xipto, you're happy about this. You can take care of this wall pretty early while you are on this side of the map. And look how patient Iniri is being. Just waiting to see if the defenders come a little too far past this line of scrimmage, ready to punish.
Camu.
Oh boy.
You gotta be careful. You got the spike, Camu. They're trying to get a quick punish on this one, but it felt like they just walked into a trap there. FlyQuest were looking for that brawl in middle. They wanted that. They had 4 players swinging for it. Now Xipto in a little bit of trouble, but they're just gonna tail it over
Kasih
towards that
side-nya.
A side.
Sampai 5 lawan 4.
Just fly on in. It was completely open for them now. But the retake, the FlyQuest will go for is going to be the scary factor. They've got to take some space here.
They really
Priority
do.
on CT.
The fact that Fly have full control over top A ramp as well just
Nice
allows
banget.
them only
Nice.
to go spawn. That's where most
Nice
of the
push.
Fly members are. But Xipto, they're coming out on top of the trades.
Okay, but
Deadlock-nya tidak sadar. Di side masih ada 1. Sekarang tinggal 1 orang. Bye-bye.
But I mean, you can't turn around that much. Xipto, the priority on taking over CT was
nice.
the blessing they were after. Take that space, take that fight. The parallel just not reaching far enough, and it worked out perfectly.
Yeah, and that should, I mean, Xipto once again with these spawn pushes once they're in the site, whether it's at A or whether it's at B, it's been a constant nuisance coming through. Sure, it's because FlyQuest, the deadlock utility towards that upper A ramp or towards that B heaven doesn't allow them to get that control, but
Itu literally pelatihnya gua nonton kayak gitu anjir. Tolong, please. Can we end this?
A late round switch
Now, like in this round.
Went for that quite late too, so that'll be interesting to see how that affects the outcome. I mean, noting players invent, not all that surprising at this point. Trips in play, feels like rinse and repeat.
Round 2 again for Terra.
This is tough. No, they're not. One's in.
They don't want to break the trip yet, though.
But look at the timing. Look at the timing. Look at the timing on A.
Does Starbound bring the team back towards A main again, or do they go for the timing on the
But
pitch?
now Alexi, right? This is this.
Oh, Starbound's timing.
Oh damn, please. Ya ampun, dapat 2. Oke, next OT.
Starbound again, this lurk timing, and your heart breaks for Alexi because the times they crossed each other was just down to the wire. It ain't over yet, but it's not looking good. Starbound, I mean, a little lackadaisical there, but still. Now they try to trip it.
Fuyu. Oke, jadi winnable. Jadi winnable.
Certainly not done yet. Alexi, Camu, Shirazi still very much alive.
This is winnable. Tapi takutnya nih, takutnya nih. Push 2 push ini nih. Mengerikan. 2 push ini mengerikan. Dari Xipto punya flank yang mengerikan. Ini dapat 1 nih. Oke, jadi 2 lawan 2. Jadi 2 lawan 2, dua-duanya dari CT ketahuan infonya. Let's go! Let's go!
Xipto have FlyQuest Red's number.
They absolutely do. You even saw how excited Alexi looked in that last moment. As soon as the comms came through, she put her paint shell away, pulled out the knife, and
Get it,
WC'd it
our
through
girls.
spawn. Those comms coming
Nice.
through, both are there, and they're able to convert. But that's been the strength of Xipto, those decisive movements. As soon as they open on one part of the map, they were quickly making those adjustment calls come through.
And we got to then have a conversation about FlyQuest here, because the highs that this team show those little set pieces.
Diffuse dulu, weh.
There are so many key things about FlyQuest that are incredible.
Yes.
But today, Xipto were the better side.
Yeah, I mean, the prep certainly coming through here. I wish we could have said that, that Fly looked confident from the start, but it did take them a little bit longer to warm up. But Xipto never let off the pressure. From map 1 till the end here in OT, they were constantly pressing the issue.
Yeah, they were. They were fired up. They were dangerous.
FlyQuest itu harusnya dua-duanya NE kan harusnya. Shopify yang pertama kan harusnya.
To watch play. Alexi having a belting series. Shirazi some incredibly impactful rounds. Cameo. I mean, you could list off the entire team, right?
Udah Nyakai. Oke, aman aja. Gue juga paling bentar lagi kelar ini.
So very impressive. I've got to say, this is, I'd say, the dark horse for me when I look at Xipto right there.
Anjir, Xipto dibilang dark horse. Bro, they are the winner already lah. Shopee bukan tim bukan Shopee itu. Udah, gua udahan dulu guys, mau istirahat. Besok hari ini nanti jam 11 harusnya gua WP lagi Predator ya guys ya. Ditunggu aja. Gak tunggu sih, lu istirahat dulu juga lah. Thank you ya. Kita ketemu lagi nanti. Bye-bye. Udah gitu gue harus abis itu juga harus WP GC-nya lagi nanti malamnya. Jadi nih jam WP ya siang, sore, malam. Gila. Banyak WP-nya. Oke, thank you. Salam istirahat, bye.